3 minute? All right, let's do it. Okay, a little London system. All right, quick. Oh, nice development. This ain't bad. He thinking. Pretty whack. Queen D2. Okay, all right. What is that? Your move. That's not a move.
No, that is not a move.
I mean, it's cute. You know, it's a little pawn. You got more of them. You got more. There it is, GG. He actually played. No, you played good though. You played much better than I thought. Right? Great game, brother. Thanks, Ethan.
Thank you, man.
Hey everyone, GM Daniel Naroditsky here. We asked the Chess.com community to show us their best games from the CGC qualifiers, and we're here to highlight some of the exciting chess that our awesome community members cooked up in these competitive CGC games. So here we have Bigfoot with the white pieces, Chess.com producer and good friend of the site, and he carries out a lovely combination. He starts by pushing the pawn up to b4. The threat is to put more pressure on Black's queenside with b5. Black moves the bishop up to stop that, but now, bang, bishop takes d5. From a clear blue sky, strikes a lovely sacrifice and a combination, and the point is that after e takes d5, e6, all of a sudden, there's an exposed attack on Black's queen, and if Black's queen moves away, and after e takes d7, queen takes d7, knight c5 is a fork against the queen and the bishop. So Black was forced to improvise. Knight e5 was a good move, but now Bigfoot calmly takes the pawn on f7, queen takes f7, d takes e5, and as a result of the combination, White emerges with an extra pawn and an excellent position, which Bigfoot converted very, very confidently. Started it off with bishop h6 to trade off the bishops. The game only lasted another 15 moves or so. This has been GM Daniel Naroditsky sharing another amazing community highlight from the Chess.com Global Championship qualifiers.
We are here at the Chess.com Global Championship in Belgrade with Grandmaster Nihal Sarin, who is tied 2-2 after day one. The Levi Rosman on the live commentary was saying that Anish plays poorly against Magnus when Magnus plays the Perts. Does that factor in? Did you study Anish's weakness against the Perts?
Not exactly. First game I went into his prep and got crushed, so I just tried to get some interesting position which is not in his prep. It was risky choice, but it worked out brilliantly.
Are you happy with the 2-2 result after day one?
At the start I would have been, but after having a good chance to win 3 games today, not so happy, but it could have been worse, of course.
And final question, in your first match you actually had a laptop here and you were sometimes looking at some chess, but today no laptop, no device. Was there a reason that you just wanted to be left to your own thoughts for today's games?
Anyway, during the games you're using a lot of brains, so I thought it should get some rest, at least between.
Inside the One Hotel Toronto, there is plenty on the line. Each of the 4 remaining players face elimination. Only 2 will move on for a shot at $200,000. It's day 2 of the semifinals at the Chess.com Global Championship, and it starts right now.
Yes, my sister was born in Vancouver, but as wonderful as Andrea and Vancouver are, it's pretty tough not to fall in love with the city of Toronto. Natural beauty abounds inside Toronto and pretty close by. The largest city in Canada, the people here have been playing chess in clubs, in universities, and in public parks for well over a century. And now, this wonderful place plays host to the very first Chess.com Global Championship Finals. elimination for weeks. 4 of the world's best players have survived to continue their quest for the queen-size share of the $1 million prize pool.
Okay, they're pre-moving.
I guess there was a reason knight f3 doesn't work. A draw is agreed by repetition. What a game!
My friends, you're in the right place. It's time for the CGC finals. Toronto, Canada officially has it all.
Just like my sister and who wrote this garbage?
Well, Alexander, as we head inside the One Hotel Toronto, we'll ask someone to take out the garbage. What has not been trashed, though, is the quality of the rapid chess we have seen this week, and there is much more to come. Welcome to the Gameplay Hall. I am here once again with Levy, Canty, and Danya as we get set for today's semifinal matchups. We will soon be joined by Robert Hess and Fabiano Caruana as well to call today's matches. Fellas, by the end of today, we'll know who's playing for the championship match. How excited are we here to be here today? How exciting has Toronto been for you, Levy?
It's been great. The food's been amazing. And yesterday we had some squat chess. We had some push-up chess against you, against Fabi. So I'm having a great time. Looking forward to these matches today.
You a little sore today?
Not so much.
It's all easy for you.
It's nothing, man. You want to do some push-ups right now, Danny? We can do it right now.
No, we're not doing it right now.
Okay.
I'm too sore.
Okay.
Listen, I'm boring. I'm not a partier. I don't do push-ups, but I judge a city by the quality of its food, and the food has been incredible. I had some awesome Persian food the other day. I'm loving Toronto.
We're all having a great time here in Toronto, and we're going to get set for today's semifinal matches. Let's dive into the 2 semis that we have. Taking a look at our bracket, once again, you see the 2 Americans at the top. We are entering Game 5s. Nakamura and So are knotted up at 2 games apiece. They got there by 4 draws, but it got more intense throughout the day. The bottom half, we also have a match that is tied at 2 games apiece between Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin. Some decisive blows traded there, as well as a couple draws. Here we have the championship that will go down on Sunday and Monday. We will ultimately be crowning our first global champion that evening. Guys, when we look at the bracket, what stands out to you at this point? Both matches are tied, so much at stake. Levy, what do you got?
I think both matches are playing out exactly how we thought they would. Hikaru versus Wesley is a very high-level opening and strategic battle. That's why we had 4 draws yesterday. Nihal Sarin and Anish Giri are basically doing the equivalent of punching each other constantly, knocking each other down, and that's why that one is tied 2-2.
Yeah, that was a great summary, and one of the magical things about chess is that you could have 2 matches that have the same exact score and maybe even some of the same results, but the storyline and the arc of these matches could not have been more different. I just love that variety that we're getting.
Yeah, same scores, different ways of getting there. Of course, like Sarin been sparring, and then, Giri don't get weary, right? And then we got Naka and Wesley, right? Naka, Ashakya, and West gon' flex. That's just how it is, right? These guys have been doing good, and it's tied up even match. So, of course,
I wonder with today. Both matches tied 2 games apiece, if we asked all 4 players and they had to take a lie detector test, how do they see themselves in the Armageddon that could be coming, right? Do they really see themselves as the favorite, or do they want to finish things here in regulation, right? What would they say if they were taking a true serum? But all right, before we dig into these matches, we begin with a closer look at Anish Giri. Earlier this week, Nemo sat down with the star from the Netherlands, who set his sights on extending his trip in Toronto.
I thought, if I come all the way from Europe, it's a long flight, I might as well try to stick around, and I hope to make it a memorable stay.
I am here with Anish Giri. I will be interrogating him a little bit. How would you rate your play in 2022?
I think it was sort of an average year, but I think still there are some big events, especially this one. Also maybe World Rapid and Blitz. So I think it's not the time yet to to count the, what do they say? Count what? Chickens? Hens?
Count the eggs in the basket or something like that.
They're counting something to do with chickens and eggs, I think. But yeah, it's not the time yet to count them.
Where would you personally rank rapid chess amongst pro chess formats?
Back in the day, the classical chess had much more weight to it. I think it's got sort of shifted, and now like all these events, also online and also Rapid and Blitz, are really important.
What are your own internal expectations for competing this week in the CGC in Toronto?
I was really happy to have qualified for this event. Usually I get, the privileged route, I get invited, but here you have to qualify, and I'm really happy to make it.
Will you be trying to take advantage of Toronto while you're here?
Yeah, I'll be staying here, in fact, until the end of the tournament, no matter what happens. So I hope I will not have the time.
Thank you, Anish.
It'll be good to have Anish here, no matter what happens, of course, but he would like to still be playing at the end of this matchup. We're tied at 2 games apiece, as we can see, and just like the box score reads, it started with a win for Anish, Sarin bounced back, and then a couple of crazy draws. All right, guys, a lot to unpack here, but before we dig in, let's quickly review our picks. Now, Levy, you weren't with us yesterday, but let's review and tell everybody, who did you pick, honestly? Yes, it's tied. Who'd you take?
So first of all, thank you for not having me on the pregame yesterday. I came, to a store, got some nice shoes, and I wanted to pack. I had Anish Giri taking this match. I'm also 4 for 4 on my picks. I just want to tell that to the camera right there. Ooh. And so I wasn't going to go away from Anish. The problem with this match, though, is it's been topsy-turvy. His biggest strength is getting a smooth position out of the opening. Nihal has that strength also. And if you leave both players in an uncomfortable position, then I'm going to take Nihal. But I believe in Anish today. It's basically a best of 4 going into the Armageddon, so I'm sticking with him.
Yep. I also took Anish. Everyone saw me pick Anish yesterday, not just because he was here and gives a good hug. I literally believe that he is just a slight edge, and I think his experience is going to pay off the longer this match goes on.
Absolutely. I'm going with Giri. Once again, of course, I love my guy, and he's very prepared, one of the best prepared in the world. And, of course, when time is there, too, as well. He has time, had all that time in between today and yesterday to actually prepare. I think I'm going to still go with Giri here.
Danya, you're the only guy sitting here who didn't take Giri. Don't worry, he's not in the room, so tell us really why.
tell us the inside scoop. Oh, well, first of all, I mentioned that Anish plays best with a chip on his shoulder, but I'm also just on the Nihal train based on how he's played online in the last couple of months. And yeah, Levy said this match was very topsy-turvy. It has been uncharacteristic missed opportunities by Nihal. We're so accustomed to him playing ridiculously clean chess and capitalizing on his opportunities. If he manages to capitalize on the next opportunity he gets, I think he's going to have a great chance to win the match. I think this next game, Game 5, I have a feeling that this game is going to decide the match for whatever reason.
Okay, wow, that's a big call out. Game 5 going to decide it. But okay, our picks from day 1 aside, how do we see this match going down? John, you just said he thinks Game 5 is huge. The X's and O's on paper. Levy, what do you think is going to happen here?
Well, what happens if Game 5 is a draw?
I don't think it's going to Armageddon.
I see. Okay. You think someone's going to win and somebody's going to take it after that? Okay, no, I mean, that's a fair point. Yeah, if Anish comes out striking and everything goes well, then yeah, maybe he just takes it all the way down. It really just feels like Anish has to strike once and hold on for dear life, right? But Nihal's strategy is going to be a little bit different. Like he could maybe try to build on a lead, or I don't exactly know what Nihal's path might be, but for Anish, I know that's got to be the path.
Yeah, and there's the reason I'm predicting a decisive result is because the fact these last 2 games have ended in draws are already miracles. It was like one side is going to win or the other side is going to win. And the opening choices have been very flamboyant. I think both players are just going to step on the gas pedal, and we're going to have 2 cars going after each other. And, I just don't see that kind of game ending in a draw for the 3rd time in a row.
I would give Anish the slight edge to start the day as well, because we know he is better in the opening stage. He's so well prepared. He's had a night to think about it, review maybe what went wrong, where Nihal was kind of slipping away from him in the first stage. I think he's going to bring some solid prep and start off on the right foot.
Absolutely. I think the prep is in the pudding, and the pudding's in the prep. You know what I mean? Like that's the first time you ever heard that, but it makes sense, right? Of course, it's Giri, right? Giri is a prep monster. I mean, I even saw his chessable courses. I have all of them, in fact, and the preparation that goes into that is ridiculous. But of course, obviously, he's having some problems with Sarin in the complicated positions where the tactics obviously jump off there. As you made a point there, Levy, where he's in the sharp type positions, you see Sarin actually kind of edging out there. I kind of see that too as well. But Giri, I mean, I think he's going to get the prep he needs, in the first game here.
Yeah, but Sarin has shown he has some nerves, right? He's human. He can mess things up. So we'll see.
You know, it's funny. I think we've all established that we feel like if Anish gets the win in the opening, he maybe wins the match. But the longer it gets into the scrambles, the more we all like Nihal. So let's see who gets the better of them. Speaking of who's going to get the better of the other, we know the Americans have a long history. So let's turn to the other semifinal. This one, of course, between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. Nemo spent some time on Monday with Wesley, who talked about his high expectations this week at the CGC finals.
I'm very excited. I mean, I have to fight for my spot because there are always other players, other younger players. Yeah. But I like the game. Give your best, see what happens. I just want to play some good chess.
So, Wesley, are you excited to be here this week?
Yeah, definitely. First, it's good to see all the people here in Chess.com. And I'm very excited because it's the biggest online chess tournament.
What are your own internal expectations for competing this week?
I really look forward to it. You know, there are 8 games. Knockout's my favorite tournament format.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, you don't know when you're going home. As long as you don't lose too many games, then you still got a chance.
How is preparing for a rapid tournament like CGC different from preparing for large over-the-board events?
6 years ago, most of the tournaments were classical, but this year we're really moving it online. Also, faster time controls and speed chess. So you gotta be very good in blitz. You gotta be very good with the mouse. And also practice makes perfect.
Thank you so much, Wesley. It's been a pleasure having you.
Good stuff again there with Nemo. And here's where this match sits, everyone. Just like the other, it's knotted up at 2 games apiece, but 4 draws, no victories traded by the players. But the games did get more exciting, and you felt more tension throughout. So we're going to talk about what that tells us heading into day 2. But before we do, once again, let's take a quick review and remind everybody of what our picks were in this match between Nakamura and Wesley So. And Levy, you weren't here with us, but who did you have in this one?
Yeah, I just want to preface this by saying that if I had to choose between Wesley and maybe anybody else in the field, I would likely go with Wesley So. He's just an incredible chess player. You're just making me have to choose between him and probably the guy that's playing the best rapid chess out of anybody in the world right now. So I have to go with Hikaru.
I think it's a great take, and I'm going to emphasize that I probably also would consider Wesley the favorite at this point against anyone else in the field, but he's going up against Hikaru. He just won the Fisher Random World Championship in Reykjavik, and I see Naka as the guy here.
That's right. Naka is the guy. I mean, Hikaru Nakamura is the world champ right now for a reason, playing some of the best chess you've ever seen right now. Title Tuesdays, winning all of them all the time, right? It's kind of annoying. Bully at school, right? Winning everything. I like, why do you got to do this, right? I mean,
give him a one-round bye.
Can somebody else have some fun? You know what I mean, right?
Dude, I totally co-sign your point and Levy's point about Hikaru just having that proven track record. I think when both players are at the peak of their forms, they're very evenly matched. I mean, we saw that yesterday. They went back and forth. The games were super even, all things held equal. But again, Hikaru is just so clutch. He's clutch in those critical moments. Yeah. Wesley, though, he spent a couple hours last night and this morning playing Blitz on Chess.com. So he's taking this super seriously. I love it. And I think we're going to see more like incredibly close, high-quality games today.
Wesley has been nonstop. He don't stop on Chess.com right now with Blitz. But all right, we've talked about our predictions. Let's get into the footwork, the X's and O's between these 2 heavyweight fighters. What do we see happening here as the match plays out? And who would you take if it gets all the way to Armageddon, Levy?
Yeah, as it gets closer to that final Armageddon game, it's definitely going to be in Wesley's favor because it just the variance just skyrockets. I think Wesley has one of 2 paths to victory. He has to use what he did in Game 4 yesterday, get that squeeze from the opening and kind of convert it. Obviously, he was unable to. Position was quite complicated. Or he's got to go down to that Armageddon and just hope for the best. And Hikaru's got to win one of these scrambles. He almost won a 130-move endgame yesterday. That's the way he's got to do it. He's got to bleed that clock down, and he is just he's just incredible in those scrambles. So that's what I think.
Canty, you agree that if we get to Armageddon, So is happier than Hikaru?
Not at all, in fact.
Oh, okay.
100% disagree. But of course, I love Levy. I even watched the YouTube videos and put little hearts in the comments, right? You know, yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, highly disagree. I love my guy Hikaru. I do know that he's extremely strong in any time format. And then with Wesley here, I think he's just got to be really aggressive right now, especially King's Indian. He has everything in his repertoire. I think that he needs to get a little bit risky, just a little bit, just a little bit of risk. And he's probably one of the best players in the world that can give you a little bit of risk and still be good and still be able to calculate out of it. Calculation over everything. He's a calculator, right? Yep. A human calculator at that. TI-80 Nakamura, right? So we're going to keep it at that with Naka.
Yeah, I'm kind of ambivalent. Like, on the one hand, I agree that the variance rises. If a team makes it to the fourth quarter, anything can happen. On the other hand, let's not forget that Armageddon has no increment, and like Hikaru and no increment play, I mean, it's absolutely terrifying. You can get flagged when you're down to 6 minutes in an equal endgame. So from a purely like objective perspective, I think Hikaru is still the favorite in an Armageddon. But from like a variance perspective and from an anything can happen perspective, yeah, Wesley definitely wants to get this down to like one final game.
Yeah. I think it might depend on what Game 8 tells us if they get to Armageddon. And maybe we should ask someone who's been in Armageddon before. Hey, Anish, how you doing, buddy? You enjoying the show?
Great stuff.
Do you need a hug to break the tie? Or you got this?
No, but I told you, the key is not to get the hug too early.
Okay.
Oh, not too
early. So we're going to hold out. Anish says the key is not to get a hug too early. You don't want to cash in too early.
Count the chickens and they've hatched.
Yeah, no, it
to
makes
quote
sense.
the
So-
great Anish Giri.
Well, chat told me yesterday if you drew, I wasn't allowed to give you a hug. So they kind of want you to win one on your own. Okay. All right. All right. Well, Anish, listening in, and all right, that's going to do it for us here. We will see you later, chat, of course, no matter how long it takes today. We're going to be here all the way to see who punches their tickets to the CGC Championship. But to get things started, once again, we say hello to Robert Hess and Fabiano Caruana to call today's action.
Hi, Danny. Bye, Danny. But welcome, Fabiano, once again to the set. This is your United States chess champion. And Fabi, we had a really exciting day one of the semifinals, but the players find themselves neck and neck.
Yeah, it's very close in both of them. I would say that they both have some positive and negative emotions. Both matches were very exciting, but we see a tie in both of them.
We do. It is 2-2 in both of these matches. But Fabi, we got there in different ways. So Anish Giri, Nihal Sarin, they traded victories in the first two, then 2 draws. Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura all knotted up at 2 with 4 draws between them. But why don't we start with the matchup between Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin? That will be the first game to start today. You picked Nihal Sarin to win. You sticking with that pick?
I'm sticking with Nihal. I think both players have something to be happy and unhappy with. For Anish, he's happy that he saved some lost positions and that the match is still tied because it could have gone a lot worse for him. But Nihal has some other things in his favor. When he's avoided Anish's preparation, things have gone his way. He's actually been able to outplay Anish, who's a more experienced player and traditionally been a stronger player. But once he's getting to those unusual opening positions, he's actually outplaying him, which is definitely something in his favor.
I think there might have been some opening day nerves in the semis for Anish Giri, but I'm sticking with my pick. I believe he will take down Nihal Sarin. The chat agrees with me on this one. I know that's shocking, but here we are. And Fabi, in the other matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, can't even really use the word other. That's like a big-time matchup between 2 heavyweights. You picked Hikaru in that match. You stick in there after what you saw in day 1.
Yeah, I think this is a match which could easily have been a final, but we see these guys duking it out in the semifinal. I think that this match is as close to 50-50 as you can get, and especially after we see in the first day was so balanced, I'm still giving Hikaru the slight nod, especially if we see in Armageddon, where his massive experience in short time controls and those, final few seconds, that final flurry, might prove an important factor.
Okay, I mean, I understand your pick, but I'm still going to go with Wesley So. I think he has the psychological ploy of just avoiding Hikaru at all costs. He's got his hand over his eyes. He's not looking Hikaru's way, so he's going to look to win this matchup and head to the finals. The chat, though, they agree with you, Fabiano. Hikaru Nakamura, a fan favorite, a content-creating machine, and, well, he's just a boss. He won the Fisher Random World Championship as well. So as we get ready for our matches, let's remind everyone of the format. We had 4 games played yesterday, but unlike the previous rounds here in the CGC, Fabiano, 8-game matches. Do you think the players with 8 games played in the quarters, now we're 4 games into the semis, maybe some exhaustion?
Yeah, now we're back to normal business, which is these 4-game matches where the cost of 1 loss or 1 win is so high. They're going to try to stay a bit cautious, but once we get nerves coming into play, we might see some crazy stuff happen. I'm especially hoping that we'll see an Armageddon because that's the most exciting thing that you can see. All the chess fans want that. I think we want to see that as well.
Well, these 2 players, maybe one of them would prefer not to see Armageddon if that means a match victory. We have Nihal Sarin playing from Belgrade, Serbia, Anish Giri here in Toronto. And as we head into game 5, but game 1 of today, we see the head-to-head here. Anish Giri, 10 years the senior of Nihal Sarin. You said yesterday, Fabi, that the fact that they hadn't really played before was in Nihal's favor. Now that they just had 4 games yesterday and now a 4 more today, maybe Anish has some experience and he can use that to his advantage.
I think that Nihal will actually be happy because we saw in the first game he ran into his preparation and now he knows he has to avoid that. He even mentioned that in his interview, that once he played the Pierce defense, once he gets into those super weird positions, he's actually ready and able to outplay him.
Okay, well, we're about to have liftoff here. Anish Giri gets the white piece. He plays e4 and knight c6. I actually thought we would not get this move, but he's avoiding theory at all costs. And Fabi, it objectively is not the best line for black. It gives white the center, the advantage in the early stages, but you like the choice, it sounds like.
Yeah, I think he's going to get a game. I mean, it might be a slightly worse position for black. I mean, it almost certainly is a slightly worse position for black, but it's still playable. It's nothing too bad. And also, I'm sure that Nihal has studied this with very strong engines, so he knows probably a little bit more about the position than Anish, who it's an unusual opening. He might have seen it before, but probably not in great detail.
But I like the way Anish Giri is playing. He put his bishop on h6, trying to offer an exchange over here on the g7 square. And now with the move h4, we see his intentions. Let's eventually play the move h5, open up the h file with this rook sitting here on h1, and that's how you attack the black king. But Fabi, I mean, the early stages, now Nihal is the first one really spending a little bit of time here. You said he looked in this in more depth than Anish, and yet Anish is blitzing out his moves.
Yeah, Anish is in preparation, it looks like. I mean, this very quick h4 long castle, these are high responsibility moves, so you're not just going to make them without at least a little bit of thought, or if you're in preparation, which seems to be the case. Nihal also playing quickly. Okay, so I think that we're very likely going to see at some point an h5 pawn sacrifice. Like, this is the idea. This square is super well covered by black, but you still sack that pawn and you try to open the h-file.
Okay, so why don't we go down that line? h5 looks like a viable option even here. There are 3 black pieces staring at h5, but it's not easy to take with any piece. The whole point is that, let's say you take with the bishop on h5, after bishop g7, king g7, if that bishop ever moves, the queen goes to h6. You cannot allow that if you are Nihal Sarin, but where to from here? Because black does have everything covered.
Well, I think there's 2 ideas. One is you have to move the knight from f3. There's 2 ways to do it. I think either you move bishop e2, you move the knight, you try to dislodge that bishop, so as you said, you get queen h6. The other one is to first unpin the knight with rook e1, then you play knight d4, or the knight goes somewhere, and then f3, g4, you in fact just try to win that bishop, not even dislodge it. So this is very dangerous because although black is up a pawn, it's not a very consequential pawn in this position. It's a side pawn, but it actually opened up white's rook on h1 for what could potentially be a devastating attack.
Okay, and Anish Giri, he played step 1 with pawn to h4. He has not quite gone for step 2. He is calculating here, but I like what you said there, that it's an inconsequential pawn. And in fact, when you have fewer pawns, you have more open files. And that rook on h1, that was the entire point of playing h4, to open this file against the black king. But let's not take out of the equation the white king. It's over here on c1, but the last moves with c6 and knight to d7, at some point cd5, rook c8, queen a5, and perhaps the white king can come under fire as well.
Yeah, one of black's typical ideas is after playing rook c8, queen a5, and opening the c-file with c takes d5, is to sacrifice an exchange on c3, potentially ruining white's pawn structure, and also dislodging the knight from c3, in fact, just removing it, so you can play queen takes a2. So very often white will make a preparatory defensive move, which is to play king to b1. And that might happen at any moment, but that shows that even though white is attacking, he might also have time to play something which is a bit defensive, prophylactic, showing that he's not just thinking about the attack, he's also trying to deal with black's threats.
And Anish Giri does play the move h5, so he realizes that now is the time. I believe he was calculating, not because he was out of preparation or sort of out of the theme of the position, but he was out of specific prep. Would you say that's the case?
Yeah, he might be out of specific prep, but he definitely knows something about the position in terms of ideas, so you might not know every move because both sides have a plethora of different options. They can play rook c8 first, queen a5 first, rook e1 first, bishop e2 first. But if you know the ideas, it'll guide you in the right direction. So that's why he sacks the pawn. He knows that at some point he should do this. And now we'll see the interesting moment. For me, the most natural move is bishop to e2. But I'm not sure it's the correct move because I think it's even more dangerous for black if white goes up with the idea of rook e1, move the knight from f3, f3, g4, because that would just win a piece if white got all of that in. So black has to think about how to either create his own counterplay before that happens or to somehow stop it, which isn't so easy. So I think Nihal will start to try his own play on the queen side with queen a5, rook c8, as you mentioned, and trying some sort of attack, even sacrificing the bishop on h5 at some moment.
Yeah, and maybe there is an opportunity to take on f3 at some point. I know it looks scary just to allow this h-file to open up because the bishop is the only thing stopping that queen from joining on h6, but that doesn't lead to checkmate right away. That's the one bit of good news for black. Well, you're up a pawn. That's the first bit. The second bit is that it's not checkmate even if the file opens up. So Nihal, he's playing quite quickly. He's playing risky chess. We just did see the swap flop on G7. And now's the big question, Fabi. This will determine how the trajectory of this game goes. Will we see rook E1, knight D4, F3, G4, trap that bishop on H5, like you were indicating before? Or will he play a quieter move, like bishop E2 or even king to B1?
I think rook E1 is likely. It does feel very natural. And if black takes on F3, that's just too risky. White will probably make the intermediate queen to H6 check. King will probably go back to G8 because H8 feels even a bit more risky than G8, although maybe it's a better square. G takes F3 will happen. And, white has ideas of bishop to H3 and also E5 and knight E4. You just sack everything, but you need to dislodge that knight from F6. Because once that knight goes, H7 goes, and that's checkmate.
Well, look at the game continuation. E5 was Anish's choice. So he's starting it early. He is playing this move E5, which is a very committal choice. And I'm wondering if he has sacrifices on his mind. The knight on F6 is attached to the knight on D7. That may seem unimportant. But if the D-pawn takes on E5, and then white's D-pawn, goes out the way, we have two pieces staring down the D-file at this knight on D7, and maybe in conjunction with a rook takes H5 or pawn G4. There's all sorts of tactics in the air.
This is super interesting. So I think, first of all, black has a big choice here. Knight takes E5 or D takes E5. The problem with knight takes E5 is that white will take back. Probably pawn takes will happen because I don't think you can play bishop takes D1. I don't think you can take that rook because queen H6 will come and then knight E4 will come, and that looks very dangerous. That looks like checkmate, in fact. Because, as we said before, you dislodge that knight, it's game over. And in fact, that just looks dead lost.
Yeah.
So maybe D takes E5 is the better move for black. And I'm wondering if he wants a deflection sacrifice here. D takes E6 first. Of course, you want to open that D file. That was the whole point of E5. And now, after B takes, if rook takes H5, black can't take with the knight because the knight on D7 is hanging. So it's a deflection. Black is forced to play GH. And white sacrificed a ton of material, but black's structure is extremely compromised. Now there's queen to G5, followed by knight takes E5 potentially. Maybe even knight takes E5 first, because if you take back, there's queen G5 check, knight G6 is forced, rook takes D8. We get some sort of weird material balance. It's almost close to even material. Black is up slightly material, but it's such an unusual material balance that it's very hard to evaluate this position. I wonder if this is what Anish is trying to go for.
Yes, and Nihal Sarin is thinking because at this position, black's pawn structure all over the place. So even though, as you said, two rooks, often more valuable than a queen, if pawns are dropping, then the queen is going to pick them off. So this looks like a possible variation. We might, in fact, see this. E5 is a very committal decision by Anish Giri. He's already down one pawn. He's offering up a second. But I think that tactical sequence that you just pointed out is very likely to occur because knight takes E5 looks way, way, way too risky for black.
You know what I think? I think this is preparation. I'm not 100% sure, but E5 is a rather unusual move. Either he calculated this whole line and evaluated the ensuing position with the two rooks against the queen. And evaluating that position is very tough because it doesn't look clear-cut. Like, queen against two rooks is such a difficult material balance. It always is based on like these factors that you can't fully predict. So I'm wondering if maybe he knows something about this line, or maybe he knows the idea, because E5 is an unusual choice to my mind.
Well, if this is preparation, then that just goes to show Nihal Sarin's opening choices already suspicious because not a main line, it's offbeat, not putting your pawns in the center, and then he played it once yesterday. So I feel like this was a risky choice by Nihal, and Anish, I mean, he is a prep wizard. As James Canty was saying earlier, the prep is in the pudding. This feels like a problem for Nihal.
Yeah, maybe Nihal felt a bit surrounded in the openings, like wherever he runs to, Anish knows what to do and will be ready with some preparation for him. I wonder if that was the case.
Well, we'll leave Nihal Sarin to it. He's going to spend a lot of time here. The second matchup, the one between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, is about to begin. And in that matchup, we've seen the two players choose openings that are very similar. Their head-to-head stats also knotted up. So, Fabi, what is going to separate these two?
It might come down to the wire. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see him in Armageddon because they're so evenly matched and they both seem to be trying to avoid risk. I wonder if they just think that the cost of a mistake is too high, that once they lose a game, it'll be very difficult to come back, in part because the openings are so solid, that maybe they think it's very difficult to find some sort of weakness in the opening repertoire of the other guy, so they just don't want to lose a game. And that leads to a degree of safety.
And Wesley So actually has the lead in classical chess between these two. And that's what everyone's been saying, sort of like in the quicker time patrols, that's Hikaru Nakamura. And he's playing D4 early, so a scotch game from Hikaru. Does that surprise you?
I was going to say I love this choice, but then Hikaru played knight D2. I was hoping that he would play E5 and we go to the craziest positions in chess. The scotch is so wild that you play it, you accept that you may not have any control over the game, and you're just throwing caution to the winds. Knight d2 is a bit more of a circumspect choice. e5 is, okay, you're advancing your pawn, but you're trying to gain time, and that pawn may become a weakness. While knight d2, okay, black will play d5, we'll trade pawns in the center. White has a slightly better structure. Black has good development. It's a very level position. But we'll see what Hikaru has in mind. For sure, he has prepared this and has some sort of small idea to try to take Wesley out of book. The idea of this whole opening is Hikaru thinks, okay, it's not so common. Wesley won't be super familiar with it.
Right, and the issue, I guess, with it from Hikaru's perspective is, while that may be true, the choices aren't that difficult. It's not like anything is under attack in Black's position. He's ready to castle, but Hikaru going for b3 and a fianchetto bishop, the evaluation bar says slight edge to Black, but I don't think that's the important thing. As somebody who's prepared at the highest level for so many years, sometimes you make an opening choice that the computer frowns on a little bit, but if your opponent isn't ready for it, that could be the best decision.
I suspect that this position is very, very close to equal. Despite what the computer claims, it's probably more or less completely level. And what Hikaru is saying is, I'm just ready to play a game. And it's an equal position, but we're making moves. Mistakes happen, and you know what? He might have found some inspiration in that third game yesterday, where even though it was a completely level endgame, he found very, very serious winning chances in that game. And Wesley was under pressure. And I think that Hikaru is a wonderful endgame player. That's one of his main strengths, because the endgame calculation plays a huge role. That's where your calculation abilities shine, and Hikaru is a great calculator. So as an endgame player, I think he's very confident, very comfortable, and we see here a trade of a lot of pieces. If we see a trade of queens, we're already talking about an endgame.
For sure, unless with a5, maybe White will play a4 to stop Black from doing it, but a very different type of game in this one compared to the game between Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin. And look at the position on the right side of your screen. If it looks familiar to you, it's because it is. Nihal Sarin has not moved after Giri pushed that pawn to e5, and you see him on screen. He is staring at this board because he knows he may be checkmated in a few moves if he does not find the accurate continuation. So two very different games here. And Fabi, we started calculating some of these lines with pawn takes e5 or knight takes e5, but the fact that he hasn't moved yet, he understands that if he does not find the right choice right in this specific position, he will just get blown off the board.
Yeah, here he recognizes, and we already mentioned this, that this is a super critical choice. Black has only two moves that have any logic to them. D takes e5 or knight takes e5. But both are not only difficult to calculate, but difficult to evaluate in the ensuing position. And I'm wondering a bit about knight takes e5. Maybe we could delve into that line. White will play knight takes e5. We already showed why bishop takes d1 loses the game on the spot. So Black is forced to play d takes e5. Now White plays f3. We already showed that idea that bishop on h5 is trapped. But Black can sack it. C takes d5, g4, maybe d4. I don't know what this position is. I mean, g takes h5 I don't think works because just simply d takes c3, and I don't think there's any attack on the on the king side happening. So White has to move the knight somewhere. That's a tough choice, where to go. With the knight, Black has a tremendous pawn center, 2 pawns at the moment, but in fact it's 3 pawns at the moment. Can't even count, it's so many pawns. But who knows what happens? I mean, Black has a bunch of pawns, White is winning a piece. Both sides are kind of attacking. Very difficult to evaluate.
Well, that's why Nihal Sarin, maybe he couldn't evaluate that one. He goes for d takes e5, and after pawn takes e6, pawn takes rook takes h5, Nihal is back on the clock. So he must have seen it a few moves ago after e5. He knew this was coming, but he hasn't moved yet. Is he really thinking about knight takes h5 on queen takes d7? That would give White 2 minor pieces for the sacrificed rook. That would be terrible for Black.
I don't even think it's a material balance, but the ensuing position, Black's pawns are dropping. So you might have 2 pawns at the moment, for 2 pawns up for Black, but you're going to lose them. And then you're just going to be down a bunch of material because a7 is weak, c6 is weak, e7 is weak, e5 is weak. Everything is a weakness. So I think g takes h5 is simply a forced move. So I suspect he'll play it.
So what is he doing? Because g takes h5 is obvious. Why is he spending time here? He's already has just about half the time that Anish Giri does. So what is going on? What's going through his mind?
Well, it's easy for us. You know, we're in the comfort of our seats, or in the comfort of our homes, and we can, you know, without any panic, we can talk about this position and discuss if 2 rooks are better or queen is better. I mean, he actually has to take these very responsible decisions. He understands that g takes h5, it could be okay. It could also be losing. You have to go through all these calculations. So he's just making sure that he's not losing on the spot after gh5. We mentioned knight takes e5 leads to that position of 2 rooks against queen. I'm wondering about queen g5 immediately as well. G takes h5, queen g5. King h8, only move. Knight takes e5. Now Black can't take on e5, of course, because then you drop the knight after White takes the queen. Black, I think, has to play queen c7. Knight takes d7, knight takes d7. And I think black is okay. It's kind of scary. There's queen takes e7. Like, there's a lot of stuff you still have to calculate. But maybe once you see this queen f4 intermediate check, you start to feel like, okay, I broke the pin, and suddenly I'm happy. I'm up a lot of material. So this is the kind of stuff that is probably going through Nihal's mind right now.
It's a really good, important variation here because even this isn't so clear. Black's pawns are terrible. Black's king not completely safe, but the extra material should be good if this were to happen. So instead, he has not moved yet after rook takes h5. He does, in fact, play g takes. And for Anish, knight takes e5. He's playing instantly. And yeah, this is at this point, this much has been calculated. But I'm starting to agree with you more and more that Anish had this prepared. Like, he was remembering the exact sequences of preparation, but he likely had this position on his computer at some point.
It's possible he knew it. I would say that's likely, although he did spend a bit of time, so maybe he was trying to recall, or maybe he's just super confident today. Maybe he's in the form of his life, and all these calculations and all this decision-making just comes to him very naturally. Sometimes you get in what we call that state of flow, right? In sports, we usually refer to that when a player or an athlete, just everything comes naturally. You don't dwell on your decisions. You don't second guess yourself. Maybe that's what he's feeling right now. And queen c5, attacking a lot of pawns, but rook d6 does defend them. Defends c6, covers e7 if that knight on g6 were ever to move. I like b3. I like this move. It looks like, what are you doing? I mean, you should be doing something more concrete. But king safety is important. King b2, king is super secure in that spot.
Yeah, it is. The pawns are moving because he probably feels like he can pick off those pawns at some point. So he might as well throw his A pawn up the board. That might become a passer and a new queen. And what I like the most about what Anish is doing is the clock. He is putting pressure on Nihal Sarin on the board. As you said, there were a couple of situations there where if Nihal didn't find the accurate response, he might have just lost. And now he's here with an unclear position. The evaluation bar is saying slightly preferable for white. Neither player knows that. But I'm guessing that Anish, in this position with that active queen, he feels like he has the better chances.
Well, you say no player knows that. Maybe Anish knows that. It is possible that he knows he is somewhat better here. But if you had no knowledge about this position beforehand, you would think this is just a mess. I have no idea what's going on. Because black is up material. On the other hand, black can't easily move pieces. Like that rook on a8, you'd love to get that into the game. But then you drop a7. And once you drop a7, that a pawn is just a monster. It just rolls down the board. And if the knights move, like the knight on g6, then suddenly there's queen g5 in the equation. The knight on f6 has nowhere to go because it's restricted by the knight on c3. So black is a bit stuck, while white has very natural improving moves. King to b2, a5, a6. I think king b2 next move, very likely. I mean, bishop c4 is also a very logical option. But king b2, it's like a no-brainer. You make that move because you stop rook e1 check, and you ask black, okay, you played rook e6, what's next? Like, what's your improving move? I'm going to play a5, bishop a6, bishop b7 ideas. And what are you going to do to stop me?
You just named like 12 different ideas for white, and I don't see one for black. So hear me out for a second. Can black at some point say, I might just lose this game if I don't start going after white's pawns on the king's side? I don't think you get there in time, especially because from c6, the queen defends g2. But I'm out of ideas. So there are two options for black. Either you just throw away your pawn to get activity, or you sit and defend passively, and Nihal plays a5, keeping that pawn defended. Which of those two options do you think Nihal, in time trouble, is going to go for?
I like the move a5. Because you just didn't want to make sure that white's pawn would get to a6. Because once it's there, if you ever drop a7, that is a pass pawn that is ready to promote.
Oh, yeah, and here we see with the pawn on a5 over here, like this, I mean, it's stuck. The pawns are stuck here. I think the one problematic piece, Fabi, is this knight on c3. It's not as good as it can be. I see the square f5, so is there an opportunity to reroute this knight and just venture up towards the black king?
I think that's definitely an option. The knight on f5 is super scary for black because it's attacking the black king, also attacking e7, attacking h4. A lot of potential threats there. But I wonder if knight d1 would also potentially allow knight e4 because you're also allowing black's knight access. But then maybe there's queen d4 check, and the knight on e4 doesn't do very much in particular. So knight d1 is definitely an option. The other move which comes to mind to me is bishop c4. But then I think black has a nice little idea.
Okay, let me hear it.
Actually, I think black is just forced to go rook d6. Scratch that.
What was your idea? Maybe, I just want to show how even the
no,
brilliant
with the king on c1, then black would have rook e1 check, king b2, knight e5.
Okay.
Which is like controlling everything. But it's not check now. So that's why he played king to b2. And now queen c6 would just win a pawn.
Makes sense.
So bishop c4 is very tempting. But maybe your idea of knight d1, because also the knight on e3, maybe not f5, but also c4 is an idea.
Oh, to go after the queen.
That A-pawn is such a big weakness, and once you win that pawn, it's a desperate situation for black.
For sure. I just don't see plans for black. And you are correct, of course, that the knight on c3 limits the knight on f6. But even if that knight got to e4, as you point out, you can just slide your queen back, give a check, improve your own pieces, bring this bishop from f1. So Anish, I think he's doing the right thing here. He is spending his time. He is calculating, is there a way to win a pawn? If not, how do I improve my pieces? And meanwhile, in the other game between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura, I mean, those two players have a very different type of position where they are slowly improving their pieces. So equal material in the game between Hikaru and Wesley. But I like Wesley's position. Once again, with the black pieces, I feel like Wesley is not facing much difficulties.
I feel like it's slightly easier for Hikaru to play this because he always has a bit more pressure on black's position. The pawn d5 is a bit of a loose pawn, and white always has the option of bishop takes f6. It would remove a defender of the pawn on d5, and then maybe that pawn would fall off. On the other hand, black might at some point play c4. It probably doesn't work so well now. Play c4 and just liquidate all the pawns. bc4, and if black were able to play dc4, a4 falls and you just liquidated everything. The problem is, of course, if c4 now, bc4, dc4, there's queen takes d7, knight d7, rook e7.
Right,
that wins a piece. So after bc4, maybe black can play rook takes a4. It might equalize. Maybe queen takes a4 because you attack that rook on d1. So this is definitely an option.
Yeah, it's just one of these decisions you don't want to play too quickly, and Wesley does not. And I think he's one of the best players in the world at this. A lot of us, we say, okay, let me just trade everything off, but you miscalculate one little thing, and then suddenly Hikaru gets the advantage, and that's how he wins positions like this. Instead, Wesley just brings his queen to b7. Now c4 is not just available, it's strong, because the bishop on b2 is loose. So he's creating threats of his own. He's protecting everything in his position, and when I said Wesley has nothing to fear with the black pieces, I mean, I feel like he's just equal here. The opening wasn't scary for him. He handled it perfectly.
It looks like the only thing that could have gone wrong was he's a bit lower on time, but the position is still very stable. That maybe that time factor isn't even such a big one here. Like, you have to stop c4 now, and there's a few ways you can try to do it. One is queen to f3.
Okay.
That stops c4 in its tracks because of knight takes c4.
Right.
Not pawn takes, because then you might drop the bishop on b2. But knight takes c4, and black can't do this because of the little discovered attack on the queen there. But queen to f3, it also doesn't contain a threat. So this move, it's a prophylactic move, but does it actually do anything? It's not clear. The other option is white can just grab f6 right now. Bishop takes f6, bishop f6, and knight to f3. But then, I don't know, is c4 just equalizing on the spot?
Yeah, just trade everything off.
But I actually don't think it does in this case, because bc4, dc4, queen c4.
Oh.
Oh, actually, there was a checkmate. Even better than queen c4, queen to d8.
You nasty, nasty man. The
rook d8. Take, and rook to e8 finally, and that's checkmate.
I don't think I can sit next to you anymore. Oof.
That would be a nasty way to lose the game, but Wesley will, of course, not fall for that.
Hey, you say, of course, but crazier things have happened here in the CGC. But no, that's an important thing to point out, that black's king, and white's as well, does not have left, does not have an escape square. So if you can get rid of the rook on the first or last rank, then there could be a checkmate. So that's a very direct sequence that easy to blunder if you're not really calculating. And as a player, they dive into all the details. So bishop f6 is definitely possible. I think black at some point will play rook b6 just to put more pressure here. c4 at some point will be Wesley's plan, but he should not rush it. I think that's what we've proven, that Wesley has this idea, but he can't execute it right away.
Well, he's a very good concrete player. He calculates very well. So if something like bishop takes f6 and knight f3 happens, he'll probably just calculate something very concrete. Rook to b6, maybe rook to e6. Something which, if you take d5, I take b3, and we simplify into a drawn position. That's very likely to happen. That's what Hikaru is trying to avoid, because, of course, the white pieces are a small advantage, and you want to try to make the most of it. So he doesn't want to simply let this go into a draw without any fight. It's not a tragedy, of course, if that happens for Hikaru, but it's still something you'd rather avoid. You'd rather put some pressure, especially with the time advantage, but that keeps dwindling as well.
Yeah, no, it feels like Hikaru wants to play on, but he's not seeing anything that leads to even an interesting choice. Right? That's what you want to do, is give your opponent difficult options, and they, hopefully, if you're playing for win, pick the wrong one. But Wesley, time and time again, he proves to be just too solid. His opening repertoire is similar to Hikaru's. It's probably uncomfortable for both players, and I'm not seeing anything here to speak of. So I think we can leave these two players as Hikaru sits in a deep think. We will pull up the game between Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin once more because that one has a totally different dynamic as Anish has a queen, Nihal has those rooks, and very importantly is the coordination of white's pieces is there, Fabi. And for Nihal with black, that rook on a8, it's stuck being passive defending a5.
Well, what Nihal is doing now is basically, I don't see an idea, so I'm just going to make moves that don't spoil my position. h6, it doesn't really do much. Maybe the idea is to play knight f4 and not allow queen g5. That's the only thing I can think of. But more so just, I don't know what to do. And I love your... Oh, okay, so he stops knight f4, but I was going to say I loved your idea of knight d1, e3, and potentially knight to f5. That looks so scary. But I also understand knight to e2. It's so natural because not only do you stop knight f4, but you prepare knight to d4.
This looks so good for Anish. I don't see moves. That's the biggest problem is even when I see a single move for black, there are no ideas. Your whole idea is stopping white's plans, but there are too many because bishop c4 can hit you at any moment. Here, knight d4 already hits the rook, hits the pawn, hits knight f5 check as an available choice. So I'm just not seeing anything here for Nihal, and I feel like with 1 minute and 13 seconds counting down, it feels almost hopeless.
It's a desperate situation, but it's not hopeless, and we know that Nihal is a player who's great in bad positions and under time pressure, which is exactly what he has now. And I like to move 95. One point is bishop f5 looks like it's winning material because if you move that rook, you lose the knight, but knight e to d7 drops back, attacks the queen, and also attacks the knight on e2. So white can still play queen c4, but then you're starting to go back. So this wouldn't be in Anish's favor.
But that's what's happening.
Oh, that's what Anish is going for.
Yes, his queen is going on a journey from c5, c4 to d3, but good calculation by you and great calculation by Nihal because he found that instantly.
I feel like Anish might have let part of the advantage slip. It looked a lot more dangerous for black. It looked like black might even just lose tactically at some point. But now, I feel like black is out of tactical danger. Still, pawns are weak. Your pieces are a bit disconnected. The rook on a8, again, we mentioned that before. It's just out of play. It has to be because it had to defend that pawn on a5 for so long. But you're playing without one of your most important pieces. Still, it's better for black than it was a few moves before, and we see Nihal, he's low on time, bad position. It doesn't matter so much because he still finds those defensive resources.
I think a big idea for black is c5, c4. You need to create some threats against the white position. You mentioned earlier the king on b2 is shielded nicely. He brings his knight to d5, maybe over to b4, but I'm already looking at knight d4, hitting c6, again, trying to go to f5 with check, hitting all the pawns in black's position. So, I mean, Nihal's fighting. He's really doing a good job. But after knight takes c6, Fabi, is he going knight to b4, trying to trade off those knights?
This is a remarkable idea, because I thought his idea was knight d4, knight to b4, both attacking the queen and defending c6. Simply giving that pawn up, and I don't really see like why you're giving it up, except you just didn't think you could save that pawn, so you're just making moves at this point, just trying to survive. But, I mean, something went wrong. Like, I don't know about this whole knight d5, e6, just sacking the pawn for nothing idea.
No, it looks like Anish should be very happy. Queen d4, great centralization, pinning the knight on f6, but also threatening his pawn on h4. It looks like finally, at long last, Anish Giri is picking off the pawns. Now Nihal down to 40 seconds, Fabi. He's not even seeing moves. That's the biggest problem. He can play rook a6, a one-move threat. Attacks the knight. The knight just jumps away to the square like e5, or you play queen c4 while attacking and defending. One moves at a time for Nihal. That's not a plan, and now he's down on 25 seconds.
The problem for black is white has no weaknesses.
None.
Black might be fine on material, but what do you attack? I mean, g2 is kind of this tiniest bit of weakness because it has to be defended by a piece, which is very passive. And that's probably the only thing that's keeping black alive now, that the bishop on h3 is sort of stuck there. But besides that, there are no weaknesses, no targets, while black a5 is a target, h4 is a target. The king is weak. It doesn't have pawns around it as much as the white king does, which has like that perfect phalanx of pawns that you love to see when you're playing a game, because you're secure, you have that king safety. And things are just going wrong. He's going to lose that a5 pawn very, very soon.
Is he also just going to lose a piece here? Because c4 hits the knight on d5. The rook on b6 is loose. And if rook b4, there's knight d3. And now your rook's under attack and kicked out from the place where it pins. I think that this is game over right here. And Nihal Sarin is about to lose more material.
Yeah, this is over. There's no way to save that piece. And no matter how good of a defender you are, you can't save this. Knight to d3 is... I don't know, is knight to c6 also an option? There looks like a few ways to dislodge that rook and win either an exchange or a knight or some sort of material.
But what I love about Anish Giri is he's spending time right here. Nihal has 5.9 seconds, but he knows the position is winning for white if he plays it accurately. So why win on the clock when you can win on the board? And maybe there's something even more precise, but knight d3 should do the trick. This knight can go to c6, as you point out. It can go to f3. It attacks rooks from both sides of the board. h4 is loose. He knows his position is good, and he does play knight c6. Nihal down to 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. We'll even get a move off at this point. He does. He plays e5 Fabi, but I believe the queen just runs away, and then 2 pieces are under attack. That should be that.
Yeah, now black is losing a rook and dropping all his pawns. This is pretty much game over unless some sort of tragic mistake happens, but I don't even think he'll want to take that rook on b4. He might just want to go for the checkmate. I see knight to d8 here, and there's no way to defend f7. And you don't even care about the rook, you don't care about the king side, the queen side, just that pawn on f7 because it leads either to checkmate, the knight on f6 falling, some sort of massive attack, and again, black has no counterplay for it. White's king has never been in danger this entire game.
I love you calling out my tunnel vision there. I see material, I take material, but knight d8 just ends the game on the spot. You cannot protect f7. Then your king is in. Oh, he plays it. What a move and what a spot by you. Queen takes f7 check. Should be lights out. Knight takes f7 actually is great as well. Hitting the rook, setting up discovered check against this king, and Nihal with 3.1 seconds left.
This is just, as long as you don't blunder a queen, you have this game in the bag. You're spoiled for choice. White, every move that white plays, which doesn't blunder things, wins. Now he's taking all the material. This is it. I mean, he's taking g5, followed by a5, and black has nothing to show for the material loss.
And apparently there was a checkmate at 10. I don't really fault Anish for not finding it, but queen takes a5. How many extra pawns does a player need? He has 3 of them, and knight e4. Queen takes b4 is not a free rook. There's knight d3 check. Maybe that's good enough, but he doesn't want to give material.
I think you can go for that, but why? I mean, you can play queen to d8, check, probably followed by a checkmate. King to a3, just get the king out of potential checks as well. Yeah, this doesn't look like there is much hope, especially since Anish still has an abundance of time on his clock.
Well, Anish is just playing with precision. Every single move, queen d7 check, might just pick up this knight in e4, because if the king goes to f8 or f6, queen f5 is check. And where else is your king going? To g8? I don't think so. Instead, he sprints the pawn towards the other side. 1 second left for Nihal Sarin. Will he even get the next couple moves off? He does. We know he's a bullet beast.
At least he's not running out of time, but that's the only thing that you can say in his favor in this game. He is actually starting to create some threats with knight e2, but they don't lead to a checkmate. 2 knights alone won't checkmate the lone king, so he can play a7 here. Knight to e2 check is met by king to d2. The king can escape via those dark squares. It can just like slide across. The knights are controlling some squares, but not quite enough. And yeah, this is game over. This was a perfect game by Anish. This was a beautiful victory.
And it goes to show that maybe you shouldn't deviate as early as move 1, because when you play an opening like one knight c6, you get yourself in trouble from the very start. And for now, Anish Giri takes the lead once more. You see game 1, you see game 5. He is an early riser. He wins the first game of the day, and Nihal Sarin has proven he can come back. What does he need to do differently?
I think this game is even more important than the first game of the first day for them, because now we're getting closer to the finish line. The weight of these victories matters even more. And yeah, Nihal will have to strike back immediately. I don't think that he can afford a draw with white in any of these games. And he's just hoping to get to an Armageddon now.
And Nihal did play a perfect game 2 yesterday, but the game that's going on right now is Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. And if we're being frank, not much of an interesting game right now. We have 3 pawns per side, 2 rooks each, a minor piece, and both sides are going to have a piece on the first rank. So I would actually say, and I don't know if you agree with me on this, that white should be a little bit better here just because of the coordination. But as Wesley is ready to bring his king up to g7 and rook to f7, his pieces are nice and tight, and there really is no way to make inroads.
Well, knights are tricky pieces, so you never know. But between players of this caliber, yeah, this is a draw. As long as he doesn't blunder a knight fork, like rook to f7 will happen, and then knight to f4, but you don't blunder knight e6. You play, like, say, rook to a6, something like that. You're not going to lose this game, and this is going to be a draw, and it's the same sort of game that we've seen the past few days. The past few games, not the past few days, sorry, where it's relatively evenly matched, and neither side was able to get very much. In this match, we've seen very few chances by either player. Hikaru got some small chance game 3. Game 4, Wesley got some chances, but it was never very close to a victory by any of these players so far.
Yeah, and you have experience playing at the highest level in a World Championship match where 12 games were drawn. Some of them were just solid and maybe not the most interesting. Others were back and forth affairs. So what does Wesley, with the white piece in the next game, what does he need to do? Because right now, he just needs to hold. What does he need to do in Game 6 to make Hikaru uncomfortable?
Well, it depends what his match strategy is. If he's happy to go to an Armageddon or keep it very close and make it a nerves game, keep it until tight until the last seconds, then he can keep doing what he's doing, which is playing solid, quiet positions. If he thinks that I want to get a lead in this match right away, then he's going to have to take some serious chances, and I suspect he's going to have to make a different first move than 1e4. Because they keep going for 1e4, but why aren't they testing them in other openings? I mean, if I were Wesley, I would think maybe the Catalan would be a good choice.
Well, e4 best by test, so it is said, and unfortunately in this match, neither player could get separation. You're right, though. Maybe they need to choose different openings, and you kind of asked a rhetorical question, but I'll dive into it. Wesley So, does he feel comfortable going to Armageddon? Does he think he can just make all these draws, play Armageddon? Do you think he believes that's his best chance, or will he need to take a risk with 2 whites in the remaining 3 games?
I think he's ready for Armageddon, but I don't know if that's what he wants. The thing about Armageddon is it's very, between players of this strength, it's just a 50-50 game. By the way, he actually sacrificed a pawn here. I just noticed.
Oh, I see.
A small diversion from the Armageddon question, but...
No, but this is important because rook takes d6 is check, and it removes the guard of the rook on c7, so that leads to an extra pawn. But Fabi, that's a theoretical draw.
3 against 2, yeah, that's a draw, but Hikaru will go for it and try to press a little bit. You have that, I guess, that small moral edge. Like, I was the one pressing in this game. I'm a pawn up in the endgame.
Does that matter at all?
Not too much, but it's a nice feeling. I can't lose this, and I can press you a little bit.
I'm just wondering, I meant that question sincerely because sometimes you need to win those little battles, even if the game ends in a draw, just to make yourself feel more confident because Hikaru is burning one of his white pieces games. So he's going to have black in game 6, he's going to have white in game 7, black in game 8. So that should be a slight advantage for Wesley when you think that there's a first move advantage. But these 2 players just cannot separate from one another. In fact, I feel like the player with the black pieces has often had the slightly better chances in this match.
Yeah, that shows the strength in their black repertoires and their inability to find good ideas against the Berlin, which is not a fault of theirs. It simply shows how good the Berlin is. I mean, nobody has ideas against the Berlin, but they keep trying. In this game, it was a sort of offbeat Scotch that he tried. But to elaborate on your Armageddon question, I think this is a good game for Wesley. He's very happy about this. The first game of the new day, it's a bit nervy, and you're thinking, well, my opponent has had a full night to prepare, and maybe he's coming up with something very dangerous, like we saw Anish with the God-tier preparation today. But Wesley's happy. He made a solid draw. And so maybe he's going to try to avoid that Armageddon, try to get some chances in his in the next game and his remaining white game after that.
I'm just happy that you've been influenced by social media culture, hitting me with a God tier reference. Who am I sitting next to, Fabi? But in this position, the key for black is keeping this king off the 4th rank, because if that king can go up the board and go after this lone pawn, then there would be some chances for white. So the reason why Fabi and I are saying this one for sure is going to be a draw is because Wesley too strong and has too much time. If he had maybe 8 seconds remaining, he probably still would hold it, but that would be a bit dicey.
Well, just show how black can lose this. For example, king to e3, and you don't play rook to a4, but you play rook to a5.
Yep.
At any moment. After king to f4, this is starting to get very dangerous, because if you allow king to g5, that's already it.
Right.
That's game over, because you're getting rook f6, rook f5, winning a pawn, and 2 pawns will, in a rook endgame, will win.
For sure, and that's why Wesley, he chased the rook around, put his rook on the 4th rank, but Hikaru making a bit of progress here. If that king goes up to f4, that's going to be scary, but look at Wesley. He puts his rook on a6. That way king f4 is met by king f6, and the white king can't get in, and the white rook, as soon as it leaves the 4th rank, the black rook would check the king off of f4. That's really important stuff, and Wesley's showing great defensive instincts.
Yeah, with these guys, you're not going to trick them in these types of endgames. They've seen this before. There are some rook and 2 against rook and 1 endgames which are a bit tricky. For example, if black's f-pawn were moved to the e-file, for example, to e6, that's a tricky one, because then white has a passed pawn, and I've seen people, strong grandmasters, lose that in classical games. For example, the game, sorry to call out Mickey Adams on this one, but Mickey Adams against Jan Nepomniachtchi, 2017 London Chess Classic. Jan Nepomniachtchi won that with the pawn up. 2 against 1, you rarely see grandmasters win those endgames, but sometimes they're very tricky.
How dare you call him Mickey Adams, the nicest person in the chess world.
And a great chess player.
Yeah, of course. And here we are talking about one of his defeats rather than one of his many, many wins. But right now, it's just nothing happening. Hikaru would love to get his king up to g5, but as soon as the king goes to h3, rook h8 check. The pawn on f5 keeps the king out of g4, and we'll push it back. So the king goes to f7. I think some people would want to bring the king forward for black, but if you move the king forward, you're actually walking away from your pawn.
Now the question is Hikaru trying to get back to 15 minutes? And will he stalemate Wesley in this game? He might try, because I know Hikaru likes to stalemate his opponents. It's like a small moral victory. But it's not easy to stalemate here. I mean, you'll have to trade rooks, trade pawns, and go to a king and pawn ending. Or we might just see a draw. Maybe they want to preserve their energy for the remaining games.
All right, be honest. If we were playing this game and I had the black pieces, and would you offer me a draw or you'd make me suffer?
I want to say I'd make you suffer, but I'd probably just offer a draw.
Oh my gosh.
I'm making myself suffer too. I don't want to play this position. It's boring.
Well, look at Hikaru's face here. He's, he doesn't seem thrilled. He wants to get a victory. I mean, he is fueled by positions with calculation, with tactics. He's not getting them. Wesley So has just been way too solid. And now we're in this endgame where there's an extra pawn, but unfortunately, and this is why it's not going to be a win for Hikaru, because you're often taught when ahead material, trade down. The black king will stay in front of the pawn, and king and pawn versus king, if the king is blockading the pawn, that is a known draw. And the only way you can create a pass pawn is by trading on g4, and look at Hikaru giving
going
up
to see that.
We might see exactly this. If you take on f5, rook a5 check. So I think we are going to see exactly this, and take on f5, and they will show you how king and pawn versus king in this position is a draw.
So we will see a stalemate. Hikaru is going all the way. And yeah, if black doesn't know that you play king f8, you lose the game after king d5. But of course, all strong players know this, and we see a stalemate and a draw.
And Hikaru took off his headset before the game concluded because both players knew it was a draw. But Wesley So, a little smile on his face. He is still tied with Hikaru Nakamura. And look at this, Fabi. Half point, half point, half point, half point, half point. They are drawing every single game.
We could have sort of predicted this. These guys are so evenly matched. They're so strong and so hard to beat. And even though they're trying and sometimes gain some small chances, overall, very difficult to find a weak spot in their repertoire. They're feeling each other out. But yeah, it's tough. And if I were in their position, I'd also feel like, how do I break down this opening repertoire? The Berlin is just so good. I think at some point we'll have to see them play something besides e4.
They will, because the other match we've seen that from the players, offbeat openings in the one between Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin. So we see the scores for both matches now. Anish Giri gets that big win in the 5th game. And Fabi, I mean, as we look here, Nihal Sarin, he's the one now who's on the clock. He needs to find something.
I just feel like, is it today or is it yesterday? Because we're seeing an exact repeat of yesterday's first round. And just a perfect game by Anish and a solid draw between Hikaru and between Wesley. And Nihal will have to strike back. Maybe he'll do a repeat of the second game yesterday, but the onus is on him now.
The onus certainly is on him, and his preparation, while it's quite good, he has his repertoire that's set. He needs to find something like what Anish Giri did in this game, because what a marvelous display of preparation, and then even stronger technique perhaps. But in this moment, Fabi, when the move h4 was played, you were saying this has to be preparation.
It felt like it. He was taking some time, so I was questioning it, but e5 played so quickly. That was either incredibly impressive calculation and evaluation skills, or it was preparation. I suspect he knew something about the position.
I mean, trading off bishops and e5 here. This is another pawn sacrifice. The whole point is that the first pawn that was sacrificed opened up the h file for an eventual queen h6. And with e5, we were talking about this during the game. Knight takes e5. You may think you're piling up pressure on a pinned piece, but no, it's not an absolute pin. The knight can still go. If you take, you lose the game very quickly, with the knight coming into e4, distracting the knight from f6. So instead, the pawn capture on e5. And Fabi, we got this forcing sequence. Rook takes h5. Knight takes e5, looks like a free knight, but not all pieces are free. And once we got here, it felt like Anish just built up the pressure and never relented.
Yeah, not only everything was impressive about this game. The opening stage from Anish, the way that he kept the pressure on the clock, making moves that were useful, but also didn't take a huge amount of calculation, like b3, king b2, a4, just building on the pressure, very impressive practical skills. And once he got a winning position, converted flawlessly.
He did. He brought his bishop around to the h3 square eventually. It looked weird, but it protected the only possible weak point. Knight d4, threatened knight f5, and knight takes c6. And with that double attack, e6 stops one of them, but down goes the pawn. And Fabi, from here, it was pretty simple. But I loved this moment, too, because after queen a7, knight f4, I would have grabbed this rook and tried to win the game here, but he still was calculating and digging into the position.
Well, certainly knight takes b4 would have been a good move, and most likely winning in the long run as well. But when you see a good move, look for a better one. And knight to d8 is just clinically finishing the game off. There's no hope after that. And that's the most depressing thing, when your opponent makes a move that leaves you with no hope.
Yeah, well, in this one, all pawns for white, no hope for black, a win for Anish Giri. But that settles round 5 here at the Chess.com Global Championship. And with that, we are going to send it back to Danny and the fellas.
Indeed. Thank you, Robert. Quite the clinical performance opening prep and then the put away by Anish Giri. But we're here to say hello again and break things down from the chairs. We have, of course, International Master Levy Rosman, Gotham Chess, Danny Wrench right here, FIDE Master James Canty, and Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky on the end. So let's dive in, fellas. We also need to check in with the scores, remind everybody of where we sit. It is now a 3-2 lead for Anish Giri. We predicted it. We said with a night and some prep, would Anish show his experience? Indeed, he did. But Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, nobody is blinking. No one wants to budge an inch, guys. They are deadlocked at 2.5 games apiece. What can we say about this matchup right now, guys? Levy, let's start with you, right? Are these guys just going to agree to play the Berlin till we get to Armageddon, or is somebody going to switch things up?
Yeah, the most fascinating thing to me here is the lack of urgency, it seems. And to quote the great Max Kellerman and what he said, you need one game, all right? The aliens got the death beam pointed at the chess world. You need one guy to take one game to win it. I got Nakamura in the Armageddon. Yeah, give me Iguodala. Give me Nakamura. I guess that there's really no urgency because he thinks whatever happens is going to go down to Armageddon, and I'm the favorite.
Well, apparently he wants to prove Canty right. Canty said he would be the favorite in Armageddon, regardless of how Wesley feels. You sticking with it?
I'm sticking with it. I mean, of course, every game has been a draw here. Every game, I'm like, what is it? All right, we can go to sleep for like 15 minutes, right? Because it's been like that, but it's been a grind every single game here. As the time gets faster, though, when the Armageddon comes up, I'm going to take Hikaru there. Also, I think he should take just a little bit of risk. Just a little bit, right? Because it's been no risk taken at all in these games, really.
Yeah. I honestly can't wait to see whether we'll see either player take a risk. Will we see a Sicilian? Because let's be clear, the opening repertoire of both of these players is vast. I mean, it's not that they're not capable of playing a different opening. It's just that both of them are by far more comfortable playing E4, E5 than any other opening, and both of them feel that the other player is incredibly good at punishing dubious lines and punishing a risk. So I don't think we'll see the Nihal opening played by Hikaru or Wesley. And I just think both of them are like, okay, I'm fine with the Armageddon. Let's let the Armageddon decide things.
But you kept talking about a different opening, and I want to bring the audience into a conversation that we keep having out there in the room where we're all gathered as fans and watching on the monitor. We're all talking about, will Hikaru go to his vintage Knight F3, B3, these systems he knows so well. You know he can beat the best players in the world in it. So, Danya, let's go back around this way. Why isn't Hikaru mixing it up a little bit?
Well, that kind of beats me. I mean, I predicted that opening, I think, before Game 2 or Game 4, I forget, and I was pretty confident that Hikaru would play Knight F3. I think the only rational explanation is that he just fears deep preparation by Wesley, because the Knight F3, B3 stuff, it's really, really good if Black isn't prepared, but Black has several paths to complete equality, and, I just think Hikaru fears that he might even get a slightly worse position out of that opening, but I am surprised. I really was confident that we'll see Knight F3 by Hikaru is a good way to mitigate the risk but get a playable position.
Yeah, he's got an opportunity, right, to play Knight F3, E3, B3, whatever it's going to be. Honestly, I just think he has some respect for Wesley's opening repertoire. That's really what it is. And he's like, if I got to go down and play a white game in an Armageddon, maybe that's when I bust it out, because he's going to have no increment and he's going to have to completely fend on his own. He doesn't have that +2. But yeah, it's really a mystery. Anytime these guys play, it just blows your mind. Like, isn't one of them bored?
Is it respect for Wesley? I think that's a great point. Or is Naka saving Knight F3, B3 if they get to Armageddon? That's an interesting twist that this whole conversation made me think of. But all right. Speaking of whether it is just respect for Wesley, Canty, you spent some time with the man. You caught up with him earlier this week.
I did. That's right. Wesley and I got to hang out a little bit, and he may have told me a secret or two. We have Big Wesley, a.k.a. Big Flexley here. Look at him. All right, man, I got some questions for you. So, I've always wanted to ask you, we fresh off of the Fisher Random, how do we castle? Can we castle in check or not? What's going on there?
Yeah, that's... I guess depends on what room, but if you look at the FIDE handbook, they say your king can move if it's attacked.
Okay, right. Okay, I just wanted to be sure. I've actually done that myself and over the board chess there, so a little joke there from the Fisher Random. Favorite openings and why?
I guess this E4, E5, Queen H5 stuff.
Ooh, okay, all right.
Don't give the secrets away yet, Wesley. Don't give them away. Come on. Pre-game rituals?
Listen to music.
Okay,
generally.
what genre?
Usually like oldies.
Okay, oldies. Nice.
Yeah,
How
like-
old? 50s, 60s?
Yeah, like 70s.
Wow,
80s.
70s. Nice. That's
I like
interesting.
the Carpenters. for
Okay,
example.
Carpenters. I'm not familiar. Of course, you
Relaxing.
probably
Bee Gees.
are. Bee Gees, okay.
The Bee Gees is great.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
I also like Eminem, I think.
Okay, you like Eminem? Yeah,
Probably
you're from
like
Detroit.
it.
Yeah, of course.
You're
Right.
from Detroit.
Yeah, I'm from Detroit, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely love some Eminem. We appreciate you and actually.
Thank you. It's
and
fun.
of course, congratulations on all your success and good luck in the tournament.
That was incredible. We went from Carpenters to Bee Gees to Eminem in the middle.
Yeah.
We lost ourselves there.
Till
with
I
Wesley
collapse.
So.
You know, and he's just also just vibing to some Bee Gees.
Dude is one of the kindest, coolest customers in the chess world. And your thoughts on his taste in music, Levy?
Eclectic, to
Yeah.
borrow a
Good
word
word.
from my esteemed colleague. I don't know if it passes your bar, though.
Oh,
but
it most certainly does.
Eclectic musical taste, Danny.
No, I'm just floored at Levy's choice of word there. But I mean, Wesley's just such a nice guy. I had the honor of sitting next to him at our pre-tournament group dinner, and he's so genuine. You know, he's not just smiling because he has to. He just loves life. He laughs a lot. He's got a great sense of humor, and I love talking chess with him. So big Wesley fan for sure.
Canty, should I be calling you out that you didn't know the Carpenters there?
You know what? Hey, man. I am born in 2000. No.
I'm old, so I knew the Carpenters. But okay, when he said E4, E5, Queen H5, were you surprised by that? That was pretty funny.
I was actually surprised, and I was like, aha, that's why, you know what, I need to do that, right?
Yeah.
So my next Norm tournament, I'm going to play E4, E5, Queen H5, and then look at him real hard.
U.S. Masters in Charlotte. I hope to see you play it.
I'm
going
gonna
to hold you to it.
All right, okay, hold up.
OGs of the American Swiss circuit will remember that Hikaru used to play E4, E5, Queen H5 against
real.
grandmasters
In
to
fact,
win the
he
World
did that.
Open. Okay,
He
back
actually
in the
did.
day. But all right, before we take a break, a quick reminder again from our sponsor. Brave means private browsing. You know it. It means so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and videos you visit, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loads, faster streaming, and faster playback. It also means 35% longer battery life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth. It's for Android, iOS, and desktop. Get the best browser for gamers, streamers, and creators. Switch in 60 seconds. All you got to do, go to brave.com/chess. All right, well, much more to come from day 2 of the CGC semifinals. Game 5 is in the books. Game 6, right around the corner. Twitch subscribers, we have plenty of exclusive content. Don't go anywhere. Throw us that Prime right now, and we will see you during the break. Don't miss it. Do you get recognized on the street?
If I come to Manhattan and walk around for an hour, I'll probably get recognized.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Okay, well, we're gonna find that out right now. Hi, sir. For $1, do you know who this is?
I don't know. I'm gonna guess a musician.
Okay. Pretty good guess. He is an artist.
Okay.
He's an artist who plays a game. What game would he play?
I'm not
The
sure.
Game of Kings.
Nope, don't know it.
Okay. Hi, sir. Do you know who this is for $1?
Negative.
Negative. Okay, cool. Good talk, though. You know who I am for $1? Oh my God! Do you know who this is?
Yeah, of course, love it.
Okay, dude. What? Take $2.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah. Hey, do you know who this is for $1?
Yes.
Who is
I
it?
do. That's Levy.
That's Levy Rosman. That's right. There you go. For $10, you know who I am.
No.
Okay.
You're the Chess.com.
I am the Chess.com guy, but do you know who this is?
No.
Okay, here's $1 for knowing who I was. For $1, do you know who this is?
Dude, Jake? Dude, it's Jake.
No, it's close though. Keep guessing.
Tommy.
Actor.
Actor. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. What type of acting?
Comedy.
Comedy.
Okay.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah. Not really, but.
I was like, magician?
Oh, yeah, that's the third magician we've got. So thank you. This is great. It's the shirt. It's the shirt, right?
It's got to be the shirt.
Okay. Hi. For $1, do you know who this is? No. Look closely.
It's a chess player.
That's right. Who is he? Levy, you want $1? Okay, thanks, man. Good talk.
He got it, and
I could tell you knew. You were acting disinterested, but I saw you. I see the chess in you.
We are here at the Chess.com Global Championship in Belgrade with Grandmaster Nihal Sarin, who is tied 2-2 after day one. The Levi Rosman on the live commentary was saying that Anish plays poorly against Magnus when Magnus plays the Perts. Does that factor in? Did you study Anish's weakness against the Perts?
Not exactly. First game I went into his prep and got crushed, so I just tried to get some interesting position which is not in his prep. It was risky choice, but it worked out brilliantly.
Are you happy with the 2-2 result after day one?
At the start I would have been, but after having a good chance to win 3 games today, not so happy, but it could have been worse, of course.
And final question, in your first match you actually had a laptop here and you were sometimes looking at some chess, but today no laptop, no device. Was there a reason that you just wanted to be left to your own thoughts for today's games?
Anyway, during the games you're using a lot of brain, so I thought we should get some rest, at least between.
Alex, you told me if I came to Belgrade, I'd get a game in like 5 seconds. I've been sitting here forever. Oh, what's that? Oh, Peshka. Peshka, I didn't see you down there. You got to speak up when you want a game. Okay, let's get Peshka some phone books here, Alex, and then we'll get a game in the park.
Welcome back to Toronto and day 2 of the CGC semifinals. Anish Giri getting ready at his setup to face Nihal Sarin in Game 6. Back in the spring, we had thousands of you participate in our CGC Bracket Challenge. Here's how you pick these semifinal matchups if you had them in your bracket. Many of you had Hikaru moving on, but less than 1% of you even picked the Giri-Sarin match. And welcome back to all of you here in the semifinals. I am Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is Grandmaster U.S. Chess Champion Fabiano Caruana. Fabi, we know the scores through Game 5. It's 2.5, 2.5 in Hikaru versus Wesley. Anish Giri out to a 3-2 lead, so we keep talking about it. Nihal needs to get this Game 6. He needs to find an opening that suits his style.
He needs a repeat of yesterday. And I think I saw Anish, he looked a little bit nervous. I think he realizes how important it is. If he gets a draw here, he is a huge favorite in this match. If Nihal makes a comeback, I would still put it at slight favor to Nihal. But still, this first game is, of course, an amazing game for Anish. I mean, in the match, especially coming close to the end, this is exactly what he needed.
And you called it nearly a perfect game from Anish Giri versus Nihal Sarin. That will be our first match going forward in round 6. Wesley So and Hikaru staggered by 10 minutes. And you see Anish seated there getting some water. Nihal seated in Belgrade, Serbia. So Anish has yet to face an opponent face-to-face here. And I think he's happy about that because he can just play the board.
Yeah, he's happy with the chess right now. But still, I think he realizes the importance of this. He's going to have to hold solidly. He can't have a repeat of yesterday, where in the second game he was just soundly outplayed.
And Nihal Sarin, as we look at our rapid insights, has played about double the games as Anish Giri in rapid chess, but they're both equally accurate. And Nihal, the nod for wild games, but also he plays a larger percentage of end games, Fabi.
Maybe that's a good thing, the amount of wild games, because this is exactly what he needs now. He needs some wild games. He needs to get chances, and even if it leads to a loss, he needs to go out swinging, because you can't just go to some equalish positions and let Anish draw it out. He needs to take his chances.
So what you're saying is here and now, Nihal Sarin has to play for a win.
This game is super important. This is almost a must-win, I would say.
Okay, and you heard it from Fabiano Caruana's mouth to the chessboard. D4 played from Nihal Sarin, and let's see what we're going to get here, because on move 2, Anish hasn't moved yet. Look at that. He is thinking on move 2, Fabi. What does that indicate?
Well, Nihal can do anything, and he shows it in this game. He played a line which has recently become somewhat popular, but it's still a very rare line. And I noticed this line played, I'd seen it for the first time, played in a game Neiman against Ray Robson from the US Championship, which was concluded recently. And this line, it's a surprise, but of course black is okay. And in that game, Ray Robson actually ended up winning with the black pieces. So bishop f4 shows, I just want to fight. Oh. It's sort of an extension of his strategy yesterday. He's willing to get an equal position, all the pieces on the board. In that game, we saw knight takes d5, bishop g3, c5 played. I believe the game continued with e4, knight f6, and e5, and there was some kind of crazy position happened. Eventually, Ray Robson got the better of Hans Niemann, but maybe this is what Nihal is hoping for, and he probably has some prep in mind. I think we'll see knight takes d5. If e takes d5, then Nihal is very happy to get a sort of Carlsbad structure.
Well, we did see knight takes d5, and that's the temptation, was the bishop on f4. The knight was attacking that bishop there. The bishop retreats to g3. So we have this hybrid of like a Tarrasch and like a London system. And, well, excuse me, everybody. We are having some technical difficulties here. And so as we bring the game back on screen, it was like a hybrid opening from Nihal Sarin. Like this bishop f4, you said it's rare. He's trying to catch Anish Giri out of preparation. And when we see something similar to what you were just describing between Hans Niemann.
Actually, this is exactly what happened in the game. I'd confused it. He didn't play e5 immediately, because then black could have put the knight on e4, attacking the bishop on g3. He played knight d2, sacrificing a pawn. And it looks like black just won a central pawn. But the pawn on e5 is extremely good in creating some sort of like break in the center. So black's queenside pieces can't get to the kingside, which means that white is setting up for a kingside attack. Bishop to d3 castle, it's a slow attack, but it could potentially get very dangerous if black's king is on the kingside and the minor pieces, knight on c6, knight on d5, bishop on c8, can't get access to that part of the board, while white's pieces are all aiming in that direction. So white is saying, okay, I don't care about the pawn so much right now. It's a pass pawn, but it's also not going quickly anywhere. And I'm just hoping that in the long term, I can create an attack. And yeah, I think this is a great opening choice from Nihal. He took some inspiration from recent games. Of course, these young players, not only young players, but especially them, they keep up to date with all of the trends. So he saw this as a trend, and he analyzed it, and he knew that he could get a fight in this way. It's exactly what he needs.
Yeah, I think it's the perfect opening choice, as you said, because it's a pawn sacrifice, but the intentions are clear. And what Nihal did not have in game one was a plan. Here, you just named like 5 different moves with a clear intention. Bishop d3, knight e4, castle, all this stuff playing against the black king side where the king on e8 is likely to go. And so let's talk about from Anish's perspective. Moves that come to mind for me, of course, bishop e7, that's just one move. But in terms of a plan, at some point I would think about playing a move like f6 just to get rid of this thorn in the center.
I think that is... Oh, wow. He plays knight to e7. That's a big surprise. I think that what you said was the most natural, to play bishop e7, short castle, and at some point, maybe not f6, but f5. Because if f6, you don't really threaten f5, but if f5, you block the bishop off, so you kind of force white to capture en passant. But Anish goes for something entirely different. He's not developing his pieces, and what do we tell to people who are just learning chess? First rule, develop your pieces. Anish is breaking the rules, but of course, as a super grandmaster, he knows when you can break them and when you can't. And maybe this is a case when you can't. But on the other hand, I would think playing, how many moves has that knight made? Knight g8, f6, d5, e7, f5, 4 moves in the opening with 1 piece? That's a lot of time wasted before you've even castled and gotten your pieces out.
But that's how that works. So you become a super grandmaster across 2700, and then you can do whatever you want. So just something to aspire to for me.
Well, you can break the rules, and then if it's bad, people can criticize you for it. But if it's good, you look like a genius. So maybe that's what Anish is going for. But here, I don't know, because the knight on f5 is not entirely secure. Like, it might take the bishop on g3, but I'm not even sure if you want to do that, because then you're spending 5 moves just to trade off a piece. But if white plays bishop to f4, g4 is on the cards at some point. And if white were given the choice to play like h4, h5, g4, well, we see g4 on the board.
Yeah.
I think now knight h4 is a forced move.
But knight h4 makes a lot of sense because now white cannot let that knight jump into g2 with check and a fork of its own. And I feel like this doesn't look that dangerous for black. Something went a little bit wrong. I think maybe g4 was premature from Nihal Sarin because this bishop on f4 is kind of in your own way. I guess knight f3 just continue kicking away black's pieces. But after knight f3, bishop e7, I feel like trades are good for black in this position. When you have less space, you want fewer pieces on the board.
Trades are certainly good for black, but he did take 5 moves to trade off that knight. That's a lot. And now he's going to have to lose another tempo with that bishop because the bishop went e7, h4, and after knight f3, it's probably going to go back to e7, where it doesn't have to immediately. Or in fact, it does because maybe g5 is a threat. But in any case, it's not going to do anything on h4. So knight f3, bishop e7, black has spent a lot of time. White has developed all his pieces. g4 is potentially a weakness, but it's hard to say. I once had a game against Levon Aronian from the Canada's tournament in this exact structure. From a different opening entirely, but I had the extra pawn on d4, and he just went g4. Unprovoked. He didn't even attack a piece with it. All he wanted to do was expand and attack on the king side. And I still would prefer white's position because although you traded off that knight, it was a pretty good knight on d5. It was controlling a lot of squares. You took a lot of time to do that, and still, white has this, first of all, blockade. The bishop on d3 is such a beautiful piece. It can't get harassed by knight to b4. It just stays there and potentially looking over to kingside if black were ever to castle. And I would say knight to f3, bishop t7, and either castle, short castle, or queen to e2, or even some sort of h4 stuff is all in the cards. Black has to develop the bishop on c8. That's the most important thing. b6, bishop b7. At some point, you're going to need to do it, but it's not so easy because then the knight on c6 is a bit loose.
I think I know what Anish is going to do. He's going to play knight e7 again at some point and try to bring that knight around. But knight f3 is step 1. I would say the one downside for Nihal is he doesn't have the second knight to go to e4. A knight on e4 is such a good piece aiming towards d6, but also staring towards the king side with g5. So with fewer pieces, it feels like the attack doesn't rage on quite as powerfully. And so I'm surprised that Anish hasn't played bishop e7 right away. Is g5 not just a threat to win a piece?
Maybe he's thinking about g5 because at least it gains some time, but then you're destroying your entire structure. I don't know. That is a very gutsy move to make. So I suspect bishop to e7, but he doesn't want to waste all his time. Like at some point you start to feel a bit bad. I'm moving the same pieces over and over again and neglecting my development and my king safety. And let's make a few moves. Bishop to e7, still very likely. Let's say white were to castle short. And black were to castle short too. Now, for example, a nice move is queen to e2. And if black were to try to develop his queen side, we see the difficulty. b6. Just loses on the spot, queen to e4. You attack the knight on c6, also threaten mate on h7, and then loose knight drops off. So it shows how black can't develop so easily. His pieces are sort of stumbling over each other, and that pawn d4, it's an extra pass pawn. But it's actually getting in the way. It stops potential knight d4 trades, trading off the knights, because as you mentioned, black would love to trade off some pieces. So not so easy for black to develop here. I think we might see castle, we might see h4, and then if h4, Nihal will say, oh, I don't need to castle, I can just play king to f1.
Right.
I walk my king to safety, and then I use the rook on h1 as a support for the battering ram h4, h5, expanding and attacking on the king side.
And I think it's clear that if white plays h4, black will not castle. I know players are taught by their coaches, get your king to safety, so castle. But that's keyword safety. The king will not be safe, not necessarily if it castles. So I think the black king will stay in the center for a while. But that then begs the question, what's the plan? How are we going to develop? You mentioned this bishop on c8. If it goes to d7, not exactly helping out in the position. You would prefer to play b6, bishop b7, or sometimes a5, b6, bishop a6 to trade that very, very pesky bishop on d3.
Yeah, I think that question of safety is a big one. And when I see black's position, I would think the safest place black's king could be is obviously not on the king side, as you mentioned. All of white's pieces are aiming on that side of the board. The safest place is, for example, black plays bishop to d7, queen to b6, long castle, and puts that king on a8, tucked away in the corner. It's very safe there, but that plan takes a lot of time. And white can also consider aggressive intentions on the queen side, for example, b4. And not only is that an aggressive move, maybe b5, but it's also a very restricting move. It restricts black's knight from c6, so it can't go to a5, restricts black's pawn expansion like a5, potentially. It's just gaining space. White has the space advantage. It's strange to say that because black has a pawn in d4, white has a pawn in e5. Looks the same, but space advantage is not just about the amount of space you've taken on the board, but how much access your pieces have to that space. White's pieces have a lot of access because the bishop on d3 is firing on both sides, and black's bishop on c8 is stuck on its initial square and very difficult to get into the action.
I agree. It kind of looks like a French defense. And, well, speaking of openings, the first moves will be underway shortly in the matchup between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. And these two juggernauts have drawn all 5 games. And, Fabi, the insights between these two, you look at it, both extremely accurate, both have about the same percentage of wild games, and endgame slightly more for Hikaru Nakamura, but it feels pretty even across the board.
Yeah, I think we mentioned Hikaru is a great endgame player, so I'm not so surprised to see that statistic that Hikaru has that super high accuracy in the endgame. And we have to say that accuracy is doubly impressive because endgames often lead to time trouble. And to have that accuracy when you're down to seconds, that's a very hard skill to hone. So Hikaru, as an endgame player, definitely one of the best, but Wesley, no slouch in that category, or in fact in any category.
It is just a match of evenly paired players. And Wesley, he gets the white piece and immediately puts his hand over his head again. I really believe this is part of his strategy. I would love to hear from him about that, but he just doesn't want to look over at Hikaru, and he's playing this Italian game, and Hikaru plays a6 rather than what we've seen from him often with his pawn going to a5.
Well, the funny thing about this is that sometimes the pawn goes to a6 and then later it goes to a5. Black uses a tempo to lock the queenside up because White's plan is very often expansion. We even saw that yesterday. White plays b4 and tries to start pushing the pawns, gain some space advantage on the queenside. But it looks like we're seeing a repeat of yesterday. This is the most solid line that Black can play. It's in fact the line that I prepared for the Candidates tournament and also the line that Hikaru plays himself very, very often. So I took some inspiration in looking at Italian lines from Hikaru's repertoire because it's so stable. But Wesley did get his chances yesterday. I'm still a bit surprised. These guys are always going for e4, e5 structures where it's really hard to break your opponent down. But Wesley got good chances in the final game yesterday. So maybe he thinks this is where I'll have the best chances today.
It almost feels a bit stubborn, and maybe you can talk about this because at the highest level, you want to prove that your preparation was worth it, that your line is good. Do you think that's part of it, or is this truly what they believe is the best, and that's why they're not deviating from repeating their lines?
I think that they're looking for even the tiniest place where you can get just a tiny advantage because they know that once you get that tiny edge, you can increase the pressure, especially in these quick time format games. It's doubly, like when it's a classical time control, you can sit and think and find the best defense. But when you're low on time, the pressure and the stress of it is increased. And it's very easy to, once you get a worse position, for that to spiral out of control. We see a bit of a different structure compared to yesterday. And this rook b1, rook a1 idea, it's very funny looking to the uninitiated, but it's actually a very typical and theoretical line. But I think rook to b8 is not supposed to be the way because you're supposed to get that knight away from c6. You're supposed to at some point play knight e7, and rook b8 stops that idea in its tracks for black because then a takes b5. And rook a7 would win the bishop if black were to ever recapture on b5.
Yeah, I almost want to do an instant replay of that little maneuver there because it's a really good point by you that rook b1, it made it seem like white was going to play b5 and have an open file for the rook, but then black plays b5 and the rook just shuffles right back over. And I like to say this, the side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. And because white can determine a takes b5 opening up a file, whereas b takes a4 doesn't open a file. This pawn on b4 is safe and sound here and the square, and after rook takes a4, you've just created a problem for yourself. So I really like that move, rook back to a1, and now we see the knight come to f1, Fabi. It looks like standard plans, knight trying to go to f5.
Very standard play, and yeah, you're absolutely correct. White controls the levers on the queen side. He's the one who can decide when he wants to take on b5, whenever it's advantageous, or he can just keep that tension as long as he wants. He's the one who controls it because black can never play b takes a4. On the other hand, it's not easy to find another plan besides at some point playing a takes b5, because if white were to play a5 here, black provoked that move, saying, okay, I gave you a tempo, but I dropped the bishop back to a7, and now you no longer have that pressure on the queen side. And the structure, again, we point to the bishops. White's pawns are a bit more on dark squares on the queen side than white's. So if white were to play a5, and someday in an endgame we might see those a5, b4, c3, that pawn chain become vulnerable because black has the dark square bishop, and white also has a dark square bishop. So white can't attack black's queenside pawns, but black can attack white's.
Good point. A pawn chain only as strong as its base pawn. But what continues to catch my eye is how different these two matchups are. We have a locked up position, only one minor piece traded. And then out of the corner of my eye, I saw a rook on h5 for Anish Giri. So it seems like between Wesley and Hikaru, they're just trying to find little plans here, trying to get the tiniest advantages there. And for Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin, most of their game just feel like it's a free-for-all. And I think we should dive right back in because now black cannot castle. It's illegal for Anish Giri's king to get over there because of rook on h5, but even just the last few moves have been difficult for him. He's down the clock. He went a5, and then he went h5, so playing on both flanks.
Yeah, something went very wrong for Anish. I mean, let's just think about what he did in this game so far. He moved one knight 5 times. He moved one bishop 3 times to get it to a square that I could go to once. And then he played flank pawns a5 and h5. His king is still in the center. After 20 moves, your king has to be somewhere else besides shuffling over, still in the center, being barreled down by rook on g1. There are knight g5 ideas in the air. Then knight to h7 potentially. I don't know if it works concretely here, but that king is in mortal danger for a long time. I'm even wondering, can white just castle long and then double the rooks on the g-file? It's an option. Maybe castling long, you think, oh, my king might be in a bit of a vulnerable spot, so I don't want to do that. On the other hand, black's king is equally vulnerable, if not more so. And I'm kind of inspired because as someone who struggled to break down Anish's repertoire with the white pieces time and time again for so many years, and Nihal is just finding chances in every game. He plays some innocuous-looking sideline, and we do see he castled, he shows his aggressive intentions, but he plays some innocuous sideline, and then after 20 moves, he's borderline winning against one of the best prepared players in the world.
It's unbelievable stuff, and white has so many different plans. King to b1, just to get the king safe and sound. Bishop e4, go after this d4 pawn. And you might not even need bishop e4. Don't forget, this rook on h5 is loose over here. So there could be a time for a knight sacrifice to get this rook. It won't work immediately, but I think Anish has to play g6, and I'm scared to make that move. I'm already looking at even rook sacrifice on that square. I don't know if it's good, but that's one of my first thoughts is, can I just give away some of my pieces for your pawns that shield your king?
Well, I'm thinking g6. That's just asking for bishop takes g6. I mean, in a bullet game, you would do it without thinking.
Bam.
At this time control, maybe you think about it. But still, that looks so dangerous here. I mean, rook to g1 and bishop h6 is coming. How many pieces are actually defending black's king? The rook on h5, is it really defending? Kind of. The bishop on e7, sure. But all the queenside pieces, rook on a8, knight on c6, bishop on c8, are cut off from the game because of this pawn on e5. It's like a dam. It's not letting the water out. All of black's pieces are stuck on the queen side. So this is a super strong attack. Maybe it's not winning. Maybe black has a defense because he has a piece after all. But still, this looks so dangerous. I don't know if I would be able to play g6. It's such a risky move.
Well, he played queen d5, the king slid over to b1, and g6 still may be met by this sacrifice on the square. So if not for g6, your rook really is loose over here. Bishop e4 is a new possibility because your queen moved up towards the center, so you can attack it, go after the d4 pawn. Knight g5, as you mentioned, seems to be a good plan. Why not just rook g4, rook g1, go after g7?
I think concretely, white is threatening bishop e4 followed by knight takes d4. That rook on h5 is loose, and the queen on d5, where is it going? It's getting kicked around the board. I don't even know why it went to d5 because the only idea was to go to a2, but now that white stopped that threat, the queen on d5 will just start to get bullied by white's minor pieces. So I think we're already talking about a quick knockout in this game. I mean, Anish will have to find some sort of miraculous defense to survive. And I don't know, if I were in his shoes, I would think, let's already get ready for the next game. Try to think of my strategy about how to come back with the white pieces. Because, yeah, this is a complete disaster for Anish.
Well, I'm going to get in your shoes. Not literally. I'm not going to bother you under the table over here. But you said there was to move f5 earlier. And with bishop e4 being such a huge threat, I feel like f5 is an option for black. I know it's risky. It makes g7 look even looser. And you can just double up your rooks. But at least it complicates the position a bit.
Yeah, I think you absolutely have to. It has its pluses and downsides. In this case, the plus, I think, is that it doesn't lose on the spot, which is what black really wants at the moment. The downside is after e takes f en passant, bishop takes f. Okay, black is very happy. The bishop on f6 is actually guarding g7. And black has the idea of e5, which is good. The downside, g5 is suddenly a outpost for all of white's pieces. Knight g5, bishop g5, all these moves are coming. I like bishop g5 because you don't hang h4 for the moment, and you also remove that defender on f6. And let's say bishop takes g5. I'm thinking knight takes g5 or even rook takes g5. Both of those moves look crushing to me. I mean, rook h4 here, but is there bishop to e4 followed by queen to f3? Is there knight to h7? You'll have to start calculating, but at some point, things will fall apart for black.
Yeah, this is brutal. It looks like a very straightforward attack. The black king does not have many pieces helping it out. So I'm with you, Fabi, that rook f5 was played. Wow. I said the f5 square. It's almost like one of those mouse slips when you're trying to grab the pawn, but you already touched the rook. And so the rook comes over. But I have to say, I like that decision because the point, everybody, we might see a queen sacrifice. If bishop takes f5, e takes f5, here comes this bishop to e6. Suddenly we see a plan. Maybe queen e4 check if you need to trade queens. In fact, the evaluation bar says black is better thanks to this attack. And if you play bishop e4, this is the queen sack I was about to highlight, is rook f4, takes. You have 2 minor pieces and a pawn for the queen. This is anything but clear.
You know, I do like this decision practically. And if I were Nihal, I wouldn't take anything. You can take a queen, you can take a rook, you'd think, oh, I should take something. But I would have actually thought rook to g4.
Just defend?
It's kind of funny to just ignore all of black's pieces that you can take, and he doesn't go for it. Bishop e4 is probably the correct move, and also the most logical one. But I like rook g4, just saying, I don't care about your pieces, I want your king.
What do you think about this sacrifice, though? You get 2 bishops and this d4 pawn for the queen, and all of a sudden this bishop can come to life? Do you think that black has real chances?
I would be so happy if I were in his shoes to at least get some activity. Because, you know, rook f4, bishop d5, e d5. I'm looking at bishop f5 ideas. I'm even looking at somewhere knight b4 once the king goes to the a file, because if that a file opens, we're looking at potential checkmates. Objectively, of course, white is much better, probably winning. Practically, black has the activity. The bishop on c8, we were saying that was a bishop that was stuck the whole game, and now it's come to life. And yeah, at least you think, you see the hope, you see the prospects for your opponent to make mistakes. And that's the most important thing when you have a bad position.
I think that Anish Giri has to go for it, and he should do so quickly. And I still just can't get this out of my head. I look at this game, I look at the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, and as we see side by side, they could not be any more different. These matches could not be more different. Anish Giri has won 2 games, Nihal has won 1. The other matchup is 5 draws, and if you just look at the screen on the right-hand side, it is another locked position. 2 knights per side, just a pawn and a couple minor pieces traded. It's not the lively position we see on the left. And I feel like for Anish Giri, who's now dropping to 3 minutes and 20 seconds, Fabi, as he continues to spend that time, is he going to sacrifice his queen?
He has to. I mean, there are situations when you want to do something, when you're happy with your situation, and there are situations where you just have to do it because it's your only chance. And that's exactly what I'm thinking that Anish has to do. I mean, he might realize that this is probably lost. In fact, I'm sure he does. But he's probably already realized that he was in a desperate situation. This is where I think Hikaru would shine. Just take your practical chance.
So you're saying that Hikaru and Anish just switch places because Anish, he often shines himself in these positions that don't seem like they have the clearest plans, but he can maneuver around. He's a pragmatic player, but he's not using his time wisely, I believe. I know he wants to play rook takes f4. You, as a chess player, you don't want to sit and have no plans. He does go queen b3. He must have evaluated or seen some exact sequence that eliminated rook takes a4 from his calculus.
He probably saw something, or maybe he just couldn't bring himself to make a move that, even though it has practical chances, he probably thinks this is objectively lost. He is a very classical player, but this is not classical chess. In rapid chess, time is an important factor. Threats to your opponent are an important factor. Putting pressure, making your opponent think, Nihal think, I'm going to blunder because there's pieces around my king, active, minor pieces, bishop to f5 coming, knight to b4 coming. You need to get in your opponent's head a bit. Queen to b3, not a very threatening move. White has a wide variety of choices. Maybe simply bishop to g5. I mean, the bishop is hanging, and you want to trade off black's last remaining defender. The bishop on e7 is a very good defensive piece, of course. And the problem after bishop g5 for black is you want to play bishop takes a3, but then rook to d3 happens. And you don't win a pawn on a3, you end up losing a piece instead.
Right, so it's like a tactical solution does not exist here for Anish, and Nihal's down to 6 minutes. On the right-hand side, we see that Wesley So's knight is on f5, and it was not captured. I feel like he is making progress in that game. It's not a sharp position, but with that rook on d3 on the right-hand side of your screen there, that rook can slide over to the g-file, staring at the black king, and Hikaru does need to be careful.
Yeah, this reminds me a little bit of a game that Wesley played recently. We were playing in the Chess Olympiad together this summer, and he was playing against Vidit Gujarati. And he had a very similar type of position. It was some pressure, and he was increasing it. Eventually it ended in a draw, but he's definitely good at increasing the pressure in these types of positions. The structure is symmetrical, completely symmetrical almost, except for the a4 versus a6 pawns, which we might actually see a trade right at some point and complete symmetry. But the knights are the important factor. And this knight b3 move is quite nice. It's based on a tactical point, which was if black were to take on e4.
Okay, we could show this variation here in the Wesley So versus Hikaru Nakamura game. You're saying that if the knight took on e4, go ahead.
Then rook takes d8 comes.
Oh, opening up the queen to the second knight.
Something captures on d8, queen takes e4, and white has the advantage of 2 pieces against the rook, with the knight coming to c5, especially beautiful knights and a winning position. So Wesley is using small tactics to improve his position in ways, trying to get a more active knight on b3. Now it's an interesting moment. Hikaru can change the structure, but maybe he doesn't want to, because after c takes d6, the knight on b7 gets permanently shut out of the game.
And if you take with the knight on d6, in comes the knight to c5, attacking the a6 pawn. So process of elimination may mean queen takes d6, but then you allow rook d1 with tempo. So all captures had these slight drawbacks, but material's even, pawn structure all on the same files. The knight on b7 is just the kryptonite against this knight on b3, because they're, the knight on b3 goes to a5 or c5. The knight on b7 covers both of those squares. So I feel like a couple accurate moves here from Hikaru Nakamura, and then the advantage that Wesley had a few moves ago, it's gone.
But I just want to point out how, just look at the practicality that Hikaru approaches these decisions with. After rook takes d6, he had a choice of many recaptures, and a lot of people would, try to find the perfect recapture, right? Or eliminate knight takes d6, or eliminate c takes d6. In a few seconds, he played queen d6. I don't think he calculated at all the consequences of rook d1 attacking the queen. He just knew, I need to keep time on the clock. This is probably the right decision. Let's not overthink it. Let's just make practical moves. And we talk about the difference, the tiny differences between great players, as all these players are, and very often it comes to tiny practical decisions. It might look like it's not an important thing, but it could make the difference in these types of games where it's just so high pressure, fast time control, and once you get low on time, that difference between, let's say, 2 minutes and 1 minute, it gets felt. And the difference between spending 30 seconds on a move or a minute on a move, it gets felt as well.
For sure, and the reason why I think white doesn't have an advantage anymore is now a4 is hanging, and that's why I pushed the pawn, but that closes down the queen side. So this rook eventually will like to go to d8 and trade pieces, not now. If you play rook d8 too soon, thinking, I get rid of the rook on the open file, I'll just make a draw. No, this knight will come to c5 after just the swap of pieces. The knight goes back to d8. White is too active, and that's going to be bad news for black. So I feel like you need to be accurate here. Maybe rook c8 and pawn c5. This pawn is a backward pawn. That could be a way to get rid of one of your weaknesses.
Rook c8 is a slightly unnatural move because normally you don't put rooks behind pawns that haven't moved yet. You want to put them on open files. And especially if your opponent has a rook on open file, you want to trade them. But it does have a very clear idea to play c5. Probably a very good move. And I think Wesley might have to be, in the future, a little bit careful to make sure he doesn't overextend. He's still the one pressing for an advantage. But if at some point black were to get rook c8 and c5, the a5 pawn could be a strength or a weakness. That being said, I also don't see a huge problem with rook to d8. Because after trade and knight c5, queen d6, maybe black is just ready to trade off the knight with knight e6 next. But it could lead to some sort of endgames like queen to d3, taking everything, and black is not in time to get the moves he wants. He wants knight e6 and f6, because white has two threats, knight c5 and knight e5. And this actually looks a lot like a knight endgame we already saw in this match, but here black is losing a pawn, and most likely the game.
Right, so you want to trade everything. You can't get away with it. We did see actually the move rook c8 by Hikaru, and after rook d5, we saw a swap of knights on the c5 square. So black can take the d file. White's rook very active, hitting e5, hitting c6, maybe c4 next. But the material, even. The position, even. Both sides have their small plus and minus. They agreed on a draw. This game is over. A sixth consecutive draw. So both players, they're smiling, because what else can they do as they cannot separate themselves from one another?
Yeah, these guys are just so evenly matched. It's actually quite amazing to watch how they're not finding a way to make inroads into the opponent's weak spots. I mean, they keep trying to find some small ways to get a slightly better position, but even if they do, usually the defense is up to par that they can't really make much of it. And in this game, it's just a completely different story. In the Nihal Sarin against Anish Giri match, they're trading blows in every game.
For sure, and we can almost pre-move the result between those two, just drawing every game. But here, between Nihal Sarin and Anish Giri, it's a big moment for the Indian teenager, because while Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura finished Game 6, Nihal needs to win Game 6 to get to that 3-3 score. And there was just a huge moment in this game, because after Queen B3, the White Knight dropped back to D2, where it attacks the Queen on B3. But after D3, Bishop takes D3, Knight D4. Now, you take my queen, I take yours. The point, everyone, is that the bishop on F4 is loose. So Knight B3, Knight E2, Bishop E2. Thank you for a piece. Well, thank you, because now we're even, and black is going to survive this game, in fact, is better. So that's why Nihal plays Queen E3. And Fabi, Queen A4 was Anish's choice. He's hanging on by a thread here.
I wouldn't even say he's hanging on, because if white were simply to play bishop takes F5, it's probably just winning position based on the material count. Knight takes F5, queen to E4, try to trade off a few more pieces and make it into a technical endgame. It might even be that he has better ways. And in fact, Nihal plays. This is just crushing. This move is so good. It's threatening knight and threatening knight b6, and it's forcing black's hand to play bishop c5.
And bishop c5, then bishop takes f5 is available because the knight can't capture back. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a rook takes g7 and a bishop h6, things like that. I mean, Anish Giri is being hunted on all sides of the board, and this is what I love about Nihal Sarin's chess, is he has a great position, maybe bishop takes f5, take materials winning. He seems to calculate and find the proper finesse.
Well, he is a calculator, a great one at that, and this is his style, that regardless of what you think the logical choices, you take a rook, he just looks for the better one, and he uses pure calculation to do so. So yeah, bishop c5 will almost certainly happen here because the only other option is resignation from Anish's point of view, and he probably doesn't want to resign just yet. And then we may see bishop takes f5, followed by queen c4, as you mentioned. White is up a clear exchange, and look at those pieces on the queen side. It's not just about the material. The bishop on c8, it just never got into the game.
No, neither of these pieces have it. Under 20 seconds is Anish Giri. He doesn't really want to play the position, but he goes knight to c2. And after bishop takes c2, then the knight can be captured on c4. But at that point, Fabi, you can successfully take on f5. You're up a clean exchange, and then it feels like mop-up duty from there.
But I don't think you want to, because once you take on f5, you do allow black at least the hope, bishop b6, and some counterplay on the king side. Sorry, that is on the queen side. If you don't take the rook on f5, you just leave it there. You can always take it. It's not going to go back anytime soon. You can make other moves. You can make rook d4.
Oh my!
Oh, but that's clinical. I think that's actually checkmate, isn't it? Like, how do you avoid checkmate in this position?
That's so nasty.
That's a brilliant move. We'll just show if g takes h6, it's checkmate in 3.
Well,
and
the king runs away, but this is getting just more and more upsetting if you're Anish Giri. He took a one-game lead, and immediately he gets destroyed by Nihal Sarin, and that's game.
Yeah, he didn't want to look at this position anymore. Look, he didn't develop any pieces. His king is still on e8. It actually moved, but it had to move back. The only active piece is his queen, which got kind of bounced around by white's pieces. Overall, Nihal, brilliant game. And the same sort of story. It's like a repeat of yesterday from both matches.
It is. We see that Anish Giri won Game 5, the first game of today's action. And Nihal Sarin, I mean, the guy is unfazed. I say, guy, he's a teenager. It's like he's been there before, and he was there yesterday. But that's incredible stuff from somebody who does not have the experience of his opponent.
Well, we said that this game might be a must-win from, not purely a must-win, but from Nihal's point of view, he might feel like he needs to come back right away, and he did so. And I feel like this is a big psychological edge to Nihal, even though it's the same match score. Anish is not behind by any means, but Nihal is the one who's coming back, and now these critical last two games, I feel like Nihal will have an edge.
Nihal Sarin ties up the score, and as Fabiano Caruana himself says, he should have the advantage, but it's 3-3 in both matchups. Two completely different matches here. So, Fabi, you say Nihal has the edge. What about the one between Hikaru, Nakamura, and Wesley So? Is it still advantage Hikaru?
I feel like it's unchanged from the start of the day. These guys are just unable to break through, and I would even put a high probability on Armageddon at this point. I don't know if we'll see all draws to get there. I mean, when have you actually seen a match all draws? Doesn't happen very often, and especially in such a long match as 8 games, but they just can't find the weakness in their opponent.
Unlike this matchup where it feels like every game could be decisive. And we saw in this position, Fabi, where white had a pawn sacrifice. We see the extra pawn in d4 for black. But here was the start of an assault with the move h4, and it felt like Nihal never took his foot off the gas pedal.
I think this is where things started to go really wrong for Anish. I already didn't like knight to e7, just wasting time. We said you shouldn't move the same piece so many times in the opening, whether you're a beginner or a top chess player as Anish is. You can't break the fundamental rules of chess, but things started to go even more wrong because you can't open up the position where your opponent's attacking. This is also a fundamental mistake. White's the one who has the aggressive attacking pieces on the king side. Black's not supposed to start play there.
Well, he plays h5, which was a mistake because the rook comes out to h5. The g file is open. Thank you very much. And Fabi, another great decision here from Nihal Sarin.
Yeah, long castle, great. He saw that the king is going to be safe on b1, and white's pieces are all aimed at black's king on the king side. And black's pieces can't get there. The bishop on c8 is cut off from the game, knight on c6, rook on a8, all cut off by this beautiful pawn on e5, and white can just double on the g file. Anish started some extremely desperate play, which we even liked if he had sacked the queen, but he didn't follow through fully, and even if he had, objectively we have to say white would be in a winning position.
Well, rook takes f4, bishop takes d5, takes a was that queen sacrifice, and I'm guessing that Anish is kicking himself because he had no chance after not going for this line. But here, Fabi, yes, white has the objective, great position, probably winning with proper play, but at least black finally, at long last, has a plan.
At least he would have had some fun here. He would have had some active moves, and Nihal would be at least on the defensive side for a little bit. He would have had to soak up that compensation and then eventually use his material advantage. But in the game, it was much easier.
So how would you have continued here for white, for example?
I would think that you might want to get the king off the a file, but I like to move knight to g5 because it stops bishop g4. Black will give a check on f5, and then the king moves to the a file, probably to a2 to stop knight b4. Because if knight b4, now you can take and hide that king on b3, and now it's way too much material.
It looks like checkmate, but king b3.
Almost.
You're hiding behind enemy pieces.
Almost checkmate, but not quite. So probably still winning for black, but at least you have some fun. You can. I think that Anish looked at this. He didn't see a way to continue the attack. But sometimes you just have to, take a leap of faith and say, okay, I'm losing, but maybe my opponent will make mistakes, and I'll get some chances in a messy game. While the way he did it, he was hoping that at least he's keeping even material. It wasn't the case, and it didn't matter because Nihal is a perfect calculator.
Right, and here, there's another moment actually. After knight d2, we didn't get to it during the live game, but queen takes d1. He could have given up his queen once again, and after, say, queen takes d1, rook takes f4, you now have a rook, a minor piece, and a pawn. That's Lasker compensation for the queen, and it's not exactly game over just yet.
This would have also been a decent chance. Maybe it's still losing for black, but you just have to do this. At some point, it doesn't. You don't think about the valuation. You just think, what's my best chance? And that's what Nihal is great at. That's what Anish didn't do so well in this game. But overall, we have to say, a very, very good victory from Nihal.
Yeah, we tune in with d3. And just that final move, knight c4. The knight protects the rook. You can capture it with your less valuable piece. But knight c4 is actually the best move according to the engine. So precise play from Nihal Sarin. And here, once more, bishop h6, Fabi. It would have led to checkmate if he took on h6.
You know what was funny? That rook on f5 that was hanging for like a dozen moves never got captured. He was trying to bait him, like, take my rook, and then I'll at least get my bishop in the game. But Nihal said, no, I don't care about your rook. All I care about is the king. And this was just checkmate. If g takes h6, white is going for the kill immediately. Anish played one last desperate move, but I don't even think he had any idea that, I can still save this game. It was just out of inertia, okay, I'll make one last move. Rook takes g7, the attack is crashing through, and he resigned.
It almost looks like black made no moves in this game, and Nihal Sarin got everything he wanted. That's how dominant of a display of tactical awareness and just initiating an attack. Nihal Sarin played an excellent game of chess.
Yeah, look at how all of white's pieces played in this game. All of them had a role. There was not a single useless piece. While Anish's pieces, a lot of them just stayed on their initial squares.
My goodness, it just felt like Anish Giri had this matchup. He won the first game of today's action in round 5. So the ball's back in Anish's court. He'll get white. What does he need to do? How's he going to shape it up?
First, he needs to just forget about this game, because this was a painful game for him, especially coming off of a win and thinking, I'm in the lead again. I'm a big favorite to win this match against my younger opponent. But this was just a crushing victory, and he just needs to forget about it. I think Anish is a player who does that very well. He has strong psychology. He's been in these situations before where, you win a game, you lose a game, you're in these tough matches that are back and forth. So he has the experience on his side. Maybe that will help him psychologically, but Nihal, at the moment, has the momentum.
Okay, you heard it from Coach Fabiano Lasso over here. Excuse me, mispronouncing your new last name. But Danny, we're going to send it back to you and the fellas.
Thanks, guys. Wow, so much to unpack. Deja vu. Here we sit again. The only victories in the semifinals have come for the white pieces and only in the Sarin-Giri match. So, all right, let's remind everybody of who we are here, sitting on the chairs right in front of the Global Chess Championship set. We've got International Master Levi Rosman, the man, Gotham Chess. FIDE Master James Canty. You know him as GM Canty. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Some call him Danya. Some call him other things that we won't talk about. I am Danny Wrench, and I am pumped to be here. Let's dive into the scores. Remind you of where we sit. We are still deadlocked at 3 games apiece. It looks like not much is changing, but once again, we have very different roads in which we've arrived here. Nihal Sarin, guys, bouncing back, getting the dub again, despite his more experienced opponent showing up with great opening prep, putting the youngster on his heels, delivering the first win of the day. Nihal Sarin says, I'm all right. I got you. I'm cool, calm, and collected. Right back at you.
Yeah, so the storyline is repeating itself like it did yesterday. The first game, Anish Giri says, what's up? I'm the man. I'm going to win this game 1. Exact same thing. Nihal Sarin shows up to game 2 and demolishes him.
Nothing phases him.
Demolishes, right? And it wasn't close. So now the fascinating thing is they've played 6 games, right? In 4 of these games, Nihal has had the upper hand. And Anish has had the upper hand in the first game of both days. He's got to completely flip the script, and he has very limited time to do that.
You know, yesterday, Giri got away with a couple games in the back end of this match, right? He was under pressure by Sarin after a similar victory where Nihal turned around, right? I don't think Giri's going to get away with that again if he gets in bad positions once more in games 3 and 4.
Sarin been sparring, and he hit him with a mean one, mean right hook there, and he collapsed. And that was a scary one. In fact, you know, if I'm in his corner, I'm like, hey, bro, he can hit hard. He hits very hard. So we need to, like, you know, recalibrate, take a deep breath, breathe, and come back out here with a better mindset, maybe a better even opening prep as well.
Dunya, at the end of the day, yesterday, Robert made a comment about Anish's hair that he was truly disheveled, right? Is this going to be another game that throws him off his balance and dishevels Anish Giri?
Listen, this was a crucial game from the score perspective, obviously, but it was also sort of a narrative-shifting game because the narrative that started to enter my head after Game 5, the first game today, was, okay, Nihal misses these 2 huge opportunities yesterday, and then Anish delivers on the opportunity, and you start talking, okay, now he's going to draw with black, and he's going to win the match. Boom. Everything just changed. Nihal destroys him, demolishes him, as Levy said. Now the narrative shifts again, and now it's all about Nihal coming back twice now from a 1-point deficit. He keeps doing it, and the ball psychologically is definitely in Anish Giri's court. He needs more good preparation of the white pieces in the next game.
By the way, he said Game 5 would shape the match, right? But so sticking to that?
Here we go.
Yeah, I was feeling like a prophet. I was feeling like a prophet. Now I'm feeling more like a fool. But we'll see.
Maybe it did change the match. It just woke up Nihal. And
yeah,
Nihal's
that's
like,
what I
I'm
meant.
here, guys.
I meant Nihal would lose, and then he would win the next game, and then he would actually.
You saw the whole thing. You are the prophet. They call you the prophet, right? So, I mean, if he is the prophet, maybe he saw it all. But going back to the X's and O's that Fabi was talking about there, the one moment maybe Anish had, at least to have some fun, was that interesting queen sack that could have turned the balance, at least from a practical point of view. You buying any of that?
No. I mean, yes, anything Fabiano Caruana is selling, I am buying, absolutely. But I think he just sort of was surrendered to the fact that the game was over. And, I mean, Nihal, by the way, showing up with an opening surprise in a mainline kind of position on the 3rd move, right? Like, he's doing it with white, he's doing it with black, very deliberately trying to take Anish out of his comfort zone. Actually, when Game 5 started, and I saw that Nihal repeated the same E4, knight c6, Nimzovich, Piert setup that he did yesterday, I was actually really mad. I thought it was a terrible decision because you're giving Anish Giri like the entire night essentially to prepare against that, and he shows up and just what even was that? He played like the reincarnation of Mikhail Salas, is what I said to you, right? But it was, I don't know, it was a crazy decision from Nihal. And then he just said, shut up, that's why you're commentating and I'm playing. And he strikes back in Game 6. So, I mean, these guys sign a contract to entertain like all of us.
They're throwing for content, winning for content on command.
I 100% agree. I thought that was like the dumbest thing ever. Like, you know how Giri preps.
Like, why would you do that?
Why would you play the same thing that, you know, the unorthodox? He's going to look at that. And he looked at it and he crushed him. Found the E5, H4. I mean, he was up time and everything. Then, of course, threw the little curveball at him, D4, C4, Bishop F4. And he's like, what is this? And as soon as you throw him off, it's just, that's what Nihal needs to keep doing. So Giri has to be prepped for a little bit more things. You got to check the opening files more for Sarin, in fact. So.
But what impressed me so much about Nihal's preparation in this last game, that knight d2 move, bishop f4, these are not computer recommendations. Everybody can plug a position into Stockfish, let it sit overnight, and pair it the top move. Not everybody can have that keen sense of what position is going to be hard to play from a human standpoint. The computer was even arguably giving a tiny edge for black after that pawn sack, but Nihal understood that this is a ridiculously difficult position to handle, especially in a rapid game. That astute sense impresses me so much, especially given Nihal's relative inexperience and youth. He played that like a champ.
Yeah, it's interesting because from a prep perspective, both have their plans in terms of prep. Anish's is much more, I want to get him in a main line and show him what I've cooked up at home. Everything you just described about Nihal's approach is also gets a lot of credit from a prep perspective. It's a very deliberate approach when you're trying to avoid main lines. And I hear people talk about Magnus in that sense a lot too, that he didn't get enough credit early on when people were talking about his opponents being better prepared. How well prepared you have to be to avoid your opponent's prep and to get positions that you're still happy to play. Nihal does it again on command, winning Game 6. And wowzers. Okay, we have another match going on. The match delivering the decisive blows has gotten all of our focus here so far at halftime, but let's switch gears and head on over to Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. Guys, I have no idea what to make of this match right now. I don't know who's feeling better, who wants Armageddon more. They both seem to have made up their mind that we're going to get a bunch of draws. Fabi asked a question, Levy. He said, who draws all of their matches and just gets to a tiebreak? As he was saying it, Donnie and I were looking at each other like, Fabi, you remember playing Magnus Carlsen? But okay.
Right.
Are we going to get 8 draws here?
I don't know. The more I'm thinking about it, and the smaller the window of time is kind of growing. Yeah, it seems like it makes sense that we will go to an Armageddon. Maybe they both just think that they're going to fare better there. I mean, I made this joke to you before, or maybe after we went to break. What happens if they submit equal wagers? Are we just going to sit here for 8 hours?
Forever, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. To just give them boxing gloves, just figure it out that way. I'm really not sure. But I think with White, Wesley, the last couple of games with that Italian, he's got a little spice on there. He put a little seasoning on the position. And I mean, yesterday he had a great position. But ultimately, Hikaru's tactical defensiveness, which is a very underrated skill in chess, defensive tactics, was the one pulling through and helping him hold the half point.
Johnny, I want to throw over to you because one thing that just popped in my mind was one thing that was different about Game 6 was they didn't even pretend that they were frustrated. You saw them both agree to a draw, still with the queen and the rooks on the board. Were you surprised by how quickly that game ended, giving us some more breakdown time here, but they just agreed and both players seemed frustrated with what was going on?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're not necessarily happy that neither of them is getting that many chances. They're also getting more nervous as the match is going on, so you can see those jitters coming out on the surface. But I think if we see e4, e5 in the last 2 games, I think we're going to see 2 draws. If either side decides to deviate, whether it's Hikaru with one knight f3 or Wesley with something like a Sicilian, I think the former is more likely than the latter. I think if Hikaru plays e4, Wesley plays e5. If Hikaru plays knight f3, we'll get a more exciting game. But at this point, both players, that Armageddon game is already sitting in their minds. And that's causing the butterflies in the stomach to start up again.
Match strategy, Canty. You think Hikaru just wants to get to Armageddon and then finally break out his Title Tuesday special, knight f3, b3? Or are we going to see the guy break the Berlin?
You know, doing the face, because that's what he was doing the face. So reading the face, like, he's ready for Armageddon. He's definitely ready for Armageddon here. I think, of course, as we said, if he deviates, then it's probably going to be a win from somebody. But if we see e4, e5, it's going to be Armageddon, and I think Hikaru was taking that one.
I'm going to throw just a huge curveball. I think if either one of them is going to deviate, it's obviously going to be Hikaru.
Okay.
Can I get an agreement?
Like
Wesley,
I would agree.
And if you're going to deviate in this match, you got to do it on move 1, and you got to do it with White. You can't go for a Sicilian out of nowhere.
Well, he did the 4-knight Scotch, right? He's already technically deviated, but that was like a mini deviation.
But the one thing is this, if they reach Armageddon, we definitely won't see a Berlin because Black would have such a huge edge in that. They've been drawing
I think you're going to deviate with C4. Because I think C4, the English, is the best way to create something on the board. Now, whether they'll still try to play a Queen's Gambit declined, or, I mean, C4, E5, the reverse Sicilian, is the most imbalanced opening that we have right now in top-level chess. There's a million different move orders that are all flexible. That's what I think is going to happen if one of them has to do something differently, but will it happen in the Armageddon or in Game 8 or in Game 7? I think it'll probably happen in that Armageddon.
It's a good guess. It was a curveball. C4 was not what I was expecting, but if I had to guess, I'm going to upset Canty here and say I actually think we're going to get 2 more E4 games, and I think we are going to have 8 draws headed into Armageddon. So don't beat him up for that, Canty. Maybe if you threaten him and say, if you play the Berlin one more time, I'm out of here, then, who knows what would change.
Exactly.
But, all right. In addition to watching what's going to happen next, our players have been having fun with Nemo and Canty all week. On Monday, Nemo put our CGC players to a little 10-second puzzle challenge that we had cooked up. You may be surprised by the results.
Welcome to Toronto. Welcome to the CGC. All right, your 10 seconds is up.
Bishop d2.
Bishop d2.
Is that correct?
It is not bishop d2.
So it's obviously f2, and then queen g2, knight h3, and rook f1.
Wow, okay, so you're...
I mean, there's also rook f takes g2, the same thing.
Are you ready for the second one?
Yeah.
So I think queen g3, g, or queen f3, bishop d2, let me think.
Unfortunately, bishop d2 doesn't work because of rook to g3.
Oh, rook g3. So queen f3 first?
Yes.
Okay.
Queen f3 first. There we go.
Okay, I would stay with queen f3 in the first move, and after bishop takes f3, bishop d2 is for sure the main line and the beautiful one.
Yeah. You're nailing this one. Are you ready for the last one?
Yeah, I guess it's rook e8, queen g6.
Rook e8 check. Bishop takes e8, queen g6. Yeah, finally. Yeah, I got one correct. Well, I want more, like 10 more.
Okay, he wants 10 more.
I need to redeem myself.
Wesley, if you want more, you can go to chess.com/puzzles. I got your premium membership, buddy. But jokes aside, they were digging deep there on some of those puzzles, Danya. Yeah. Those were not easy. It took us a long time to get the database in a position with some puzzles that could really challenge super GMs, but those were tough.
I love that, and I love how just good competitive chess players are, but in the most wholesome way imaginable. Like, you give them a puzzle, doesn't matter if they're skydiving, if they've just woken up, you enter solving mode, and you have to get it right. Like, it just becomes a competition instantly.
Yeah. Levy, that make you want to jump back into some more puzzle streams?
Well, so just to break it down for the audience, the first puzzle that they saw was a force mating sequence in the sense that like black was giving check, 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 mate. And it had like a couple of very interesting ideas where the first move is this pawn walking through danger a bunch of different ways. But that second one, if anybody wants to rewind that footage and go see, that second one was borderline impossible because you have to sack the queen, and the checkmating idea by white is a quiet move. You play a setup move. That's what we call like a chess study. Very rare out in the wild in a normal chess game. Usually that first one is much more common. Just chop everything down and then win. But that second one was just so savage. I was trying to sit here and like, oh, I'm going to get it too. I'm going to... No.
I didn't see that. Canty, you put up some mean Puzzle Rush scores, though, on your stream from time to time.
I know. My puzzle rating is... my power level is over 9,000, but my puzzle rating is at 3,500 right now.
Whoa.
So, yeah.
It's only 3,500,
Only
3,500. The Puzzle Battle Championship coming back in January for all you puzzle solvers who love that. Can't wait. Canty, you're going to throw your hat in the ring for that.
I'm going to be there. Yeah, I know. I got some GMs. I got, Creekor, me and him was close the last time, so I got to beat him. Danya is like disgusting with it. It's pretty. Don't invite him.
But do you like the survival mode or the timed mode?
I like the time mode because I'm really only good at the first minute because I'm trying to get 30 in a minute. But then once we hit puzzles number 40 and onwards, it's on to Ray Robson and Jimis and all the guys who can actually solve.
My survival is at 72 though. Pretty nice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I heard Fabiano talking about giving some puzzles to students out there. Do you use puzzles at all? I know now you're a content creator, so you're teaching the world, but were puzzles a big part of your repertoire as a coach?
Yeah, I mean, the more practical ones like checkmate in 3 or just combinations, but actually in general I would avoid checkmating one specifically. Sometimes it's just good to know like when to win material. And I mean the hardest one to solve, by the way, in terms of a tactics puzzle is whether there's a tactic or not. So sometimes I would set up positions for students and go, is there a tactic here? Because when you go click on puzzles, you already know there's going to be puzzles. But sometimes if your coach sets something up and goes, is there one at all? You're like,
that's one of the hardest challenges, right? You don't have a bird on your shoulder in real chess. So if you don't actually know if there's a tactic, it makes a puzzle a lot harder. But all right, before we take our break, a quick reminder again that the SEC is back with 14 superstars confirmed. The main event begins Monday, November 21st, with participants including, as you see, Magnus Carlsen, Arjun Iragaisi, Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano Caruana. He's here. He's playing. There will be 2 more qualifiers earning their way into the tournament as well. With $100K on the line, you don't want to miss the most exciting Speed Chess Championship we've ever had. Type SEC in the chat. Use the command to get more info. All right. Much more to come from day 2 of the CGC semifinals as we push towards Game 7, maybe even Armageddon matches. Who knows? All right, in each of these semifinal matches, there's so much ahead. Twitch subscribers, we have plenty of exclusive content. Don't miss it.
have Big Wesley, aka Big Flexley here. Look at him. All right, man, I got some questions for you. So, I've always wanted to ask you, we're fresh off of the Fisher Random. How do we castle? Can we castle in check or not? What's going on there?
Yeah, that's I guess depends on what rule, but if you look at the FIDE handbook, they say your king can move if it's attacked.
Okay, right. Okay, I just wanted to be sure. I've actually done that myself in over the board chess there, so a little joke there from the Fisher Random. Favorite openings and why?
I guess this e4, e5, queen h5 stuff.
Okay, all right. Don't give the secrets away yet, Wesley. Don't give them away. Come on.
Pre-game rituals?
Listen to music.
Okay,
generally.
what genre?
Usually like oldies.
Okay,
Like,
oldies, nice.
Yeah,
How
like-
old? 50s, 60s?
Yeah, like 70s.
Wow,
80s.
70s, nice.
You know,
That's
I like
interesting.
the Carpenters. for
Okay,
example.
Carpenters. I'm not familiar. Of course, you probably
BGs.
are. BGs, okay.
The BGs is great.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
I also like Eminem, I think.
Okay, you like Eminem? Yeah,
Probably
he's from
like
Detroit. Yeah, of course,
he's
right.
from Detroit.
Yeah, I'm from Detroit, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely love some Eminem. We appreciate you, and actually,
Thank you. It's
and
fun.
of course, congratulations on all your success, and good luck in the tournament. Check out Chess.com's newest mobile release for Android and iOS, now with Game Review. Game Review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. Use retry mistakes to get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Game Review is available today on both Android and iOS. Download our app and try it yourself.
Hey guys, how'd it go? You have a good time? Go away.
So Robert, about cannoli.
Yeah, love cannoli. Right
I'd love cannoli too. Can't even describe how much I'd want some. Hey,
some ice cream too.
Danny, what are you doing there? Nobody puts Danny in the corner. Come over here.
Yes, my sister was born in Vancouver, but as wonderful as Andrea and Vancouver are, it's pretty tough not to fall in love with the city of Toronto. Natural beauty abounds inside Toronto and pretty close by. The largest city in Canada, the people here have been playing chess in clubs, in universities, and in public parks for well over a century. And now, this wonderful place plays host to the very first Chess.com Global Championship Finals. Facing elimination for weeks, 4 of the world's best players have survived to continue their quest for the queen-size share of the $1 million prize pool.
Okay,
well, they're pre-moving.
I guess there was a reason knight f3 doesn't work. A draw is agreed by repetition.
Oh.
What a game!
My friends, you're in the right place. It's time for the CGC Finals. Toronto, Canada officially has it all. Just like my sister and... Who wrote this garbage?
No garbage around here, Alexandra, that I can see around Toronto. Welcome back to the CGC semifinals. Inside we go to the gameplay hall. That's the CGC Championship Trophy, which will be awarded on Monday evening. Also to be awarded the $200,000 first place prize. Here's what we have given out thus far. Rajabov, Sevian, Duda, and Andrejkin have taken home a calm and cool $25,000 prize. All right, welcome and hello for the first time today. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky covering games 7 and 8 of these exciting semifinal matches. Alongside me today, Grandmaster Aman Hamilton. Aman, so excited to be commentating with you. How excited are you for these decisive 2 final games of the semis?
Well, Danny, I'm so excited for these games, excited to be commentating alongside you. I feel like they kept us away. They wanted to save the best for last.
Oh, they absolutely did, and they knew who was commentating the last 2 games. We will also have an exciting guest dropping by pretty soon, but we'll get to that later. Right now, we need to get to the scores through Game 6. What you see in front of you, the matches both deadlocked at 3 points apiece. Giri and Nihal Sarin, Wesley So versus Hikaru Nakamura. The stage could not possibly be set for a more exciting finale. You couldn't script this any better, and you couldn't script the Anish Giri Nihal Sarin match any better. They have gone back and forth. Nihal winning on demand with the white pieces twice now to level up the score, as we see Anish Giri, a dissatisfied Anish Giri on camera. Aman, he can't be happy.
Well, Daniel, these matches have been going so opposite of one another. And that's what's so exciting, is that we have a match that's level 3-3 that has been neck and neck. Chess played at its finest, basically to perfection. You can't even find the blemishes or mistakes that these players are making. When you look at the other match, it's whoever has the white pieces seems to be getting the wins. So we have the same scores, Dania, but very different matches.
And you mentioned no blemishes. Nihal Sarin, no blemishes in that previous game, and definitely no blemishes on his way to the CGC semifinals at only 18 years old. Aman, Nihal Sarin is just amazing. We can't repeat it enough. I mean, his resume is impeccable.
It is. And the thing about Nihal is he's such a young player, but he plays as if he's been through this all before. He plays with maturity and experience, and you wouldn't expect someone so young to have that quality yet.
No, you would not. But now he has the black pieces. The game is underway. The openings have been all over the place. And finally, we go back to home base. Are we sure this isn't the Hikaru So match, Aman?
Yeah, wait a minute. I was just talking about how, that was the match that was going neck and neck. Same openings, E4, E5. I think we have the wrong match, maybe.
Yeah, 2 shapeshifters that we have here. We have a mainline Italian, knight BD2 by Anish. There's C3. I mean, this is as standard as it gets. I wonder if Nihal might have expected E4. I mean, that is what Anish has been playing this match. But Nihal straying from his D6 experiment. Hey, Aman, it worked once. It failed the second time.
That's right.
Now he says, let's go back to something more conventional. I like this choice by Nihal Sarin.
Yeah, he's learned from his mistakes. And the other thing is, it does a number on, your nervous system, playing these insane games every single round. I mean, it's finally time for an E4, E5. This is the first time I'm going to say this in commentary, but you know what? These guys deserve it. I'll tolerate an E4, E5, slower game, Daniel.
The first and the last. Now, in the Hikaru match, as well as in the Italian as a whole, we have seen this B4 and A4 be all the rage. Everybody's playing it now, and he's giving this a little bit of thought. The traditional way of playing this line is to drop the bishop back to B3 and concentrate on playing on the king side. Rook E1, knight F1, knight G3, standard fare, but Anish going for the modern approach. There's that A4 move we see from everybody these days.
Yeah, you'll often see players throw this A4 out before B4. And
before?
Before.
Are you sure it's before, not after
before?
Okay.
And then you'll see them go after before as well, with maybe the move A4 to A5. And, this is just the classic space gaining mechanism on the queen side. But as you mentioned, knight F1 to G3, sometimes we see the same thing from black. It's like, hey, great idea. I'll do the same thing, a different way. Knight e7, knight g6. And I think we might see both players going for this similar construction.
Yeah, and the early middle game in the Italian is often a part of the game where the players just sort of assemble their pieces and their pawns on the right side of the board. The puzzle pieces move around, both sides move their knights. A lot of sort of preparatory moves, h3, h6 we see as well, rook e8. And the first really committal developing move that we see from either side is either bishop b3 or bishop b6. That's really the only developing move, Aman, that actually, quote-unquote, threatens to change up the pawn structure or make a substantive change to the position.
It's the only thing that actually does something.
Yeah.
Is what you're trying to say.
It threatens to do something. Whoa, we need to take a step back here.
Yeah, because you see moves like bishop to a7 that was previously played, and I feel like the stronger player you are, the more ahead of time you put your bishop on a7.
Move 3.
Yeah, it's like I'm putting that bishop there before even the concept of the idea of b4
before White even
comes
plays
into your mind.
Before White even plays c3
Exactly.
and before a4, and there we see h6 by Black. Nihal kind of taking his time in the opening. Obviously, he knows these types of positions very, very well, but there are so many move orders in the Italian that you have to make sure that your head is screwed on straight. And there we go, bishop b6 and a trade of light-scored bishops, Aman. That's a big transformation.
It is. We have to really wonder, did they look at the Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So match? Because I think we may have seen this exact position, Dania. We might see knight to c4, bishop to e3. If you're going to play bishop d6, it might be time for me to challenge that bishop on a7. And White's going for the queenside expansion, but as you can see, very level here. And in these level positions, you always feel like White has that small edge, but is it enough?
Yeah, the engine always gives like 0.3 or 0.4, which is why these top GMs are kind of addicted to the Italian.
Yeah.
Another big decision that has to be made by Black this time is whether to push d5. Now, you might say, well, Black's already played d6, but because the position is so quiet, you can often afford investing more tempi than you could invest in, let's say, a Najdorf. So Black can play this with a closed center and rook a8, knight e7, knight g6. You pointed that maneuver out. But if you want to play with a little bit more of an edge, you could definitely consider playing d5 here and in the next few moves.
And there's that knight e7 move. Like, the knight does need to sort of get out of the way. There's pawn b4 to b5 to consider. And you never want to be in a situation where you have to calculate a move that hits your knight in the middle of a calculation. You want to just get that out ahead of time, similar to that bishop a7 move, right? And it's just, you have nothing to worry about. Now you can maybe even throw in c6. If you want to play that d5 move, you can use a pawn to support it.
Conversely, we saw Wesley So throw in the move c3, c4, which, yes, it creates a big weakness on d4, but Black's knights are not really well equipped to exploit that square. You're not exactly going to go all the way back to c6. And remember, White can play the move bishop e3 on demand. He might even play it in this very position. He might play knight g3. But you're right. This c6, d5 idea is definitely very, very common standard fare for Black, or Black could again play d5 without playing c6. It's often a matter of taste. The engine doesn't really discern between these moves. These positions, like 4 or 5 moves sometimes, that lead to approximately the same evaluation.
Yeah, and even if you see that evaluation bar, differ slightly between move to move.
Whoa, 0.4 to 0.5 on it, out of the question.
You can't look at your favorite player and say, oh, how could they possibly play this move? It's like, no, you pointed it out. It is just a matter of preference at some point. It's like, how do you want to handle the position? What kind of position are you looking for? We see b5 here, a little bit against the move c4 from White, but also just annexing a little bit of space for Black.
Yeah, and there was a ticking clock on this move because White very well could have gotten that space permanently by pushing his own pawn to b5. You don't need to play b5 and attack the knight on c6.
Right.
That's a good standalone move. We see Anish keeping the tension, moving the rook back to a1, and with Black's rooks now disconnected, a takes b5, what was once a liability becomes a potential benefit for White if we consider a random move by Black after ab, all of a sudden, White plays bishop e3, and there's trouble brewing on the queen side. It's not that you lose the bishop, but if you play c6, White has the move rook a6, and after rook a1, you actually might lose the bishop. The queen could also slide to a2. Amon, this is the worst-case scenario.
Exactly.
And guess what Nihal did? He's like, I don't want anything to do with that.
Back?
He went rook back to e8. He needs to connect the rooks.
I was going to say, like, if you guys are trying to understand Grandmaster chess, it's this right here. White played rook to b1, Dania. As soon as b5 happened, went rook back to a1, and Black's, oh, you're undeveloping your rook? I'm going to undevelop as well. Rook back
Rewind
to
the
e8.
tape.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow,
So,
c4 by White. You mentioned that b5 was played against c4. I agreed with that. He says, I'm playing this anyway, in your face.
Yeah,
and
not
what we
stopping
see,
me.
c5 by Black and a massive explosion in the center right now.
I think c5 is a Nakamura Wesley So match kind of move.
Yes,
you
it
know?
is.
And
Let's
then
get rid of the center as quickly as we
mass
can.
liquidation, but I feel like there's still a little bit more life in this position. Also, what stands out to me is that, you mentioned the move c6. If you don't want to make a committal decision, you could also just further support the B pawn, which is what c4 is playing against.
Yeah, you definitely could, and there's a lot to think about here because as soon as the center starts transforming, these are path of no return kinds of moves. So you need to put in a lot of thought about how you handle the situation in the center. Yeah, c5 definitely a move that Wesley So would play, I think, and you might very well see mass liquidation and a draw because the structure on the king side is totally symmetrical.
Right.
I said the word symmetrical. That means we need to switch to our other game, which very well might be symmetrical. Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So deadlocked at 3 points apiece. They have drawn all of their games.
Yep.
Not for lack of trying, but when you're playing somebody as solid as Wesley So, Aman, he literally is just the epitome of solidity. 29 years old, no weaknesses in his game, none.
It doesn't appear that way, and you know what? That is what this match is reminding people of. That it might seem like, oh, it's deadlocked, there's draws every game, it's not exciting. It's the opposite. This is actually chess played at the highest level, Danya, and that's what it looks like.
Yeah, and you got to decide what you want. Do you want a lot of mistakes and you want back and forth blunders, or do you want, incredibly high level chess, as you said? I usually prefer the latter. That's what we have gotten, and excitement is guaranteed. This match cannot end in a tie. There will be a winner, and will there be a winner in regular time, or will they have to go to Armageddon?
You sound excited.
Whoa, 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 whoa. A 4 knights defense mods. Hikaru needs to chill down. He needs to simmer down. He's taking way too many risks here. He's gone totally out of his mind with the 4 knights.
Yeah, this is it's too much, right?
This is too much sriracha. And
But
knight d4.
I like it. Knight d4, it invites this move. I was going to say knight takes e5, and that can happen at many moments. This is something that goes down a very theoretical path, Danny. It looks, to me and probably people watching like, hey, I just pickpocketed the center pawn in the middle of the board. Shouldn't that be great for me? But you can see that evaluation bar hovering right around equal because we're about to go down, explore territory.
We are. I think the main move is actually d5 striking at the center while white has still not castled. Looking at this position, you might say, wait a second, couldn't white have grabbed the pawn in f7? The problem is that if you take it with the bishop, this is an important point to make.
Yeah.
White's pieces are not going to get out of the center. After king f8, you can defend your knight, but black just pushes the pawn out to d6, and you've got to choose which piece you're going to lose. So that's not good. Knight takes f7, opens up the e-file in the worst kind of way, and I think the move d5 leads to an incredibly strong attack, kind of a Traxler style variation. So Hikaru doesn't want anything having to do with that. He drops his knight back to f3, d5 is played, and knight takes d5, continuing to pocket the center pawns, Aman.
Yeah, I feel like this is going down that path where, the only explanation is that this is a theoretical discussion at the moment because some of these moves are actually pretty crazy to explain. Black's given up the e-pawn and the d-pawn in the center of the board. And what are we on, move 8 here, Danya?
Yep.
Wesley doesn't look concerned at all.
No, and this is only, and neither does Hikaru for that record. For the record, that must mean that they are deep within their preparation, within their opening files. And this is a famous opening that's existed now for definitely over half a century. Queen takes e4 check.
Yeah,
is
how
the
do we
tempting
not put that move on the board?
I guess there is an alternative. You could start by playing knight takes d5, and you might say, well, doesn't the bishop take and defend the pawn? But again, black could chase that bishop away with c6 and then play queen takes e4 check. These actually lead to fundamentally different types of positions, Aman, because if you take immediately on e4, the drawback of that move is that the knight can and will cover the check, keeping white's castling rights alive for the time being.
And that also defends the bishop, which is important to note. There's no queen takes e4, knight e3, knight takes f3 trick, because the knight on e3 is actually, doing 2 functions, stopping the check and guarding the bishop. So we will see that line on the board. Queen takes e4, knight e3, and bishop to g4, Daniel.
Wow,
oh
bishop
my
e2.
goodness.
Jeez, and they continue. This reminds me of that Hikaru Duda game where they're blitzing out moves in a crazy position.
Yeah, exactly. This looks like, I will say, this looks like fun for black because you've got what is kind of a dream position where you've got full compensation, in my opinion, for the pawn. You're down a pawn, but what you can do is every chess player's dream. This is what you teach, beginner chess players. Hey, bring the rooks to the middle of the board. You can long castle here as black, Danya, and then play rook h to e8, and you've got 2 rooks going right up the center of the board. It's beautiful.
Yeah, if you had to, have a Pictionary definition of compensation, it would probably be this position. Like, all of your pieces are ideally placed. Rooks on d8 and e8.
Yeah.
I would not resist the temptation to castle queenside here. I don't think you should resist that temptation. Now, you might see bishop takes f3 as a possibility, but there's no hurry. I mean, now you can play bishop takes f3 because if we pull up an analysis board real quick, d takes e4 doesn't solve white's problems. It fixes the structure, But black wins back the pawn, and obviously only black can be better in this endgame.
Yep.
If white plays GF, then the queens are still on the board, and queen takes F3 leads to an endgame where black's pieces are so nicely placed. But a different course taken by Mr. So. I love it. He plays queen back to E7, keeping all of the pieces alive. And now, Aman, I would say that knight takes G4 is a lot more tempting than it was on the previous move, but maybe in the endgame, black preserves his initiative.
And, the scary thing about this type of compensation is, a lot of times what a strong player will do is if they're in a tough spot, they'll look to give that material back. They'll say, okay, let me find a way to give you a pawn back. It'll be even material, but structurally, maybe positionally, I'll be better. I don't think you can do that here, Daniel. I think that if it goes back to even material, black will actually have the edge. So something like you mentioned, knight takes G4. I think after a queen trade, knight captures back on G4 with, the rook coming to E8 and the F2 pawn loose, bishop E3 is not that easy to achieve. I think this could be dangerous.
Yeah, this very well could be. You could try the move bishop E3. Black plays rook E8, and to piggyback off of your great point, black's going to collect the pawn on E3. He's not just going to trade his initiative and here, I'll be kind and give you my initiative.
Exactly.
No. Black is still going to be much more active. Maybe white could play rook A1 and hide the king away on D2 when the time is right. But this is not what Hikaru envisioned with the white pieces, a slightly worse endgame in the penultimate game. So he needs to invest a good amount of time here to make sure that he doesn't walk into a position that's played for 2 results. And he tries to do that with the modest move, bishop D2, but he has to develop his bishop at some point so he doesn't procrastinate
as far
any
as
further.
It can go.
Yeah, this is the limit.
Yeah, no, this does make a lot of sense, and I love the point you brought up, the penultimate game, because going into the last round, you hand the white pieces to Wesley So, and if the match is tied, it feels like, obviously, grandmasters with the white pieces, they're already kind of playing for 2 results, so you don't want to hand that opportunity to Wesley.
Yeah, no, you definitely don't. And bishop d2 is on the board. Wesley contemplating whether he should bring his rook into the game. Rook h8 is the tempting move.
Yeah.
But you could also consider dropping the bishop back to h5, maybe paving the way for the g-pawn to advance.
I like that idea. Yeah, I like bishop h5. You eliminate all these knight takes g4 possibilities, maintain the bishop pair, rook's coming to e8, and you're almost daring that white king to make that decision. Which side are you castling? Because I feel like as soon as you let me know, I'm like a dog that the leash has just been released and running wild. I can finally play g5, as you mentioned, if you short castle.
Yeah, black's got arrangements made no matter where white's king goes. This is going to be a fascinating middle game, and we will keep a close eye on it. But we have another game that we need to update you on, because the middle game in Nihal Sarin's game against Giri has reached the peak of complexity. Let's go to the 2-board view. I love this view. You have Anish's game on the right side of your screen. Both players locked in concentration. What a rich position, Aman. Center tension on really all sides of the board. Don't just think, this is symmetrical, it's going to be a draw. No, lots going on here.
Exactly, and pay attention to you mentioned the pawn tension, right? So we don't have just, e4, e5 and nothing going on. We have a pawn on b5 that's attacked a lot. So much can happen here, and the players are, currently holding tight, Daniel, not committing anything, which means this is going to explode at some point.
You were right, by the way. C5 is a Wesley move. C6 is a Nihal move. He loves these kinds of tense positions. That's where he thrives. But I'm looking at the clock for the first time. He's 5 minutes down. I thought that might be what you were starting to say.
Yeah, no, just time disadvantage. Exactly, Daniel.
Wow, such an interesting position. If only we had another qualified chess player to analyze this position for us. Wait a second. As we dig into the game, I see someone in the booth. We are thrilled to have Mr. Wrench jumping into the booth with us to call these Game 7s. Danny, welcome aboard. It's great to see you in the commentator booth.
Thanks for having me. I'm not sure I'm qualified. I heard Amon's hesitation. I heard that hesitation in your voice. Yesterday, you and Levy were talking about mayonnaise on sandwiches and things like that, so I figured that the level of commentary had dropped to me. So I was just going to jump in for a few minutes with you guys.
Sounds great, Danny.
We have the expert on mayonnaise here with us. Thank you, Danny.
And the expert on many other subjects.
Well, you guys are crushing it, though. No, this is high level stuff. I love your point, Amon, about c6 being a Nihal move, and I think the tension favors him if we get into mutual time pressure. But this much of a time disadvantage has me a little worried for Sarin.
Yeah, the thing about the c6 move is when I say a move like c5 is a Wesley move, it's like the opposite of a slight against Wesley. It actually means it's probably the best move.
Yeah,
that's really what I'm saying. And c6 just seems like a more flexible move. Like, Nihal is just that younger player. He doesn't want to just get rid of all the possibilities in the position. I feel like he is always ambitious that he can win any position and doesn't just want to make a draw.
Yeah. Go ahead. Dan.
I wanted to make a point, though, that Nihal chose to play e5 in this game. Remember, game 3 yesterday, after he won, he went for something kind of offbeat again and got pretty good chances as black against Anish. So when he played e5, was that surprising for you guys? I actually feel like Anish is in a much better spot here than he was in the third game yesterday.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I pointed out to Amon earlier that I'm not surprised he didn't repeat the perk, but I mean, Nihal has so many different openings in his repertoire. E5 is, I think, a clear signal that he wants just a fundamentally healthy position out of the opening. He's tired of these crazy positions with his king being weak. He wants to offload the tension onto the middle game, and he's gotten what he's asked for. His position is strategically healthy, but he's cramped, and with his last move, D3, D4, Anish signifies that, hey, you want tension, you're going to get it, and you're going to get a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, what's going on here, guys? Are we going to see White with a better position and pushing for a win in every single game in this match? Because it feels like we've got more of the same. First of all, as you're highlighting, have a look at that, guys. You don't see A4, B4, C4, D4, E4 pawns like that, and it not be like a meme position. So this is actually a legitimate move, D4, breaking open the center. Danny, a fan of White's position, are we?
I love it. In fact, I think that the time is also reflective of how comfortable the players are, right? I mean, that's telling us a little bit of uncomfortableness for Nihal, but also the fact that Anish is playing quickly means he's confident, right? And at this point, White is, I learned from Robert and Daniel all the time, if whoever's in control of the pawn breaks, usually a little bit more of control of the story on the board. And I feel like Black doesn't want to take D4, Black doesn't want to take C4, Black doesn't want to take A4. Every one of those moves seems to concede something, so it makes it hard for me to come up with the right approach for Nihal. Amon, you think I'm crazy on that?
No, this is like exactly why I'm happy to be in the commentary booth at times like this, Danny, because it's so hard to pick the right pawn break, but also you've got your time. Less than 4 minutes ticking down, and as White, you have the luxury of choosing whatever you want, but as Black, one wrong move like that, and you could just have a worse position.
Is the idea here to remove the queen from guarding E4 in some spots so that then you take D4 and E4 is weaker? But I look at this move, Danya, and A6 is weak the moment White takes C4. So what gives?
I think the idea is to lure the queen to C4, and then perhaps counterstrike with D5. Again, the reason I'm here and not there, I don't want to calculate this. I'm going to let Anish and Nihal calculate this. White can just grab the pawn on A6. We have the pawn cube in the center. I'm sure Chad is loving that. But the problem is that if you just sort of blindly grab at the center, oh, let me take this pawn and let me take that pawn. Well, if you take that pawn, then White's going to take on F6. And when the smoke finally clears, just look at the structure. That passed A pawn, a huge asset in any future endgame. White can do something as simple as moving the queen back to D3, and I think White's got a clear advantage. So the idea might be largely intuitive. Nihal might say, hey, I'm actually feeling pretty desperate. I've got 350 on the clock. I'm worse. I need to change the nature of the game. So I'm curious if he wants to go D5, or Danny, if he wants your idea with something a little bit more calm. He takes D4. I don't think we should overstate the case here. I don't think Black is losing or anything of the sort, but he needs to be accurate the next like 5 or 6 moves.
This situation reminds me of something you said when you were on the chair with me, which I'm going to get back to that soon. But you said Nihal likes time scrambles, but that doesn't mean you want to get yourself under time pressure, right? And usually you play moves like B takes C4 in a position where you're like, I can't keep playing this amount of tension and take 3 more minutes off the clock, so I have to do something. But the more I look at this, I feel like we're not going to see the storyline we had on day 1, and we're more likely to get a decisive result here.
Yeah, and when you look at a position like, I was about to say, I wondered if he was going to play D takes E5 first, because that looked like if you could lure Black's D-pawn to recapture, then everything you just said, Dania, that whole great analysis, like everything you just put on the board, out the window, gone. We don't have to worry about it. And to your point, Danny, you want to minimize the amount of variations and caveats that are available in a certain position when you have that time ticking down.
Ooh,
yes,
Queen B7.
Smarter to keep the tension than if you're Giri, but Nihal quickly plays Queen B7. Okay, now Anish is back in the driver's seat, right? He can play a build-up move, right? Strengthen the space, put a rook on D1 or C1. Or he can look to go for something more concrete. But my intuition would say if you had to play the bullet move, you play rook C1 here, or you play rook D1, right? Don't give your opponent any help when they're the one about to get under 3 minutes.
Obviously, the big elephant in the room is D takes E5, because that is a clear pro and con. The pro is that it clarifies the center. as Amon indicated, the negative is that it reopens Black's bishop, and there most certainly are some dangerous tactics with bishop takes f2 check, and maybe the rook coming to d2 if the knight leaves f3. You know, this tactical potential becomes more serious of a problem the lower on time you get. So I would try to keep at least a 2-minute time advantage if you're Anish. But yeah, he's deciding between all these candidate moves, and then he's got the separate decision of whether or not and when to take on e5.
And you mentioned the word tactical. I feel like that Nihal's ears just perked up.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
as soon
What?
what?
Give them to me.
You know, like if I could turn this e4, e5 position where Nihal and Giri both understand white's probably slightly better, and if this could become a tactical skirmish as time gets lower, I mean, Nihal is just chomping at the bit.
I thought maybe he perked up just because Danya was using all the different colors there. You're so good at that with your fingers. I get trapped in just red and orange, but you're
Yeah, I stick with the basics, Danny.
Bringing the board to life over there.
Hey, I channel my inner Picasso, as I told Levy yesterday. I'm developing my alternate career as we speak, Danny.
I love it. I'm doing that with random questions on the street, preparing for where I'm going to be next. All right. Well, what do we think? What do we think Giri does here? Just rook c1?
Man,
I'm a d takes e5 person. I'm very much in the like.
But strategically, right? If we play d takes e5, unless there's a concrete follow-up, we're opening the bishop on a7, right? We're opening the d file for Black's rook. So I'm with you, but I'm like, that's the move I would not play. As the lowly I am here, I would not play that move unless I had a follow-up. I would be building on it. So help me, Amon.
Well, I was thinking that d5 from Black it just gets into a total mess.
Okay, so you're more trying to prevent Black's idea.
Exactly.
I get it. Okay.
And
I'm against that.
I would add that d5 is now a much more real. It would go so far as to say it's nearly a threat because a6 is now protected by. That was the actual point of Queen b7. Yes, it was to aim at the b4 pawn, but it was also to protect a6. I second Amon. If you were Levy Amon, I'd disagree just for the sake of disagreement. I'm going to be kind to you as a fellow GM.
Well, we
I
have
agree
Danny
with d
here.
GM on IM action. I knew
yeah,
you guys
Danny,
at some point.
you're outnumbered.
This is why we bring Danny on here, so we have someone to disagree with, and we can agree with each other.
When you have three people, someone
Safety
always
numbers.
gets the short end of the stick, so I'll take it.
What an interesting position. The time advantage has drifted all the way down to 50 seconds now. Anish continues to ponder this critical scenario. Danny, things getting more tense by the second. We're going to be in for another time scramble.
This makes me happier if I'm a Nihal fan, right? Every second off the clock for Giri, because even if I'm worse, as long as I get that mutual time scramble that I do so well in, maybe only Hikaru in this field is favored over Nihal in that type of scramble.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, now that it's like 4 minutes to 3 minutes, I think he definitely made the right choice to take, because if Black gets that d5 move in, everything's going to explode, and all of a sudden, Nihal is certainly favored as things get into time pressure.
But he did your move, right? This looks actually pretty good, and Giri did it with confidence. It wasn't just that he traded once, took with the bishop, immediately puts the rook on c1. Here comes that knight to f5.
Exactly. How is Nihal going to defend? Because now he's just clearly structurally worse.
Yeah, he's got these two weaknesses. The queen's doing a good job of supervising them, but he needs another piece. Which piece is it going to be? It's probably going to be the rook. The rook is actually the only piece hypothetically capable of defending c6, but it can do it from 3 different places. 2 different rooks can defend the pawn. I'm predicting rook e6. I think rook d6 walks right into knight f5. I don't see the rhyme or reason behind that one. You could also consider not defending the c6 pawn. The problem is queen takes c6, queen takes b4. The queen captures on a6. The last thing you want is to give white that extra a pawn, because then you're playing for a draw until the end of eternity.
There's also some nice ideas where if the knight's on f5 when those types of exchanges happen, in the end you have this little knight takes h6 shot. The f6 knight is a little tender. So there's actually suddenly those looming tactics where when the knight comes to f5, there's more for Black to worry about than first meets the eye.
Most certainly. And let's go to our 2-board view, because the other game is also heating up, our eyes darting from one side of the screen to the other. Hikaru Nakamura has the white pieces, the match deadlocked at 3 apiece. And we saw Wesley, a very exciting response to Hikaru's 4 knights, sacrificing a pawn. He still has the bishop pair. Hikaru has decided to castle queenside. And by contrast, there's a lot more time on both of these players' clock. It's a completely different type of position. And we see Hikaru taking that other knight off of the board. Amon, help me make sense of this. Such a complicated position on the right side there.
Yeah, indeed. And what has to be noted is that in that last little flurry of exchanges, we now actually have the real 2 bishops against 2 knights on the board. But that 1 extra pawn on d3, Danya, that is what Hikaru is going to try to, milk into a larger advantage. Right now, it's an extra pawn, but a lot of compensation. But the more pieces that get traded, the bishops aren't going to mean that much in just a pure endgame down a pawn. But in a middle game where the king can be targeted, queen a4 comes to mind, a2. I think if the rook trade was proposed by Hikaru here, Wesley might play something like rook d8 and say, nope, I actually want pieces on the board.
I'm glad we got to touch on this one before I bounce and let you guys finish, because this is by far the richest game that I think these two have given us. Right?
Exactly.
Here we've got bishop pair versus knights, the extra pawn dynamic, and everything that you just highlighted them on with the light squared bishop on f7 spying at the white king. This might be the game. I think this is a coin flip game. Despite what that eval bar says, it can be a little evil and misguiding at times. Yes, white's better because of the pawn, but from a practical perspective, especially if this game reaches mutual time pressure, the tactics are just nutty here for black.
Yeah, the bishop pair, I mean, it's inherently an asset, but it's especially an asset in a position that's this open. The center is open.
Yeah.
Queen d5, I pointed out, is a big threat, which means that knight takes g7 is not possible, I think. Queen d5 hits the pawn. That's a mate threat because the bishop covers the king's escape route. Most importantly, the other knight is also loose.
Yeah.
In a position like this with two bishops against a rook, those are the worst two minor pieces to play against if you're the side with the rook. So Hikaru has a threat that he needs to address. He sees it. There's a lot of ways that he can address it, and he does so by chasing the bishop out of b4. He kicks the can down the road, guys.
Yep.
I think the bishop's coming back to f8. I think Wesley just wants to eliminate the headache of the g7 pawn, even if it's not an immediate threat.
That's the bullet move. Just play bishop f8, right? But it's not bullet. I'm on it, right? He's taking his time because you have to calculate queen d5 just to make sure there's nothing else to that. But I agree. Bishop f8 seems simple. Renew that double attack of queen d5, hitting the pony in the a2 square. But I don't know. I mean,
it feels good, doesn't it? Play bishop f8.
So
you just feel like you're a strong player when you get to play a move like bishop to f8. You know, covering g7, getting the bishop out of danger. So that game, as we see, is actually the most imbalanced, as you pointed out, Danny. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. But Dania, we've got some action, some things developing in the other game.
Look at the clock. Nihal's down at 28 seconds. So you're right, Amon. The Hikaru game is unbalanced on the board. This game is the most unbalanced on the clock. But look at how Nihal has fixed this position. The queenside pawns visited the orthodontist.
Yeah.
He somehow exchanged the c pawn for the b pawn.
Yep.
It got some Invisalign. That queen up to a6, pinning the rook on b5. e6, e5 is defended.
So is this worth it, Dania? Would you say that getting rid of those, positional let's say
weaknesses.
Yeah, I'm looking for a much nicer word than
bad
that.
Teeth. Bad teeth.
I think Daniel's orthodontist stuff had me going down the wrong path there. But would you say that, being at 20 seconds but not having the weaknesses, is that worth it? Because the time is a major factor.
Danny, for anyone but Nihal, yes.
I was just going to complete that.
We complete each other's.
Sandwiches. We did.
Wow.
I was literally going to answer them on the same way. I would say for a lot of other players, maybe not, because you are weighing. Time is not material, but there is some mathematical evaluation to the value of time in rapid, blitz, and bullet especially. But for Nihal, he will take a scramble with increment against anybody in this field. And if you've made your position better, he'll take 20 seconds on the clock, given that he gets 2 seconds added per move, everybody. So that's not a pure 20 seconds.
Yeah. Giri has bungled this, and the mathematical consideration, I think for Nihal, it's reverse. With less time, he actually starts playing better. He goes rook b6, so he offers Giri a trade. Queen takes it, but that's not a draw offer. After queen a5, rook b5, black still holds the upper hand. Look at that battery against the f2 pawn. I think Anish should take on a5. I think he should hunker down, bring the queen back to a2. I think his chances of holding this are very, very high given Nihal's clock. But he's got a couple more accurate moves to make. But my prediction is that this game is going to end peacefully.
But it's a good point that he doesn't need to trade queens. If you're Nihal, despite what other people might see when they look at this, it's 50-50. I've got 20 seconds. I think Nihal smells blood in the water, right? He's a great white shark when it comes to these moments because he's won them.
Ooh, Giri offered a draw.
Oh, Giri, that shows you who wants to get out of this game more, right? Giri's like, why don't we call this
He
one?
might take it. Dude, he's got 10 seconds.
Yeah, he's got 10 seconds.
Okay, he does. All right.
As Danny was saying, a great white shark sniffing out that draw offer.
Yeah. Well, he smelled blood, but I think Anish, that was the right time to offer the draw because even though they took it, let's remember, there's a reason Anish offered it.
Yep.
Right? So even though ultimately I believe Nihal had the edge if he kept playing. Yeah. All right, well, that takes them to a 3.5 tie score once again, but it's just like yesterday. They start with wins respectively as white. They draw their third game of the day. Is anybody going to make a breakthrough? I might have to go give Anish a hug if it means he's going to break through.
I think you most certainly will. They are down to their last game, and the way Nihal has played with the white pieces, my goodness, does Anish have his work cut out for him as we see the players' intensity, concentration on their faces, and butterflies in their stomach as they get ready for the next game. But we have one more game still going. Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So are still in the middle of their wildly exciting 7th game.
Yeah.
What's happening here?
H5, Amon. That's the kind of move you make when you have the bishop pair, because the more weaknesses you create on both sides of the board, the higher the chance of tactics, right? So sometimes you play a move like H5, not just to undermine the knight, but to maybe poke at G4, because you get these positions in time scrambles where if you can attack 2 things at once, something's going to fall.
Yeah, complicated position. Bishop moves to e6, but with Giri and Sarin complete, Danny, I'm afraid we're going to have to send you back to the booth.
I blacked out for a second. I was like, where am I? I'm going to be here all day.
Right when he was getting comfortable.
Yeah, he was just getting settled in. Danny, it's so fun to have you on set. You're awesome.
Thank you guys. The talent here is overwhelming, so I appreciate you playing along with me and letting me sit in for a minute. I'm going to get back to my chair.
All right, Danny, thanks again. We're going to keep watching this 7th game in the semifinals. Both matches currently tied. Anish and Nihal making a draw. Is this game also going to end peacefully? Amon, Danny made a great point. Wait, I can still say that with Danny in the room.
I think so,
Too many compliments, though.
It's like
not enough disagreements.
Take your kid to work day having him. It's nice.
Exactly. This is the most unbalanced the position has ever been in their first 7 games.
Yeah,
but still, it's not like going to be decisive necessarily.
No, it's not like, oh, there's an imbalance. Guess we're having a victory. No, not at all. Like, you have to remember that like this imbalance is, well, it's called an imbalance for a reason. It's a knight and that extra pawn, but the bishops are so lethal. I mean, black can win this game just as much as white can. This isn't white with an extra pawn and playing for a draw or a win, Dania. Not at all.
But you mentioned lethal. I think the knight on d4 is as lethal as it gets. If black plays the move bishop d6 right now, white can play rook f3 because the bishop blocks the queen, but rook f3 runs into bishop takes a3.
Yeah.
There's those lethal bishops again. But instead, I think Hikaru has cooked up the devilish queen g2, exploiting the weakness of c6. And if bishop f4, knight c6, you're in huge trouble.
Oof. Yeah, this could be really nasty here. Are we getting knight? I was going to say knight a7 you can always start with, right?
You can start with it. You also have the move knight e5.
That's what I was looking at. This looks like... This is cooked, right? This is done.
This is done because if the queen moves, the knight serves the queen's purpose, and queen e8 is still checkmate. The knight controls d7. What an idea. And we instead have h takes g4, and queen g2 is still played.
Yeah, I was going to say, you sounded disappointed with hg4, and then, no, but queen g2 is still possible. Queen g2 is an amazing idea, but he's decided to meet it with bishop e8. So definitely a more passive approach for Wesley, but he's trying to say, look, this is temporary. I'm stopping your idea. Eventually, I'll boot this knight out, and bishop d6, bishop e5, and then I can move my bishop from e8.
But now Hikaru is saying this is temporary. His knight is booted. He can move back to e2, but then he's going to be threatening f4 and move the knight right back to d4. So we've got a lot of back and forth action
Wesley
here.
is saying that that's temporary because after the knight goes back, bishop goes to g6 and hits the rook, and you can't go f4.
And then White's saying that's temporary because White's going to go f5 and put the bishop back up.
We could go all day.
We could go all day. Knight, the other knight moves to e2, so c5. c5 is a tempting move. It kicks the knight out of d4, but it weakens the king side even further. I think, well, the side in which the king is on, I think we should avoid seeing king side and queen side. Technically, that's the queen side. But, Amon, one sort of dream scenario for Wesley is to move this light-scored bishop to c6.
Yeah.
Even if White doesn't keep the queen and the rook on this diagonal, that's a great spot where the bishop controls a lot of squares, kicks the rook out of the center, and protects the king. I think that's what he should be aiming for here.
Yeah, and the issue is that, to stop a move like f4, you have to play a committal move like g5, but the structure starts to become one that favors the knights. More closed, right? You see that f5 square. It's a perfect anchor square for the knight on d4 to go to, and if this ever gets to an endgame, you wish that you didn't play g5. But in this middle game, and with all the tactics that we've been highlighting, you kind of have to.
You have to, because the position is so dynamic that you can't even really think about long-term stuff. You need to think about the short-term threats.
Yep.
G5 is on the board. Hikaru is up a minute on the clock. For Hikaru, that's a big deal. That's a big time advantage. I don't think Wesley should allow his clock to drop really below a minute as long as they're still in the middle game. So the ball in Hikaru's court, the move that comes to my mind is knight d4 to f3. Yeah, you move the knight away from the center, but again, you boot the bishop off of e5. So it's always this balance. Like, do I keep my pieces in the center, or do I use my pieces to kick yours out of the center?
Yeah, and I think it's really going to revolve around whether black can get that bishop to c6. You mentioned how important that square was, and Hikaru Nakamura is, deep in thought here. He's looking for the moves. The interesting thing that I'm noticing about some of the variations we're calculating, Dania, is they never seem to be trouble for Hikaru. It's just whether or not he can create something.
Yeah, because he has no weaknesses. The bishops have no targets to attack. the bishops are good in this position. Wesley trying to find some targets to attack.
That's right.
The only targets are white's pieces. There's no pawns to attack. You actually have to try to use the bishops to pin the knights, to hold them in place.
Yep.
Bishop f7 is an awesome, awesome move by Wesley. He just finds an alternate airport to fly through to reach the long diagonal.
To d5. Like, we were talking about c6, but really, in essence, we just wanted the diagonal. Like, I mean, all of a sudden, bishop f7, bishop d5, and he's got it.
He's got it. I think he's going to play it right now.
Yep.
Hikaru could pick up the d6 bishop if Wesley does that, but I think if Wesley were to preserve one of his bishops, there's no question in my mind that he wants to keep the light squared bishop.
Yeah, the bishop on f7 is like the actual artifact, and the bishop on d6 is the replica.
Yes, or it's the frame that the artifact is contained in. It's
Exactly.
the Mona Lisa you want to keep, not the frame that it's any. He wants to keep the frame as well.
He wants to keep the frame as
he
well.
wants to keep the frame. Bishop
You
to
gotta
c5.
have a nice frame for the Mona Lisa.
You most certainly do. You can't have any
It looks
X thrown
better.
at it. I like bishop c5. I think Wesley's playing for a win here. I think that's what that move signifies to me.
Yeah, and it also signifies, not just bishop c5, I'm playing for the win because of bishop c5. No, it could be any move. Bishop f8 even. I think he just wants to keep the pieces. And, bishop pair, I always say, Daniel, that's like a long-term investment. Just having it, just holding it is where it actually becomes valuable.
That's very, very true. I should point out that c4 is always out of the question. Look at that d3 pawn. You cannot afford for that pawn to be taken. And the bishop, another twist, bishop comes back to g6 because d5 was defended by the knight. And again, Wesley showing just a categorical unwillingness to give his dark squared bishop up, even if it means allowing his other bishop to reach the long diagonal. We also could get some sort of a repetition here, like bishop f7.
And I think Hikaru would be happier. At this moment,
at this point,
I think that it's changed enough that now that rook, Daniel, is in front of the pieces. We always say that rook's going to operate best from the back because a long-range piece, right? The rook can exert pressure on e8 from e1 or e4, and he goes for a sacrifice. And I think that speaks to the fact he was not enjoying his position.
As does like his body language. This isn't a sacrifice like, I'm sacrificing in exchange, I'm getting all these squares. The knights are fully capable of handling themselves in this position. I don't think black is winning, especially given the queenside pawn structure. But now Wesley can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yep.
He can play this position out for a while. I really don't see a scenario where Wesley gets in any kind of trouble here.
So the only point I'll make against that is we remember it was almost Hikaru playing for a win, rook and knight, against two rooks in this exact match, and it was Wesley who suddenly had to bail out. So I will say I can absolutely see Hikaru winning this. If this was like a bullet game, and guess what, we're down to a minute each, I would say Hikaru is definitely playing for a win.
You're disagreeing with me. I thought we made a deal. Danny's not in the booth anymore.
Danny's
I'll
not
give
here.
you a slide for that. You forgot that we kicked Danny out.
Yeah, my bad.
We forgot. Now, let's go back to our old friend. I still think this bishop belongs in the long diagonal, and so does Wesley So. Bishop to c8 on the board. He's going to swing his bishop over to b7. What is the point of that? You might look at this and say, well, I don't see any squares on this diagonal worth occupying. It's more that you're restricting the knights. You're stopping knight d5, and you're keeping your king safe for the long run, which means that black's queen can now swing over to the king side and start attacking the f2 pawn, which is exactly what he does. Wesley's making progress here.
He is, and he's playing it really, really well. What was scary to me was a knight getting to e4, Dania. Then it would hit the f6 pawn, hit the c5 pawn. Instead, bishop to b7 covers that, and white's knights are nowhere near the e4 square. Instead, they're on great squares, but they're not able to attack anything.
He's also just forced a queen trade. What a move by Wesley. Queen
h1, that's right, yeah. He's got the check.
That's another benefit of the bishop on b7. I mentioned there aren't any important squares in the diagonal, and now there are. Queen h1 is basically a pre-move. And once the queens are traded, then the knights will have a really hard time without that leader, without the queen to bind them together. Will they be able to handle both sides of the board against black's bloodthirsty rook?
And I think the fact that black can sort of establish a bishop on f3 means a lot for this position. You might see rook h8, rook to h4, rook d4. You can even jump the gun and do that straight away.
And he does.
And if he loses that pawn, we might see a Hikaru head shake here because can he hold this position together after rook f4 and bishop takes g4? How do you keep this?
I actually think it's crucial to start with rook f4, which he does. Look at how precisely. Because if he had taken on g4 first, the knight would have jumped out to your square, cutting off the rook and actually winning the f6 pawn back.
That's a great point.
Now you're taking on g4, or white's got to trade off one more knight. And we know that when you're up in exchange, every single minor piece trade favors the rook side.
That's right. And, it's all about the king side pawns here, Daniel. Those queen side pawns for black, they're going nowhere, right? They're just on the board merely to, satisfy material equality or something like that. Because it's all about winning that g pawn, maybe the f pawn, and black creating a pass pawn supported by his rook.
Which he now is guaranteed to do. To add insult to injury, if you take the bishop, black's rook takes back, attacks f2, and if the knight drops back, the rook moves back to f4. And the knight can't guard f2 and g4 at the same time. Hikaru desperately trying to create counterplay on the queen side, but all he's done is fixed black's pawns further.
That's right, although it was a very interesting move, actually. He was daring black to take on b4, and then he would cut the rook off. But instead, Wesley stayed focused. He said, look, the most important pawn to win is on the king side, and he's done just that. f5, though,
great
loses
move.
another pawn, but then he picks up f2.
He picks up f2. Now he's got a passer on f5. This is on the cusp of being winning. The game not over yet, but Hikaru down to 10 seconds, and Wesley has kept himself with 40 seconds on the clock to convert this advantage, and it's push time.
That's right. He needs a dark square blockade. He needs a knight on f2. If he can get the knight on d5 to the f2 square, that's going to be it.
Yeah, he needs to travel all the way back. I like to move bishop f3 here. That actually forces the trade of knights, but Wesley goes c6. Obviously,
like
if Hikaru wins this passer, that's the worst case scenario for Wesley. Two knights and 3 pawns against rook, bishop, and 2 will be a draw.
That's not enough.
If the pawns are on the same side.
Wow, rook g1, the patience to play that move. He doesn't want to advance that pawn, Daniel, because then the king might get to e3. You have to be very careful. You don't let white control the dark squares in this position.
Yeah, it's not a race. It usually is a race with the passed pawn. Here, you want to push the pawn under the right conditions. Hikaru's going to try to get his king to d4. Again, the point is to meet f3 with king e3. Now, a strategy Wesley could adopt is to shove the rook to b2 at the right moment to distract white's king.
That's right.
But king c3 right now comes with tempo. Hikaru's holding on. He's doing what Hikaru always does.
Yeah. Amazing resilience, good defense. Another. Oh my goodness, knight
Wesley
h5?
might have blundered the pawn. Knight back to f3.
Yeah, he has rook g4.
But he's got bishop g4.
Oh, bishop g4 is even better.
But is that resulting position a draw? It is. I think it might be a draw after bishop takes f3.
Bishop f3 takes day. Oh, rook f2 is unbelievable.
Oh, and now he goes knight e5, and he's going to win the bishop back.
King e3. He's going to be temporarily down a rook.
But Wesley's going to win the b4 pawn. Rook f8 and rook b8, or rook f1, rook b1.
Yep.
And I don't know how to evaluate this position. He's going to have a passed a pawn. This has to be winning him on.
Yeah, my instincts say this has got to be winning. He's got a pass pawn that the king cannot touch, right? The knight has to bring itself to the b file and act as a shield so the king can walk over.
So the king can walk over. It also can, I don't think he's got time to do that. I think he's got to use the knight now to stop the pawn. But how is he going to do that? And he resigns, and Wesley wins with the
resignation.
Black.
And I mean, this is probably dead in the water, but that was still an early resignation for me. We know how resilient he is.
94. Actually, I think Hikaru missed that he could go 94. We're going to wait and watch the reactions on camera.
Yeah.
I think Hikaru could have continued the fight there.
I absolutely do, but you know, in the end, he made his decision. He did resign that game, and now the lead with only 1 game to play, Daniel, is 4-3 for Wesley So.
This is the last thing we expected for Black to win a game. Wesley is up 4-3. Hikaru with a must-win game in Game 8. You can see a dejected Hikaru there. The opening experiment I'm on, it just didn't work out, and Wesley met him at the top with that pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, and just to take that position and understand, look, you're down a pawn, but the compensation is raging. You've got the bishop pair, and he kept pieces on the board. Queens, rooks, and that was ultimately what led to him converting that game.
Yeah, that was incredible. We're going to check in on both of our match scores. The Anish Giri match is still tied. Everything is going to be decided either by the last game or, if it is drawn, by the Armageddon. And Wesley So jumping out to a 1-point lead. Amon, this is a feast for the eyes, a feast for anyone who likes chess.
Yep.
What an awesome Game 8 we're going to have in both matches.
Indeed, and you know what I've noticed, Dania? That we've never had the same result in both games concurrently. So we've had draws in Wesley Hikaru, and then all of a sudden we get a win in that match, and of course, you know, as the universe would have it, it is a draw in the other match as well. So it's always back and forth with these matches, and of course, we're going to see Game 8s in both of them, just a testament to how close these semifinals are.
Yeah, they're going to be wildly close, and the Hikaru-Wesley game was close all throughout. We're going to hit on a couple of important moments. So, Amon, you had this very interesting imbalance with 2 bishops against 2 knights. You don't have that every day.
Yeah.
Hikaru has a pawn in return for Wesley's bishop pair, and the real trouble started when you pointed it out. Hikaru's rook went ahead of the minor pieces.
Right.
If the rook was on e1 in this position, we'd be singing a completely different tune. But with bishop g6, that rook starts feeling really uncomfortable. And I think Hikaru kind of panicked in this situation. He could have come back to e4, but Amon, he sacks on c5, thinking that Wesley's ruined pawn structure will give him long-term play on the king. Didn't work out that way.
No, and I think you said it best when it happened. This wasn't a Hikaru Nakamura confident sacrifice.
Yeah.
This wasn't like, aha, I've sacrificed and now I'm playing for a win. No, this was an uncomfortable and a decision he didn't want to make. So he could have gone back, but he obviously didn't want to draw. There must have been something, Dania, that he wanted to play for more. So he was being a little bit ambitious with this as well.
I think he made a concrete mistake. I think he missed or underestimated this move bishop c8. And once the bishop gets to this long diagonal, Black's king is now safe, and Wesley was able to trade queens on h1.
Yep.
Hikaru defended valiantly, and at the very end, let's go to the final position for a second.
Just look at that.
I think Hikaru could have played knight e4, and what I think he missed is that a4, knight c5 threatens a fork on a6. I think Wesley's still winning after rook a8, but he would have had to work hard for it. After a3, knight a6, Black does not promote his pawn. White's king is just in time to stop it. Here, actually, White is winning.
White would be winning there, but he must have missed that there was a way for him to play knight c5, Dania, and actually get that rook off the b file. Because if you look at it, the b file cuts the king off. That's too much. I think he just missed that. Otherwise, we know Hikaru Nakamura. He would have kept playing.
He absolutely would have. An uncharacteristic early resign, but the fact remains, Wesley So wins game 7 in improbable fashion. What a game. What precision by Wesley So all throughout. But folks, let's get it back to Danny and the gang in the gameplay hall to break down these two fascinating games as we get into the final game. Danny, take it away.
OMGzer snaps. Guys, we do have drama, not maybe the kind we were expecting. Thank you for being with us. Reminder of who we are now joined by: Grandmaster Robert Hess, FIDE Master James Canty, U.S. Champion Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. I'm Danny Wrench. Guys, let's dive into the scores, quickly set up where we are. For those who might just be joining us, we have a deadlock tie again between Giri and Sarin, but we now, for the first time, have a decisive game in the match between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. It is Wesley So striking with the black pieces, no less. Okay, guys, quickly, I want to get to you, Fabi, and get your reaction on that moment, the critical one where Hikaru Nakamura chose to play rook takes c5 rather than accept the repetition, right? Wants a decisive result, but did he lose his patience a little bit?
I think so. The thing is, the entire game, he was directing the action.
Yeah.
He chose the opening. He surprised Wesley a bit. He got a good outcome in the opening, up a pawn for compensation, but still some sort of advantage for Hikaru. And then once Wesley had equalized, and it was time for a repetition, he wasn't able to adjust. He still wanted to be ambitious, and he played too riskily. Rook takes c5. It might not be a terrible move, but it's just too risky under circumstances, and things just spiraled out of control for him after that. Wesley played a brilliant move, bishop c8, and that was pretty much the deciding move of the game. After that, Hikaru was in a desperate situation.
Quickly, Robert, over to you. So you think Hikaru was getting frustrated with all the draws himself? Do you think he misevaluated something concrete, as Danya is suggesting with bishop c8? What do you think happened there?
I think he's frustrated that Wesley's the man who will not be moved.
Yeah.
I mean, Hikaru is used to bullying people. James used that term throughout the last few days. Hikaru, he enforces his will on his opponents, but Wesley So is somebody who, more than maybe anybody out there, he is stoic. He will just play the position, and he showed that when Hikaru goes for speculative sacrifice, he will punish it.
As much as we like the script reference, we can definitely say this is not scripted.
Right.
What do you say Hikaru Nakamura has to do now to win with black and send it to Armageddon?
Well, he's going to have to play, if it's d4, we playing King's Indian, and if it's e4, we playing some type of Sicilian, something sharp. We need to get in here, we need to swing, of course, and he did break a little bit there, obviously. I mean, it was the patience, trying to have some patience with every single game being a draw, you just bumping your head, I'm always winning. Not every game's a draw, I'm tired of this. And then he took too much of a risk there. But this last game, we got to win.
Oh, man. Well, we're going to see if he can do it. As some of you may know, our friend James Canty, with that hot take, has also been hanging out with our players. He has a pretty good sense of humor and can be a little bit of a prankster. Isn't that right, James?
That's true. That's true. Check out this earlier time this week. I discovered that you can't rip a Canadian dollar bill. Did you know that? Did you guys know that?
I did not.
Maybe you keep working out.
This is a Canadian $10 bill, right? Yeah. So I want you to touch it here. You see the trophy? You see this?
Yes.
If you can walk away with it if you can tear that bill.
Are you serious?
Yeah, go ahead, try it.
Oh, is this some kind of joke?
Yeah, rip it. Go ahead, try to rip it. Go ahead, try it. Come on, world champ.
Okay, what is the trick to this?
Champ. Sam, now he broke the king, so he might be able to rip this. You know what I'm saying? Look at him. Look at that. Look at that.
I can see already Duda tried here on this side.
Smells like syrup and Duda. Come on, Wesley. Come on, Flexley.
Don't dare me. I have a pen.
Okay, wait, okay. Okay. You can rip it. That's a strong man. Look at the straight, you see it? He tried, he couldn't do it.
Can I some kind of magic trick or something?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's indestructible.
But it has not always been like that. Yeah, I've definitely ripped a couple of his rings.
So you can't rip it, and I'm gonna take that back from you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, Wesley. Yeah. Yeah. We'll be here. We'll be here, big dog.
Okay.
I ain't got a watch on. You know that.
Okay, we're back after the commercial break. And see.
Right.
That was hilarious. That was a fire take there, and apparently you also can't set them on fire. Is that true?
In fact, I didn't know that, so we're gonna try that. In fact, don't try that at home, but we are gonna try that. Actually.
But how much fun was that watching those guys? I love the effort that Duda was putting into
and
that.
Then Sam too. I'm like, Sam, you're a big boy, you know. This is a little Bill, and you a big boy. Let's rip it. Come on. And he couldn't rip it. He was trying, and I'm like, yeah, try again. Do some push-ups real quick. Come on, we can do it.
Apparently, being as strong as you isn't helping, so I fear for those players. They're gonna keep going at it for days and days.
Yeah, but apparently it wasn't always like that. I don't know if that's true or not. Have you ever tried to rip a...
No, but have you seen this thing where like David Blaine rips an entire phone book in half?
No.
Yeah, there's like that technique. If you bend it a certain way, I don't know if that's not going to work with the bill, but with a phone book, you can rip an entire phone book in half.
Yeah, great analogy there. I've seen the thing where you can rip an apple in half, but all right. Before we take a break, another quick reminder from our sponsor. Brave means private browsing and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and video visits, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loads. You know the drill. It's faster streaming and faster playback. It also means 35% longer battery life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth. For Android, iOS, and desktop, get the best browser for gamers, streamers, and creators. All you got to do, go to brave.com/chess. It takes 60 seconds to switch. All right, guys. As Danya would say, oh my lands, we are headed to Game 8 in both matches, perhaps in the balance, a spot to the CGC championship match. Twitch subscribers, we have plenty of exclusive content, so stick around. During the break, we will bring it to you. You don't want to miss it, and we will be right back.
Are you ready for the trivia questions?
No, but let's do it anyway.
Who is the current Prime Minister of Canada?
The current Prime Minister is, of course, Justin Trudeau.
Perfect. I didn't even have to run through the multiple choice. I was like,
oh, it's multiple choice.
Okay, Justin Trudeau.
Yeah, like I only know one Canadian politician, so if it's not Trudeau anymore, then I'm done.
Which of these is Toronto's hockey team? Or if you already know, you can just let us.
Of course, it's the Maple Leafs.
Thank you. Okay.
I think because there are 2 Maple things, I'm going to go with the Maple one. That's how I passed my final school exam as well.
Maple Leafs.
Correct. Who is Canada's top-rated chess player?
Alexander Botis?
Well, unfortunately, I played him last week, so I know the answer. It's, of course, Evgeny Barayev.
I'm not sure about Barayev rating, to be honest. No one is getting younger, and
okay.
I also he's not as good as he used to be. So, I guess Erik Hansen.
I'll go with Eric.
Which of these celebrities is not Canadian?
So I knew the first 2 are Canadian, so it must be Danny Ranch, yeah? But is he a celebrity though?
Oh my.
Well, I would like choose between Drake and Danny Ranks. Like I can't see any of them being Canadian, to be honest, and and maybe they're both.
Drake is actually like the icon of Toronto.
Really?
If this is a trick question, I'll go Avril Lavigne.
Obviously, it's Danny Ranch.
But I think his singing skills are somewhat behind the other contestants.
That's okay, you know?
The strongest player, if you ask me, is gonna be Bishop and Kevin. Yeah.
I got Queen Jew. Now let me get my own gal. Let me get my own gal. I mean, you my big.
His mind, you know, some of the things that he see, I don't understand how he see it, but his mind just kind of works on another level.
But I've been introduced to this game since I was 6 or 7 years old, and I'm 58 now. Sit right there, baby. There's so many different locations they play the game at. The third one is the heartbeat of the game. That's the heartbeat of the game, and that's how I kind of try to view it. And then let the whole world know that this is happening in Houston. It's well overdue. That's been really my dream since I started chess. So you know, that's my purpose. It ain't so much to win. I love winning though. I ain't gonna lie. I like to win the game.
Welcome back to Toronto and our coverage of the CGC semifinals. We are heading into Game A, the final game of each of our semifinal matches. We will begin with Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin in just a moment. But first, here is where we sit. Let's review the scores through 7 games. It's all deadlocked in Anish's match against Nihal, but Wesley So, with a shocking victory with the black pieces, has jumped out with a 1-point lead. He leads 4-3, and Hikaru in a must-win situation. It's been a pleasure commentating the CGC thus far. I am here alongside Grandmaster Aman Hambleton. Aman, I have no words. Do you have any words?
I also have none. No,
all right, that's it.
Honestly, Danny, what can we say? We're getting into a Game 8, but a very different one for both matches. One of them could decide the entire match, and the other one is a big comeback that's necessary from Hikaru Nakamura, or we're not going to see any Armageddons.
We aren't, and we certainly hope to see some Armageddons. We see Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin, some Inception action there on the screen in front of us. Anish, speaking of Anish, he's got a tall order. He needs to survive with the black pieces, but he's got the pedigree and the experience level to do that. We see his path to the CGC finals. He has so many tournament victories. 2021 Tata Steel, arguably his most impressive performance among. If anybody can do it, it's Anish Giri.
Yeah, you said it best, Dania. But although he has so much experience, he's such a young chess player in essence.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's got this experience, but you know, I don't feel like we don't give him enough credit for being at the top for so long.
No, he's perennially underrated, but he struggled with the black pieces, and I'm so excited to see what we're going to get. It's been such a mixed bag in the opening, unlike our other match in the Berlins. We got one knight f3 by Nihal Sarin, and Giri, starting early, he's already thinking. He responds with d5, d4, and we're going to see a London here. Yeah, we kind of are. This is like a modern version of the London. Amon, if only we had a London specialist here who could explain these first few moves. Bishop e3.
If a London specialist shows up, Dania, I'll definitely let you know.
Okay.
But for the moment, what's interesting to me is that Nihal Sarin is bringing out so many versions of the London. It's not just the trademark d4, bishop f4. He had that very interesting win that he pulled off against Giri, where it started as a London, but it just got weird with c4. And now he's even playing bishop e3. This is like what you tell London players not to do.
Yeah, this is the mouselip London system. And of course, the idea is to fianchetto the other bishop. You can't bring it out to this diagonal. e3 is illegal. And Anish immediately trying to exploit the drawback of the move bishop e3. He sends his knight to g4, but the bishop calmly drops back to d2. And Amon, when you have this structure, you almost always see the kind of action where black plays a5 and sometimes white plays a3. There's stuff going down the a file. And the question really is, number one, does black get to win the pawn back? But sometimes black doesn't even try to win it back, and black tries to get positional compensation on the queen side. It's a dangerous path, though, because you can often end up just down a pawn for nothing.
Exactly, and I think when you play these positions with the black pieces, you have to go into it with a willingness to play down a pawn. And not everyone has that. Some people do this thinking, oh, I'll get my pawn back. Then all of a sudden, white just clings on for dear life, and black's uncomfortable because they're like, wait, I'm not getting this back. You're not always supposed to. And b6 is a perfect illustration, Dania, because, I mean, pawn takes on b6 is already a consideration. And yes, that's a full extra pawn.
It's a full, healthy extra pawn. Anish is not trying to win it back. But just as a sample, after CB, which I don't think Nihal is going to play that eagerly, queen a4 there is an interesting alternative. But after takes, let's say white castles. Again, no way that black is winning the b4 pawn back, but black can play a5 anyway. And after b takes a5, I don't know what black's going to recapture with. Let's say the knight. Look at white's pawns. They're in a terrible state. Black's threatening knight b3 and knight c4, queen b2. I mean, white's entire queen side is in shambles, which is ironic because that's where white's extra pawn is.
Right.
We see that it doesn't tell the whole story. Finally, black's center very, very healthy. That pawn chain in the center, another reason that black often has, at the very least, full compensation, practically speaking, for the pawn Amon. So I think Nihal's going to have to handle this with a little bit more finesse.
That's right. And, what he would love to do after the move b6 is, he would love to consider the move maybe b5. B5, and the knight has to move as he's being attacked, and then follow up with the move c6. Because then, you've got your protected pass pawn. I know it's early in the game, but protected pass pawn on c6. And this is a long-term thing that you're just trying to hang on to and say, look, if we get to any sort of endgame, Dania, I'm going to be winning every single one of them.
Like, pawn endgame, queen endgame, rook endgame, we can name it. But I think the problem is that black has this bishop takes c5 move, punishing white for not castling. BC, and after bishop takes f2, king f1, I think black can just play this down a piece. Just drop the bishop back to c5, and just look at the state of white's pieces. The state is pathetic. The knight is coming to f2. The other bishop's coming out to a6. Again, it's not that black is checkmating white on the next move, but the compensation is long-term. This is the last thing you want in an ultimate deciding game where you're not having any fun. Okay, Nihal sends the knight away and then does take on b6.
It's kind of a, smarter move order. I thought maybe he might send the knight away and then consider b5.
Ooh.
Because then that kind of gets the best of both worlds. But instead, he decides to maintain that extra pawn, but the move a5 is happening. So the question is, do you want to play a move like maybe a4 preemptively so that after a5 you can play pawn to b5, another protected pass pawn? I mean, this is just the theme. I'm over here trying to get a protected pass pawn and hang on to it for dear life.
They're like, protected pass pawn. No, that was all yesterday. That's, call me maybe, as people were listening to that and having Keep Tahoe Blue stickers on their laptop. But I think white is another way of preserving the pawn on b4, and that's with the move bishop e3. The queen moves back, you get the knight out to d2, and all of a sudden after a5, you play a move that you can almost never play in these positions. a3 is always supposed to be bad because after ab, the rook is hanging. Guess what? It's no longer hanging. Now the queen is linked up with the rook. So I think this is an option. Amon, I love your idea to push a4 preemptively to meet a5 with b5. Again, I got to mention the protected pass pawn. Apparently that's not what the cool kids do. I like the way Nihal has handled this. I don't know if I'm seeing full compensation here due to the inclusion of this move h3.
Right, but the one thing that we are seeing is the time difference, right? He's really in the think tank here because, you and I are looking at the position, but he's also looking at it without knowing, hey, did Anish prepare something devilish for me? And the last thing you want in a knotted up match, 3.5, is to go into someone's preparation. And in fact, we've already seen what happens when Nihal does this in this very match.
Yeah, this match has featured some of the most creative opening choices, really by both players, and some of the most impressive preparation. And the nature of the preparation has been different. For Anish, it's been he's going to principled lines, and he's trying to punish Nihal. Nihal's going into dubious variations, and Anish just offered a draw.
Wow.
And Nihal declined it.
Did he decline it with the? It's always important, right?
With the move.
Did he decline it with the move, or did he say
no?
Decline?
No, thank you. No, he played
sir.
Bishop E3.
Take a step back, would you, Governor?
Prefer to continue now, mate. Governor.
I'm not sure if he did, but it looks like he used the move. So that's the more professional.
I remember
way
when I offered a draw in one of my first ever tournaments. I don't know why I have this vivid memory of my opponent
core
saying,
memory for you,
he
yeah.
said, no way. He didn't just say, no, thank you, I'd like to continue. He said, no way. And he did proceed to beat me, to his credit. So
And
Nihal says no way.
That man grew up to be Danny Wrench.
That's exactly. No, actually, I'm on Hamilton. Little did you know.
Queen to b8. It's always an interesting, you play queen b8, and I think it looks awkward in a way because you're putting the queen in the middle of your rooks, right? It seems like at some point you're going to have to move that again. But Black's position is flexible enough that I think what he wants to do is play a5, Dania, but he wants to control b5 because of, drumroll, protected pass pawn possibilities.
Protected pass pawn possibilities.
He doesn't want to allow pawn to b5.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And again, this is the moment where Nihal has to make the decision between a4 and knight bd2, and that's why we see him thinking. I am impressed that he declined the draw, but I am not surprised. Nihal is a fighter. He has that killer instinct, and right now he's saying, hey, I am up a pawn. I don't really see the compensation outside of, yeah, you have slightly better center control. I don't really care about that because that pawn on c3 serves two purposes. It protects b4, and it also controls the d4 square, which takes a lot of the sting out of the move e5, which we might see Anish play anyway, but it's not quite as concerning. So knight bd2 or a4 is on the docket, and I think the result of the opening is flat out a success for Nihal.
Indeed. He's got that extra pawn, and he's somehow found a way to get his bishop to e3, and it's not going to be harassed by anything until we see e5, d4. That's many moves away. White's going to be castled, and as soon as knight d2, knight b to d2 happens, that's when I feel that White has sort of reached that opening success. Because as you mentioned earlier, then the rook is protected. So all of a sudden, you have a3 to defend against a5, and then you really feel like you've gotten an extra pawn.
Yeah, already a draw for declined. A solid advantage for Nihal Sarin as we enter the middle game in this game. But we're about to start another game. Hikaru Nakamura is in a must-win territory against Wesley So. Wesley leads 4-3. A draw does not satisfy Hikaru. And speaking of Hikaru, let's review his game card. The 34-year-old juggernaut has built up such an impressive career. Amon, right now, he's got his back against the wall for maybe the first time in like the last decade.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great way to put it. And that speaks to his success both recently and in this competition. This is the first time in this event, Dania, that Hikaru has actually felt trailing. Like that feeling for him, it just hasn't occurred. He's actually behind in this match and needs to win, which means that this match is what we expected it to be. It's going to explode now. Dan.
Yep, it's like a basketball team who won the championship and now stands 3-7. The game is underway. Hikaru not only with a must-win game, but also with the black pieces. And we have the societally prescribed method of playing for a win in the black, which is, of course, the move 1 to g6.
It's the only way.
It's really the only way. We saw Sam Sevian doing it against Nihal. We saw Nihal doing it against Anish, although it wasn't really a must-win game, but he had a 1-point deficit. And now we see Hikaru. We're going to see a transposition to a King's Indian here for Mr. Nakamura.
And just to expand on your point a little bit and sort of clarify to everyone watching, what do you mean when you say, why is, G6 the way to play for a win? It just doesn't commit anything into the center, and it allows a lot of flexibility. There's so many setups Black can go for. G6, a very reserved approach. You can couple it with D6, knight on C6, pawn on C6, pawn E5, pawn C5. It's up to you how you want to continue, and you can shape your game based on how your opponent plays. And of course, the other main reason is that it does avoid a lot of theory. And if it does go that King's Indian direction, Hikaru Nakamura is a specialist in his own right there.
He is, and a lot of people might forget that Hikaru was the leading King's Indian specialist in the early 2010s. He actually defeated Wesley in a very famous brilliancy. And I think the reason Hikaru started the way he did, you might ask, well, why didn't he just start with the King's Indian move order? He wants to avoid the exchange variation. That's why he's bringing his knight out to d7 first, so that when he plays e5, of course, Wesley could still capture on e5, but that won't lead to a queen trade. Winning an exchange variation against Wesley is harder than, I don't know, name impossible task.
Okay, certain possible task here. Completely agree. And that's why, you see these strong players. why do they get to a normal position in the the most tricky way possible with detours?
The most move orders imaginable.
And that is because they want to avoid something. There's maybe a good line against it, a queen trade that you mentioned, Dania. They want to avoid that. In this case, obviously, with Hikaru Nakamura having to win on demand, he needs his queen on the board.
He absolutely does, and that's why he's brought the knight out to d7. Now, he circumvents the main lines of the King's Indian where the knight goes out to c6. So he does commit himself in that regard. And I think what Wesley is thinking about, there's actually two things. I know that you can try to punish knight bd7 by pushing e5 early. This is a move. And if I remember correctly, the line goes something like takes, takes. I'm going from old King's Indian analysis back when I used to study openings, and now I can play this very thematic move, e6. You're sacking the pawn, but you're ruining black's structure, and you often follow up with knight g5. That's a double attack against the knight and the pawn, but black can defend all three things at the same time. I say three because there's also a fork possibility on f7 with the move knight d to e5, and you might say, hey, now I've got a queen trade, draw.
Yeah.
But this isn't quite the same endgame. This is an imbalanced endgame, and I think Hikaru is more or less fine with that, but if I remember correctly, white's supposed to be better here as well. And guess what? Wesley has just pushed e5.
Yeah, and it's something like, there is a reason at the end of the day why certain openings have their prescribed move orders, right?
No.
There's a reason. Those best moves are there because they've been tested. And one of the reasons why the knight doesn't usually go to the d7 square is, well, you're kind of looking at it right here, pawn to e5 and pawn to e6. That wouldn't be possible if that knight was back on b8. The bishop would be covering the e6 square, and certainly after pawn takes on e5, the queen from d8 would hit the queen on d1. So this is something that white has, available only because of the way Hikaru Nakamura has played. That's why Wesley just took a pause and said, wait a minute, you're not gonna have your cake and eat it too. You don't get to avoid everything from me without committing something in return, and, well, he's allowed e5.
That's precisely right. You close certain doors, but other doors are inevitably going to open, and Wesley has just opened one of those doors with the move e5, and I think he's showing the kind of fighter that he is. Wesley isn't just going to kind of cower in a corner and hope to trade all the pieces passively. He's actually going to take to Hikaru, and the best way, we talk about this all the time, the best way to make a draw on demand is to play for a win, right? Wesley doesn't mind also winning this game. It's not like winning doesn't win in the match.
Oh, drat.
Darn it, I won. So he's playing the way he normally is, and Hikaru, we see him refraining from the exchange on e5 precisely because that led to that unpleasant endgame. Knight g4 straight away, but Aman, now Wesley could send the knight to Timbuktu with a move h3.
I think after h3, first of all, this is not what Hikaru wanted from the opening. He wanted to just get castled and avoid that e5 queen trade line. Instead, what's happened is Wesley has sort of gone for the throat here. He's saying, look, I know exactly the reason why what you played doesn't get played more often, and it's e5. So he's going right at him. I think we'll see h3 pretty much immediately by Wesley. He's probably just double checking, but h3 kicking the knight back to h6, that never feels good, especially, Daniel, with that Fianchetto situation, because not only is the move e6 maybe still available, but look, that knight is getting permanently trapped on the side of the board with g4.
And that is such a thematic, that's such a nasty move to face. It covers the f5 square, and to make matters even worse, if you think they could be made worse, they can be. If black castle's in this position, white has a very simple plan. This is like as old as the hills. White plays bishop e3. Let's make a random move for illustration purposes. White plays queen d2, and the knight is literally trapped because that darned king is covering the escape square on g8. Now, you might say, hey, after bishop e3, you're blundering the pawn on e5. Well, no, I'm not, because after de5, that knight is literally the bane of black's existence. Now you can't take twice because the bishop has to babysit the knight on h6. So I would almost argue that this position is close to being borderline lost for Hikaru.
That seems like a strong statement, but I do agree with you, Dania. Like, people need to understand that when they're watching this game, g4, this is not just a one-move thing. It's not just stopping knight f5.
Yeah.
It's actually intending, as you indicated, to play bishop e3, queen d2, and win the game outright. So all of a sudden, the onus is on Hikaru to deal with that, and he's dealt with it in a most astounding way. Knight back to g8.
Yeah.
I can't even criticize the move, to be honest. Like, he wants to play e6, bring the knight to e7, but Dania, he's going to be playing off the back foot.
He most certainly is, and if there's one player that I would bank on being able to play from the back foot as successfully as possible, it is indeed Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, the amount of times we have seen him pull out wins from the most improbable of places, from the worst possible openings. I mean, he won an entire title Tuesday playing 1g4. There was another guy who did that, who shall go unmentioned. So Hikaru is used to this. He's used to operating for maximum in these types of situations. The problem is that the worst kind of player to do that against is Wesley So, because he's not affected by these weird moves. He's just going to keep playing like a buzzsaw that he is.
Yeah, he's just going to always look and find, for the most part, the best move in the position.
Exactly.
And, you know, usually when you mix things up, get this unorthodox position, knight g8, you're behind in moves, you kind of want your opponent to also be like, oh, what the hell are you doing, man? h4, h5.
e6.
Right? And also try to play a little loose. But Wesley, generally, to his credit, doesn't play like that. He doesn't fall into that trap of, you know, playing like the opponent. Instead, he just sticks to his own game plan. You've highlighted it. I think bishop f4 is a great start. Instead, he goes queen e2, but this kind of indicates he might be looking to push in the center way quicker than anticipated.
No, this is an incredibly ugly position for Hikaru, and it's getting worse. I think knight g5 here might just... That threatens queen f3, forking a8 and f7.
Hang on a sec. And although knight g5 is tempting, what about e6? Like, what has Hikaru done that makes e6 not desirable here? Because queen e2, I thought that was the main idea.
I think Wesley is spoiled for choice. I'm just going to show this really quickly. We will get to the other game in a moment, guys, but this is very, very consequential. Knight g5 and e6. We are getting word that Nihal Sarin offered a draw. Let's go to our two-board view if that's possible, because both games are rapidly unfolding right now. You can see on the right side of your screen, Nihal Sarin with the white pieces accompanying the move queen c4 with a draw offer of his own. You can see that Anish has successfully, Aman, created counterplay on the queen side. Is he going to take that draw?
Honestly, you know, you start to, it's a bit of psychology, Daniel. You have to remember that he previously offered the draw, so he wanted that, right? This is the result he wanted, and then ultimately he played well enough to earn it and deserve it. Nihal, you know, relinquished some of his advantage, and I think fairly satisfied is Giri on screen there, as, you know, that match is now going to be going to Armageddon.
I might be overstating the case here, Ricky. Kind of dodged an opening bullet. I mean, Nihal kept that extra pawn. If he managed to consolidate, he would have been just solidly better. So, Anish, you can literally see him breathing a sigh of relief there, taking a sip of water. The arbiter, Judith, coming over to warn the players that Armageddon is about to happen. And I use warn for a very good reason. This is going to be the ultimate Armageddon with hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line.
Yeah, no, the match is now knotted up. And, you know, Anish Giri now has played not only the most, but the only Armageddon's in the event. He might be the only guy. Look at that 4-4 after what was, you know, back and forth action. Wins with the white pieces, wins with the white pieces. Felt like every game was a masterpiece, and it ended with 2 draws in the final 2 games, Danya.
Yeah, that was a balanced match, but not balanced in the Hikaru sense where they made a draw every game. Balanced in the sense that both players played so well. Can't wait for the Armageddon, but we'll have to wait for the Armageddon because we have one more decisive game that is in progress. Wesley So is on the cusp of moving on to the CGC finals. Hikaru in total crisis desperation mode. He has undeveloped all of his pieces. Just look at this position. It's ugly. It's nasty. Is there any consolation, any chances for Hikaru to pull out not only a draw, Aman, that's maybe the most depressing thing of all. He needs to win this position.
That's right, and that's just what's so incredible here, because I think, you know, in all fairness, Hikaru dodged a bullet. Over the last couple of moves, I thought that move, knight g5, you pointed out, and e6, that was winning to the point where the eval bar was creeping very close to the top of the screen. That's a serious advantage, and we were barely at move 10, Danya. Instead, he's got a position where, yes, he's much worse, and yes, he needs to actually win it. However, he's still in this game, and I couldn't think of someone else on planet Earth that I actually would want in my corner to possibly win a game from a position that honestly looks dead from the opening. We're looking at +3, Danya.
Yeah, and +3, for my all intents and purposes, a massive, massive evaluation at this level. But this is a rapid game. Wesley is human, as weird as that sounds. He's going to be getting nervous. He's down 2 minutes on the clock. So if you could construct an improbable narrative for Hikaru to win this game, I think it would definitely involve Wesley's clock ticking down as Wesley tries to find that killer blow. Maybe he fails. He gets into time pressure. We know how tricky Hikaru is. Even when he's literally operating from his 2 back ranks. He doesn't have a single piece past the 2nd rank. It's move 13. Wesley's controlling space, and he's controlling both sides of the board that really matter. Look at the D file and look at the king side. Wesley could send this H pawn up the board the moment Black's king dives onto the king side.
Yeah, and the only square that's really available for Hikaru to place his pieces, maybe C5, but you really have to earn that square. You have to move your queen. You probably have to support it first with A5 so you don't just get booted and evicted out of that C5 square straight away. And, I mean, that's like 2 to 3 moves just for knight C5.
Yeah, it's
what
not
about
like
the rest of your pieces?
Knight c5. Oh, black is fine now.
No,
all right.
Not at all.
You got your knight to c5. I'd also point out the f6 square, which could be a very juicy outpost, either for white's knight or for white's bishop. The most obvious path to me involves doubling on the d-file. The move rook d2 here has to be seriously considered. I'm sure Wesley is considering it.
Yeah.
After rook d2, black must move the queen away. White doubles on the d-file, and if black plays this move knight c5, you pointed this out. Hey, you signed a 12-month... No, you didn't. B4, evicted, get out of there. And once you move to a6, this is deja vu. We saw the other knight on h6. Now we see this knight on a6. And is Hikaru going to have to do the same thing on the other side of the board?
Yeah, knight c5, and you just get booted out immediately. It feels like you're at the cash register trying to play, and your card is declined. And, of course, they say it as loud as possible.
Yeah. I'm
sorry,
sir.
You're going to have to leave. And you have to go back to a6. You mentioned it. We just saw this on the other side of the board. How many moves can Hikaru Nakamura waste and still be in this game? You can't develop the knights out to their normal squares, then bring them to the side of the board, then back to the starting square and out again. That's just not how you play chess.
Listen, chess has changed in the last few years, but there's a reason that principles exist and development is necessary. You mentioned move order being necessary. There's a reason that you can't play a game of chess with all of your pieces on their initial squares on move 15.
Yep.
And Wesley has played rook d2. He still has 8.5 minutes on his clock. I think we're going to see that line unfold.
Yeah, he might actually go... I was going to say knight b8. Is that crazy?
Well, no, you might as well get rid of it now.
Yeah, because why do the whole, jump in circles thing?
Okay, bishop c6 is his choice. He defends the knight on d7. b4 still looks mighty appealing here. That threatens b5, evicting the bishop now from c6, and that knight's going to be captured immediately.
And is the only reaction to the move b4 knight b8? Like, how do you deal with b5? Because I agree with you. That looks so strong.
I think there is a tiny silver lining. After b4, Hikaru could play the move a6. And if you rush b5, then after trade, black actually puts the bishop on d5, and this changes the landscape completely. Once you get this square, white's entire d-file play dissipates, and white's king is weakened. So this is a big no-no for Wesley. Instead, I think he can play the simple move a4, threatening to recapture with the a-pawn. Maybe Hikaru can castle here, open up the a-file, and try to get some desperate counterplay. I don't really see it happening. Neither is Wesley. He's played b4. And
yeah, he might play a6, but after a4, the other thing is Wesley is by no means committed to b5.
No.
He can play king b2, h4, just about any move that comes to mind. So there's no rush if you're white, and I think that is what is the underlying issue with the position. It's that Hikaru can sometimes react to the immediate threats and deal with them, but he can't deal with the long-term fact that, Daniel, what is he going to do past his own 6th rank?
And let me ask you another question. After a6, white plays bishop g5. How is he going to castle? Where is he going to put this knight? How is he going to defend it? He's going to bring the bishop back to f8?
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, he's just going to get strangled in the center. I like the move bishop g5 also because once you trade the bishop for the knight on e7, that old friend, b5, once again becomes possible because black loses control over the d5 square. After bishop d5, with the knight gone from e7, white can just capture twice and reopen the d-file with devastating effect.
Okay, so Dania, it's clear that this is a disaster position, but the fact remains that Hikaru Nakamura needs a point, right? He needs a full point from this position. So I'm going to flip it on you. You're Hikaru Nakamura in this position. How do you even dream of staying in the game here? Because he's up on time, about 2 minutes now. And if you take that down to, let's say, 30 seconds to 2.5 minutes, all of a sudden you give yourself a real chance. What does he need to do here?
Well, you follow the famous advice shared by Magnus Carlsen after he beat Hikaru many years ago from a lost position. He said a phrase that sounds like a cliche. He said, you just try to survive one more move. And I think the reason that's so valuable is because of how true it is. The moment you take the bird's eye view and you're like, well, what do I think the evaluation here is?
Right.
You just become depressed. I mean, the evaluation is +4, but if you focus on staying alive and keeping all your pieces together one move at a time, then you increase the likelihood that your opponent gets frustrated. The problem is that Wesley is playing like an engine right now.
Yeah.
This strategy and this advice, all of it falls apart under the condition that your opponent plays perfect moves.
You can't fight an evaluation to that degree. If an opponent plays the right move, guess what? The evaluation is going to stay the same or it's going to increase. And here, what I was just looking at was, isn't he threatening? Bishop takes e7.
Yeah, exactly, and b5.
b5, and your idea, bishop d5, which was so strong a move ago, that's not the case anymore at all. I can just rip that piece off. Knight takes d5, and I mean, Danny, isn't that position just winning?
I would say that that's as close as to game over as we have been. I'm a little bit concerned that Wesley's taking as long as he is. It might be the case that he's just double, triple checking. Maybe he thinks this is too good to be true. The one thing you want to avoid at all costs is dropping the bishop back to h4. This gives black a new lease on life. It lets Hikaru push his pawn to g5, then move his knight out to g6. And if you're Hikaru, all you need is the tiniest bit of real estate on one side of the board. You start untangling. He's up 3 minutes on the clock. So Wesley needs to keep his foot on the gas pedal, literally. Bishop takes c7. You could also start with b5 if you want to be fancy. But one way or the other, that knight has to be gone right now.
And he didn't play bishop g5 to bring it back to h4. It's not like some big idea that he's concocted, oh, my bishop's better on h4 and g3. No, he's following up the way he intended. b5 comes in, and the thing is, Hikaru Nakamura, such a strong player. He obviously knows this is coming, but as you said, you can't fight the evaluation. Hikaru hasn't blundered further. This is just the best he can do.
And you need to win this. Let me remind people, Hikaru cannot draw this game. That actually might be what makes this comeback least likely. If he had to draw this, we've seen Hikaru save these kinds of positions.
Yep.
Oh my God, look at this. Rook takes d5, and the knight's coming into c6, and I think that might be the death knell once that knight reaches c6 and the rook comes into d8. We saw Hikaru resign a little bit prematurely in the last game. He's obviously not going to resign here. There's just nothing to lose. He leaves Toronto. If he loses this game, he's trying his best. He's tucking his king back to f8, so he hasn't gotten checkmated just yet, and he's got the A-file now as perhaps the first legitimate source of counterplay he's had all game. So he's still going to be kicking.
Exactly. Do not...
Whoa!
Whoa. Rook to d8.
Oh my God, what a move!
What a move. I don't know how good that is, but I'll tell you, I love the look of it, Daniel. That is just a flashy move.
It is, but it's not good. It is, but it's not good. He wins the queen. That was the idea, to follow up with knight c6. He could have also started with knight c6. It would have been the same exact thing. He's won the queen, but Hikaru has a rook and a knight. He's gotten the knight onto c5, and he's entrenched it on that square.
It's a great knight.
I think what Wesley is saying is, hey, I don't need to win this game. He believes that his losing chances in this position are close to zero. I disagree with that. I actually think that black now has the best winning chances he's had all game. If this bishop wins the e5 pawn, if this knight gets around to d4, Wesley needs to be careful in this position. I get what he's doing, but he needs a little bit more precision. Do you agree with me?
I just caught a look that Hikaru gave basically the webcam, and remember, these guys are facing each other, but he kind of looked up as you would in an over-the-board game and said, like, all right, you know, you want to do this? Let's go. And Hikaru is now playing with a new lease on life, as you said. Total confidence, because Hikaru understands his chances have never been as good as they are right now.
I'm rarely one to criticize harshly. I'm the commentator. Again, there's a very good reason. The players are there. I'm here. That was a really, really bad decision by Wesley. Even if he saves this game, there's no reason to do that. He could just play f4.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that because of a +4 evaluation. I mean, that's just a totally dominant position. I think Wesley jumped the gun here, and now he's beginning to realize that this isn't just a flat-out draw.
No.
Hikaru plays g5. We mentioned that move earlier in the context of chasing the bishop away.
Yep.
Now it's played in the context of preventing f4. And I think rook d5, and for the first time, we're talking about just a double-edged position.
Yeah, and Wesley hasn't messed this up completely.
No.
But the thing is, it is trending. And remember, chess is also a momentum game. There's a game on the board and a game off the board. These guys are also trying to get in each other's heads. Hikaru right now, he was head bobbing a little bit there. He knows he's got chances. The imbalanced material as well, Dania, these top players, they don't play queen against, you know, knight and rook with bishops on the board of opposite color. They don't play that all the time, so they're less familiar with how to convert that advantage or even how to maintain it.
Yeah, Hikaru is up 3 minutes again. Let me be very clear. I still think there is a very high probability that Wesley doesn't lose this game.
Yeah.
I think he might have overlooked the move bishop takes e5. It doesn't have to be the rook that captures on e5. In fact, if it is the rook, Wesley is hanging his hat on queen f3, threatening checkmate. If the knight is forced back to e6, he is taking that faster than I accepted the draw for that would lead to my third norm. And now I think black's winning chances are greatly limited. Hikaru Nakamura doesn't miss chances when you give him more than one of them. Yep. Bishop takes e5 is on the board. If you take the rook, you're in a worse endgame.
That's right. So, you know, at this point after bishop e5, it's interesting. You might think bishop takes rook, bishop f4, Daniel, as you think of this line, it's bishop against knight, and yes, it's all even pawns, but that's actually an endgame where first of all, I think there's going to be a lot of people that are ready to outplay you. But Hikaru Nakamura is first in line.
Yeah, I mean, this actually might be the most practical decision. Now that I look at it a little bit more carefully, after king d2, bishop e3, it's not entirely clear what you take with king e3, king e7. I would definitely take black here. The knight is such a nice piece. But it might just be the case that white builds a fortress. I mean, these pawns are very well defended. The king can reach d4.
Is this a Wesley decision?
Not really. This is kind of Monka-esque. I mean, you've got 3 minutes and 20 seconds. You mentioned the trend. This is like the first time in the game where you actually have to utter the word defense.
Right.
Wesley would prefer to keep his extra queen. How does he do that? Does he move his king up to c2 and allow the bishop to move to f4? 3 minutes now on the clock to Hikaru's almost 8.
Right.
This is getting concerning.
It is, and I think this is going to be an incredibly exciting finish. This isn't just, up a queen and can draw at will. No, bishop f4, and he pre-moved that, by the way.
He did.
That was awesome. He pre-moved bishop f4. He's going to do it no matter what. Guess what? This rook can come in
rook
d4,
knight e4. Oh my gosh.
I am very scared if I'm Wesley So, because the black king does not appear to be in any serious danger. And when you have the queen, you have to be able to hit something, whether it's the king or some pawns. You need targets.
No, rook d8 was Wesley going to a restaurant, just choosing the first item on the menu. I mean, that sounds good. You had to review all of the items and play f4. He's regretting it just about now. With every ticking second, all of these threats of forks on d2 and checkmating patterns, your enemies grow larger by the second. The bishop is attacked. You can see the eval bar dropping all the way down to even. I haven't liked a single decision Wesley's made in the last, 20 moves.
And the thing about even is that it's far from even.
No, it's
0.00 means that black's better, as you just said, because remember, white's up material. So if it's even according to the engine, that means black has enough compensation. And I think what we're going to see in the next couple of moves, as I expect, is that might even go lower and lower and more in black's favor.
Yeah, knight e4, it looks really good here, threatening the fork on d2, but also setting up, as I pointed out earlier, a lot of these mating patterns. After knight e4, white could play the move king, let's say, up to b2. The funny thing is, if you move up to the c2 square, black has rook d2 check, and one pattern you always see in these positions is that the rook has access to a whole set of squares it doesn't normally have access to because of the power of the knight, right? Rook e2, a great example of that. You take, you get forked. You don't take it, you get forked. The queen is almost strangled. The bishop could drop back to e5.
Yeah.
I think people get the point. You don't have to look at the concrete ideas to just get the sense the black's pieces are so well coordinated here.
And it's so easy to play a position where every piece you have is anchored. Knight on c5, bishop f4, rook d4.
Yep.
The dark squares are blacks for the taking, and that's because of the presence of opposite color bishops. So as we get a position, Daniel, that gets lower and lower on time, Wesley is going to be... I think he's going to be making mistakes eventually.
This is absolutely unbelievable. If Hikaru pulls this off, I know I say this a lot, but this literally might be the most actual insane comeback of all time. Obviously, he'll have to win the Armageddon. Let's be very clear. If Hikaru wins this game and doesn't win the match, we'll just have a second Armageddon. But this will be the most improbable Armageddon of all time. Rook d2 check and rook e2, I think, puts black squarely in front for the first time in this game. Now the eval bar is beginning to reflect that.
And he might have looked more at rook d2 check, Dania, king b1, rook d1. But actually, that move does not work as well because white has a bailout option of taking with the bishop.
Yep.
And that's opposite bishops. That's not what you need. You can't draw the game. We've been through that. So Hikaru right now, he's going to use that time. He's got 6 minutes to 2. If this gets any lower on time for Wesley, I mean, it's so difficult to keep up with all these pieces and all these threats.
And since Hikaru has this much time, I want to take advantage of that and show your line. That's a really cool idea. Rook d1, a clearance, sacrifice, and a deflection rolled up in one. If the queen takes, there's a fork on c3. If the bishop takes, there's a fork on d2. But Hikaru is fighting two enemies at once. This is what you're saying. One enemy is Wesley So. That's already enough for most people. He's also fighting the anti-draw enemy, where he can't just make an objective move. He has to make the move that keeps winning chances alive. That's why we see him investing this much time. He knows he can't allow the transition into an opposite colored bishop endgame. Amon, I think you nailed it. All right, Hikaru down to 5 minutes.
Yep. I think he's trying to be tricky, though. He's trying to generate not just a move, as we mentioned a lot, but an idea, a series of moves, something that's going to throw him off. Instead, he goes back, knight to c5. Is it finally time to, get this queen involved? Because I feel like the queen on f3, blocked by the bishop on f4, that's just, you've got your best piece doing nothing.
But on the other hand, it's blocked by the bishop. It's also blocking the bishop because the bishop stands between the queen and checkmate on f7. You're right, though. Queen c3 played. Now he can go back to f3. At some point, Wesley's going to have to accelerate his pace. He is bleeding time, and now he's under 2 minutes. So Hikaru might be just taking the approach of, hey, Wesley's nervous. He's spending a lot longer than he normally would.
Agreed.
That's not up for dispute. Let me just try to milk his clock down, let's say, to a minute, and then I'll raise the possibility that a curveball is actually going to lead to a blunder. He's got to win a 3-time repetition, though. He's got to be careful about that.
Is he not going to? I think he wants bishop d4 and rook f4. This is like a great construction. The rook f4 covers the f7 pawn.
Oh, my God.
The bishop on d4 covers the checks on the long diagonal to a king on g7. I think he's achieved the perfect setup.
Almost, but Wesley has the move f3, hanging by a thread there. Bishop d4, f3, and that pawn is really, really safe. He goes back to e4.
Yeah, you mentioned, got to be careful with those repetitions. You can lose track in your mind about how many.
Easily.
Because you can get to the same position by different moves.
Yeah, especially when like your pieces are mostly toggling between the same set of 2 or 3 squares. We've both done that, and you jump out of your chair. Whoa, wait, what?
Yeah, hey, why'd you stop the match, Brad?
Exactly. So rook f4, I think, might actually lead to a repetition. And now a third enemy has entered Hikaru's mind. He's got to avoid the repetition. I thought he should have gone rook e2 check when he had the chance. He might be regretting that right about now.
Yeah, rook e2 was nice, but he made the decision to bring the knight back to c5, and as you said, just sort of milk the clock a little bit. Let's get this same position 2 minutes down the road.
Yeah, but let's not get the same position 3 times in a row.
Exactly. Let's get it, less than 2 minutes. Yeah, it's like a math equation.
Exactly. And wow, Hikaru, well, the math of the match is that he has to win this game to force Armageddon. He might be counting the moves, actually. Can I play rook f4 here? Because that's the move he wants to make.
Right.
I don't know if there's an alternative. The rook, that's already what he decided. And if you try to rewind the other way with bishop f4, that might also lead to a repetition.
Queen c3, and all of a sudden, you'll have to also be careful that that h8 square isn't available to white. Queen h8, queen f6, these sorts of moves, all of a sudden the bishop on b3 is going to take. And remember, knight takes b3 at any moment. That will almost always help out Wesley.
Yeah, it most certainly will, because that is basically resignation in the match. You can't win this with just a rook and a bishop. Let's not forget that white is up a queen.
Right.
That's like the elephant in the room.
Yeah, we've been talking about how great these pieces coordinate, but at the end of the day, the queen is worth more than these pieces, and she's right there on the board.
Yeah, that's a narrative of this game. Like, there's a reason that certain things are the way that they are in chess. Yeah. There's a reason you have to develop. There's a reason the move order exists. And there's a reason that the queen is such a powerful piece. As we're talking, Hikaru drops now to 3 minutes. His time advantage has diminished greatly.
Yeah, you're just waiting for that pop-up, like, draw.
That is the worst pop-up of all time right now. And that's why he puts his bishop on f6. He knows he has never been on that square before, ever in his life.
Yeah, ever. He's never had a bishop on f6, ladies and gentlemen.
f3 by Wesley.
Yeah, I think that move just had to happen at some point. Pawns on light squares, it doesn't look very nice. You're giving up a lot of dark squares, but with the presence of opposite bishop Stania, that just has to happen at some point.
It definitely does. Hikaru, again, trying to reshuffle, reroute. He's trying to find the arrangement of pieces that's going to lead to the most amount of tactical tricks.
Yep.
Obviously, the one constant is that the knight is not going to move away from c5, like, ever. Like, that knight is there,
so good there
for life.
But it's stuck there. It is just there on c5, so if it ever moves to e6, for example, bishop takes e6.
Immediately.
Yeah, no,
bishop e3. Wesley
not
going back and forth.
That either.
Wesley's saying, come at me. I've got my ideal defensive arrangement.
Yep.
Show me what you got. I think we might see Hikaru moving his bishop back to f4. He's put his king on g7, again, as an anti-repetition measure.
Yep.
Again, he knows that's a safe square. He hasn't been there before.
Wow. f4, though, that's, a committal move. It's maybe not a bad move, but what it is from Wesley is it's changing the position. I think Hikaru was probably happy to see this.
But now that the landscape has changed, he can take the bishop and then take the pawn on b5, and you actually can't recapture on c7 due to the fork on c5. I'm positive that that's Hikaru's best chance. I think we're going to see knight takes b3 here.
Because if you don't do it, you're going to lose that opportunity, and it's not going to be there in the future.
No, and Wesley can move his bishop back to c4. A4 I would be more skeptical about, because then the bishop is loose. Rook e2 becomes a problem. But the reason Wesley traded these pawns is that now the bishop is totally paralyzed, and yet another enemy has entered the room. For the first time, Black's king is now flat out unsafe, and you need pieces to babysit it. Okay, knight b7, I thought about that. Hikaru rerouting to another outpost. Not really an outpost, but a safe square on d6, I think.
And he finally has a square where f7 is protected.
Yep.
That will free up the bishop from f6. So what he wants to do is probably some knight d6, rook c5 check, and bishop g5.
Ooh.
Finally, the pieces start to get to more, well-defended squares. And yeah, it's actually going to be, careful of king to b3.
Yeah, knight a5 check, so easy to miss. Wesley down to a minute. Hikaru has done what he wanted to do.
Exactly.
Wesley's clock continues to dwindle. He's frittering away his time. Bishop back to d3 goes Wesley. He's trying to limit the knight as much as possible. but Hikaru not letting him breathe easy. He's making threats on every move.
He is, and while I have to credit Hikaru's play, I will also say that I think Wesley has done a great job here. Not only has he found queen c1, but bishop on d3, covering that knight's every single move. Beautifully done.
That's an unbelievable move, reminiscent of Giri's queen g4 to d1 against Nihal. He's attacking c7, and this is the only weak spot in Black's entire camp I'm on.
That's right. The knight used to be on c5, Daniel, where it was never an issue, but you bring it to d6. Well, and in life, there's a give and a take.
There is a give and a take, and the pawn on c7 is going to be taken, and once it's taken, it's the pulsing heart of Black's position. You might lose b6 on top of it. Exasperation there by Hikaru Nakamura. He missed that retreating move.
He knows he's missed something, and it frustrates him. He's got to play knight e8. That is not the move you signed up for. Queen c6, rook to d8, or king f8 are needed.
And now the bishop can slide back to c4 and pressure the pawn on f7. Wesley should pull this out at this point. The only way I see him losing this is either on the clock or by missing a fork or by getting overly nervous. He plays bishop f5. Maybe the rook should slide over to a4 and harass the a2 pawn.
That's right.
But these are one-move threats, Aman. At this point, Hikaru is basically resorting to making one-move threats and just hoping for a blunder. Not a bad strategy by any means.
And 62,000 people are here with us, Daniel. We welcome all of you if you're just joining, but hopefully you've been here the whole time because this is an insane finish that we're seeing, a must-win game for Hikaru Nakamura as so many things going on in this position, Daniel.
This is as hype as it gets. There's money, there's pride, there is everything on the line. Queen on a8 by Wesley. He is keeping his composure, Ramon, and he's doing an amazing job of it. Hikaru has made backward progress in the last 10 moves. The only thing you could argue is that he's brought Wesley's clock to 30 seconds, but that increment is going to save Wesley's life here.
It is, but Hikaru Nakamura still has to be content that he's getting something in his direction. The time getting lower will only increase the chances. However, the trickiest piece in his position is the knight on e8, and he can't move it.
And the second trickiest pieces are his pawns. If all the pawns disappear, then it's an easy draw. He tries to win the g5 pawn. Wesley could just chuck the pawn and say, hey, I'm weakening your king permanently. I think you should play g6 here. He goes queen h1 instead.
And that pawn can be taken. And look, if you're Hikaru Nakamura, you don't have time to look at all the repercussions of what will happen if I take. Well, if I don't lose a piece here, I want to take that pawn.
No, you have to take that pawn. I think that added onus of having your passed pawn in f7 is going to contribute to the stress of defending this if you're Wesley, but his queen is as active as it's ever been.
Yeah, and be careful of rook to e6. You don't want to play a move like, well, bishop e4 covers things, but yeah, you're just in time. Bishop c6 is where he wants to place that piece.
And I think the rook is going to move to e6, but then the king can slide over to d3, defending and unpinning at the same time.
Queen g8 as well is going to hit that f7 pawn in such a weird way, right? Rook to e7 defending it, it just doesn't feel comfortable.
The way Wesley has used his queen to attack Hikaru's pawns has been so impressive. I'd also point to the move bishop d5. That could combine with queen g8 and just win the game outright.
That's right. Bishop c6, queen g8 also might tie black down the defense of that knight on e8 so much that you just can't move in order to win.
Yeah, and bishop e5, Hikaru again, he's trying to find that arrangement where he's defending everything and exerting pressure on Wesley's position. But that's such a tall order. I feel like you can do one or the other, but can he find a way to do both?
Moves are going to be coming in rapid fire here, as this is the mark of a strong player. Can you coordinate three pieces that are often hanging all at once?
And they are hanging. Wesley brings his bishop back to d3, his king all the way back to d1. Hikaru keeps trying. I think he's making some progress. Now the knight moves to d5. Amon, there's so many forks here.
Get the queen and king.
Get it out of there.
In like
6 seconds.
Yeah, get them far away from each other. We need a long-term relationship
2 seconds. Here. Bishop e4, he's got to move. Oh my God.
Queen down to c8 or something? What's going on here? Knight f4, knight e3. I'm so scared of a fork here.
And with 4 seconds, this is the worst case scenario by Wesley, and it's coincided with the peak of activity of Hikaru's pieces. Bishop f6.
This is exactly where he wants the game. In a time scramble, 4 seconds for Wesley
And he's got 20. He's got enough time to figure out a tactic or a fork. 20 seconds for Hikaru is 5 hours for somebody else. The king zigzagging and meandering its way between Black's pieces and chasing the knight away from c3.
That's right. If it goes back to d5, we might see maybe bishop c4. It takes the pawn. I'm not sure about that decision.
Because now the queen's going to go to c6, and if you lose the c7 pawn, you basically lose your winning chances.
That's right. We could see bishop to g5.
King c2 only move.
Yep. You want to be far away from a knight check, so diagonal is great.
Now queen c6 runs into rook c5, so maybe slide the queen all the way over to a8, and he does.
Queen g8 is a kind of a backdoor move.
Instead, he backdoors it to c6. The knight moves back to d7. Again, rook c5 is a huge problem. Wesley might have to move his king.
No, this is getting very good for Hikaru. He might even try bishop to e5 to defend c7.
Hikaru just keeping the tension and keeping the tension. He's got 50 moves before the 50 move rule comes into effect. That's what he wants, but he's lost the f7 pawn.
That was not as planned. again. Bishop
E6.
E6.
Oh no, this might signify the end of Hikaru's winning chances.
Knight to E5. Is he not getting mated there?
And the king sliding back to B1. Look how expertly, how deftly Wesley sidesteps all the forks, and now the knight as passive as it's ever been.
And be careful not to lose your rook to a fork.
Oh, bishop C6 is coming. Now Wesley might flat out be playing for a win.
Yep, that's right. But he doesn't even need to win. Trust me, if there's a draw on the table, Daniel, his hand is extending.
Grabbing that.
Yeah.
1 second now for Hikaru. He's just trying to prevent perpetual.
Queen C4, the rook! The rook has been hung by Hikaru, and he's up, and he is out of the playing hall.
Oh my god, what a finale.
Oh my goodness, that was the end of his chances there. He needed that rook, but so hard to keep it, Dania, with the queen having checks all over the open board.
Hikaru did everything within his power and everything not within his power. The fact that he got this to a time scramble as the incredulous smile of relief by Wesley So.
Wesley knows that he dodged a bullet there, Dania, as that was surely a win out of the opening for Wesley So, and the improbable done by Hikaru is he made that one of the closest games of the match.
If Wesley had lost that rook d8 would have been one of his biggest regrets, but he wins the match with a score of 5-3. But the important thing is that he survives the last game, Amon. That might have been one of the most entertaining 3 minutes I've ever seen, and one of the most stressful for both of these players.
For both of these players, exactly. That can't be understated. Although Hikaru was doing everything in his power to keep this match ongoing, it has to be said that Wesley was just as impressive. Although we don't agree with his decision to get into that spot with the queen against the minor pieces and the rook, Dania, he handled himself there. It looked like improbable task.
4 seconds, 2 seconds. There were a zillion forks, all the pieces in close proximity. He somehow pulled it off. He made it happen, and he won Hikaru's rook in the end. We have the bracket for you. It'll be Wesley So in the finals, but Giri and Nihal Sarin are about to play the Armageddon game to determine who is going to be through to the finals. But Wesley So, right now, Amon, he is our only finalist. We see him appearing on that coveted championship spot first. What a performance by Wesley. What a performance.
Yep, absolutely. That was an insane conclusion to just an epic match. I think we all were previewing this, and we were calling it the coin flip that it was, Dania. These guys are so strong, and I think it's fitting that we saw all 8 games played in this match, and that the only thing between them was, that one win with a big imbalance, bishops and knights in game 7. And then finally, what a conclusion. We nearly saw an Armageddon, but Wesley just, hung on. The nerves at the end.
None of us knew how this match was going to go, but all of us knew that it was going to be ridiculously close, and it was. It certainly did not disappoint. Hikaru with a must-win, essaying the King's Indian, a souped-up version of the King's Indian, trying to avoid queen trades. It backfired really early.
Yeah,
after
souped up
E5,
or souped down?
Souped down. It was bad. Wesley played E5. He sends Hikaru's knight all the way back around to G8.
Right.
Little ring around the rosy. It's like Wesley's making moves, and Hikaru's just undeveloping his pieces. By the time we reached like move 15, Amon, we were administering the last rites for Hikaru.
Yeah, the thing is, I can never count out Hikaru, but I swear, if this was any other player, I'd say, no, there's no chance. But Hikaru Nakamura is just known throughout his entire career, online and over the board, for being so resilient, so resourceful. And Dania, it's amazing, a Houdini act that he made it out of this position with any kind of fighting chance.
And for a while, Wesley was playing perfectly. He takes on E7. He presses all the right buttons in all the right orders. But at this point, he gets too excited about a really cool tactic. It's a beautiful move. Rook D8. It's stunning. It's gorgeous. It's lovely. He wins the queen, and he kind of stopped calculating here. But it turns out that Hikaru's 3 pieces are ridiculously active. The knight on C5 is entrenched on an outpost. And then things got even worse for Wesley. He loses his E5 pawn. The bishop gets active. And at this point, it's basically a free-for-all. The way Wesley defended here from this point onward is just amazing.
It is. And from here, we can't dive into specific moves because there's no, way to win this or way to draw this. This is just, what we were looking for as chess fans. This is 2 players at the top of their game and with much different tasks at hand. They had different pieces, queen versus rook and a knight, and obviously Wesley needed the draw and Hikaru was playing for his life in the tournament. So a really exciting finish.
Just kudos. Proverbial hats being tipped to both players here. Just taking it off, Governor. That was amazing. What an incredible hour we had. Oh my lands. And Wesley So is through to the CGC Championship. But Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin have some unfinished business. They need to play the Armageddon when we come back to decide the remaining spot in the championship. So do not go anywhere because we will be right back with CGC Armageddon action between Nihal Sarin and Anish Giri. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to Toronto. Welcome to the CGC. All right, your 10 seconds is up.
Bishop D2.
Bishop D2.
Is that correct?
It is not Bishop D2.
So it's obviously F2, and then Queen G2, Knight H3, and Rook F1.
Wow, okay, so you're...
I mean, there's also Rook F takes G2, but same thing. Yeah.
Are you ready for the second one?
Yeah.
So I think Queen G3, G, or Queen F3, Bishop D2, let me think.
Unfortunately, Bishop D2 doesn't work because of Rook to G3.
Oh, Rook G3. So Queen F3 first?
Yes.
Okay.
Queen F3 first.
Yeah,
there we go.
Okay, I would stay with Queen F3 in the first move, and after Bishop takes F3, Bishop D2 is for sure the main line and the beautiful one.
Yeah. You're nailing this one. Are you ready for the last one?
Yeah, I guess it's Rook E8, Queen G6.
Rook E8 check. Bishop takes E8, Queen G6.
Yeah,
finally. Yeah, I got one correct. Well, I want more, like 10 more.
Okay, he wants 10 more.
I need to redeem myself.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Hey guys, welcome to the Madison. It meets every Wednesday. We call it the Maddie. Great place for just like a hangout. I love the atmosphere. Casual, you can like grab a beer, have some fries, crush some noobs in chess. And right now they're running a Blitz tournament. It's a great place to hang out. Every Wednesday, they host it right here at the Madison. And as you can see behind me, we're in full session here. It's a great place. A lot of people have dropped into this very location, including Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura as recently as, I believe it was last week or a week before. And then guys like me also come once in a while. So it's a fun place to hang out.
we bring you back to Toronto inside the playing hall in this beautiful city as we are getting ready for Armageddon. The players have put their bids into the arbiters, and we are getting close to deciding who will face Wesley So in the CGC final. This is going to be so hype. But first, we need to dive into our Armageddon format. In Armageddon, the players bid on time. The player who bids the lowest has the black pieces. The player with the higher bid starts with the white pieces and with 15 minutes on their clock, regardless of their bid. If the game is drawn, and this is why Armageddon is so fun, black wins the game. The side with the lower side wins, so Armageddon guaranteed to decide the match. It's been a pleasure, such a pleasure covering the second day of the semis with Grandmaster Amon Hamilton by my side. Amon, we don't need any more excitement. Our hearts are beating out of our chests, but we're about to get some more excitement.
Yeah, we don't need it, but we're going to get it anyway. And that's what the CGC is all about. I'm so excited for this Armageddon. It's a tied up, deadlocked match here, 4-4, Danya, but ultimately, that's why we have Armageddon, to decide things once and for all.
Indeed. They have gone back and forth. Canty put it best. Uppercuts here. They have just delivered punch after punch, but they made a couple of draws to finish off the match. It's been topsy-turvy. It's featured amazing opening preparation, and now the match is finally going to be decided in Armageddon. I can't wait for this to get underway. I'm sure the players can wait for this to get underway, Amon.
Yeah, no, this, you can see the players there. It's the nerves as well, Danya. Going to this Armageddon, ultimately, these are decided by who can handle themselves best under pressure.
And Anish, he's hydrating. He's doing everything possible. You can see Nihal in the foreground there with his arms back, just preparing. He's going to need all of the arm power he can get to move the mouse. And the bids have been revealed, and we are about to reveal them to you. These bids are so important.
They are.
Okay, first in line, we are going to get Nihal Sarin's bid. Here we go. Drum roll, please. He's waiting with bated breath, Amon. Exactly. And his bid is 14 minutes and 15 seconds, Amon. That's a high bid. He wants white.
Yeah, that's a high bid. That says, look, I pretty much want the white pieces no matter what, but if you're going to give me black, I'm going to have tons of time.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he says. And Anish bids Giri. Anish Giri's bid is going to be revealed next. He's bobbing his head there, and his bid is 12 minutes and 57 seconds. What an interesting bid there. Anish kind of agnostic. He's like, I'm fine playing with both colors.
That's right.
But if you're giving me black, I want a reasonable amount of time I'm on.
And you know what's interesting about this is I feel like in some weird way, both players are happy. We don't have that in chess ever.
Yeah,
but Giri gets almost 13 minutes with the black pieces. Isn't that what he wants?
I think both players have gotten what they wanted, and these players are similar in more ways than one. They are similar in terms of their accuracy. It's really not a surprise that this match is as deadlocked as it is. Average accuracy, 92.2% on the nose for both of them.
Incredible.
Nihal, a little bit more experience. What I find really interesting, Amon, a lot more of his games go into the, he actually succeeds a lot more in the end game. These are some really interesting stats going into the Armageddon.
And especially because you have to remember, the Armageddon means that the guy with the black pieces can draw the game. And we've seen that in the last couple games. We've seen these draw offers by Giri. At this point, I feel like if he snuck in a draw offer, it's almost disrespectful.
Stop associating Anish Giri with draws, Amon. I know what you're doing there. But Anish Giri, this is the happiest he will ever be after making a draw. We remind you, as the Armageddon gets underway, that a draw benefits the side playing black. Anish Giri advances with a draw, and we have another London system by Nihal. He is repeating the opening from the previous game on to the letter.
And I think that is a risky decision, because what is the most likely thing that your opponent has just checked after you played it? Well, that very opening, especially because Anish didn't take a rocket scientist to see it wasn't going well for him at the start.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Nihal has repeated openings in the past. He repeated the perk. That didn't go well. This is obviously a safer choice. And right now, Nihal is continuing to repeat their previous game. The knight is on g4. He's played the move b6. There's h3.
Yep.
And I think the biggest improvement is to put the knight on e5 here. I think this is where Anish can get a better position, and he does.
And guess
Great
what?
Work.
This is why I was cautioning at the beginning. You know, do you want to just go right back into a line? Because Nihal looks like he's expecting this to go the same way, and Giri is saying, oh, I'm ready to tango, because guess what? I've double-checked this in the break before the Armageddon, and now 95 is so much better.
And I think the reason it's better has to do with the c4 square. Look at the control the black exerts over that c4 square, making it very difficult for white to untangle his pieces. The knight on b1 still not developed. And I want to remind everybody that there's no increment in this Armageddon game, so flagging very much on the table. And that's why both players will have to really accelerate their pace, especially Nihal. He can't be taking those like 7-minute things anymore. As good as he is, I mean, it takes time to make moves.
Yeah, it does. And I think one interesting point is not just knight e5, but also A takes b6, Dania. That's a difference from the last game. He wants to open up his rook. There's not going to be any a5s in the position like previous, but instead, immediate pressure on the a file, and you mentioned it, the c4 square. So he's gone for a different approach. Centralized pieces, pressure down the a and the c files.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I love the way that Anish, he stuck to his overall strategy, but he's made these small changes and the position looking completely different. This is his second Armageddon, Ahmad. He beat Timur Rajabov. He's a veteran of Armageddon in CGC. He was on the black side there as well. He has great time management. He seems composed. And right now, this opening has only favored one player. It's clear that Anish, he probably has the upper hand on the board.
Indeed. He can bring his other knight into e5 now, hitting the bishop on f3, which you never want to lose. That fianchetto bishop, the c4 square is his. And guess what? That knight on b1, it can't even join the action right now.
Not only can it not join the action, it was actually hurting the coordination of the rooks. Knight takes b4 was a massive threat there.
That's right.
Necessitating the move queen b3. But I'm on the same page, Amon. I think you're going to see knight e5 at some point. The bishop from c8 also has a6. Notice how every piece has its nice parking spot. He goes bishop d7, a little bit more modest, but again and again, the discussion goes back to this knight on b1. Can Nihal find a way to move the bishop out of d2 and play knight d2 in time? If he plays bishop e3 too soon, the knight c4 might come in, bishop a4, very nasty move. The queen is almost trapped. Oh my gosh.
And you know what's impressive to me, and you know this is standard fare for these top grandmasters, but it's clear that Anish didn't just say, oh, knight ge5, that's the improvement. Okay, good. You know, that's it.
Let's play it.
He said knight ge5, and he clearly looked further than that. He said, no, a takes b6. That's part of the plan here. Bishop f6, and I guarantee he's probably even looked at how to place all of his pieces. So this bishop d7 idea to control a4, I bet he's looked at this as well.
I'm positive he's looked at it. He's carrying these moves out with so much confidence, and Nihal for the first time is taking a deep think. Maybe he should have taken that think earlier, maybe even on move one, but right now it's so obvious that he's regretting his opening choice. Now, in terms of what he actually does to get out of this, the move a4 comes to my mind. I mean, that is a very weak pawn. a4 could be met with the move queen e8, and that's really, really bad news because you might say, oh, I just go b5. An old friend pays us a visit. Bishop takes b5. And again, the fact that he doesn't get this knight out in time is hurting him in every single variation I'm on.
Yeah, no, the queen e8 is so easy to miss as well, just adding more pressure there. So he starts with knight a3, but while knight a3 I'd love because it finally gets that piece out. Like, it's joining the action. But the issue with knight a3 is, you know, where's the future for that knight? b5 off limits, c4 off limits. That knight has to go c2, maybe d4, but as soon as you play knight c2, you give up the c4 square.
Yeah, that's the problem with having a position with as many square weaknesses as Nihal has. He basically has to keep his pieces in place, but just to like cover these squares. And I think Anish shouldn't even rush here. I don't think he has any sense of urgency. Just play queen c7, rook c8, keep improving, and keep making Nihal nervous. I mean, this position isn't going to win itself. Nihal has to produce some piece-to-piece contact, and I have no idea how he's going to do that when he basically has to stay passive for the foreseeable future.
Exactly. That's a great point. He has to be passive. That's just part of the innate values in his position. Like, he can't go forward here. He has the extra pawn. You don't get the extra pawn and the push in the position. That's a little bit too much. I think we're going to see very easy moves from Giri. Queen d7, queen c8 to a6, rook to c8. He has a time to make h6, g6 on the king side. I think that Giri has found himself a nice, easy, playable position where he doesn't have many weaknesses. It's more about the long-term extra pawn for white.
I don't like queen d7 there, and I was about to say that the one silver lining for Nihal, as I've indicated, is to bring this bishop to d4. And it always starts with one favorable trade. You do that, you contest the bishop on f6, you threatening the move f4, dislodging the knight from e5, and you can see the puzzle pieces start to fall off. So I think Nihal should grab the opportunity, and he does. That's why I thought queen c7 was so much more precise, Amon.
That's a great
Now,
point.
Anish actually does have to defend the pawn on b6. You could be down one pawn here, but if you allow a 3-0 on the queen side, well, that's going to start being a small problem.
Yeah, agreed. If you lose the b6 pawn, I mean, you regret everything at that point.
Yeah,
But
life decisions.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, is it crazy, Dania, to do that thing, which is so hard to do, and admit you made a mistake and play queen c7?
I think you got to do it. I mean, you have to defend this pawn. You're not exactly going to go rook fb8 because you're too proud to move the queen again. The move b5. Yeah, speak for yourself. b5 might be a tempting move for some people, but it locks the bishop on a4. It makes the structure on the queen side more rigid, makes it harder for black to make inroads. So I think this is a big turning point. Queen d7, I'm going to go so far as to say, Amon, maybe the eval bar doesn't reflect that. I think it was a serious mistake. Also, look at how much clock it's forced Anish to bleed down.
Exactly, and that's where Nihal is going to thrive, if he can get this position lower and lower on time. Another thing is, once that bishop moves, let's say bishop d4 by white, he's going to be looking to, in the future, play, rook e1 and maybe a move like e4. Wants to open up and pry that bishop open. That bishop on g2 right now, it's not singing a very nice song, but after e4, Dania, it's going to come alive and compare it to the bishop on a4.
It's going to be singing the h1 a8 song. It's going to be controlling the diagonal.
Yes, a great melody.
Oh yeah, the famous. Everybody should get that reference. And rook fc8 by Anish. He does sacrifice the pawn on b6. What a big decision right there. Is he considering some crazy tactics with a knight check on f3 and then like bishop takes c3?
Because it has to be the knight first, right? There's no rook takes c3 because knight
I'll
f3
show that
check.
line.
You could just grab that, pick up everything.
Okay, definitely. I won't show. Actually, rook c4 is not a bad move. You can't take it.
Oopsies, I made a great move.
It's like GM's
classic Dania brilliance.
Throw the piece up and it lands on the right square. Here, I'm winning the queen. No, you're not. The queen moves away from the attack and takes the knight at the same time. So what we're saying is that knight f3 check is the proper way to start. But okay, you take on c3, congratulations. You feel properly congratulated.
I do.
Queen b1, bishop a1, queen a1, you look up. White has 2 pieces and a pawn for the rook. What have you gotten for all of your tactical brilliancies?
That's not how that tactic usually works. You don't normally start by giving away a full rook and then somehow get it back with great compounding interest.
No, this is probably not the idea. If that's not the idea, it's probably a little bit more amorphous. He's just trying to increase the pressure on c3. But when I hear the term increase the pressure, I start thinking bluff. I think Nihal should grab that pawn and throw the ball right back at Anish's court and say, hey, what have you got? What are you going to do to
critical decision? We just saw Nihal on screen there. He was grabbing his forehead. He knows this is a very tense spot because this might shape the rest of the game, and he's grabbed it.
And bishop d4.
We actually saw knight to c4, not your great mouse slip rook c4.
No, he puts the knight on c4. He trades the knights. That's a big plus for Nihal. He hasn't had to move his knight on a3. That knight got offered an escape route. It just got traded, but now the c3 pawn is under fire. It's under very serious fire, and the obvious move, bishop d4, allows a rook infiltration to c2 after the rook trade. This is where I remind everybody, all that Anish needs is a draw. So his strategy changes fundamentally. I still think he's got great chances to hold this.
And I was concerned about rook f to c1, which was the move played, because I thought maybe rook to b8 or potentially queen b5, but I wanted to evaluate maybe taking on b4 with the rook.
I thought that was a great idea, especially if the bishop dropped back to e3 or d4. Instead, he does the same thing with the queen, but he doesn't do the same thing. Nihal could actually move the bishop back to e3. Kind of looks awkward and weird, but rook takes b4 is no longer a possibility, is what you're saying. White takes back with the queen. If there was a rook on b8, the rook would have captured the queen. So bishop d4 and bishop b3, both I think are very viable options. Another big decision.
But different.
Exactly.
Queen b5, yeah, it looks like bishop d4. And, if you go that bishop d4 route, you might lose your b pawn, but you could still tell yourself as Nihal, okay, I have that a pawn. And sometimes that's what, these top players do, is they give back something to maybe liquidate, trade more pieces favorably. But here, I think the best decision is the strange-looking bishop e3. It's hard to arrive at that conclusion.
And you want to hear something crazy? Provoking rook ac8, I'm going to make these moves real fast, could actually be a good thing for white. You can drive the bishop up to d4 by now, and after the bishop trade, this is very computerish. I will admit, I wouldn't find this in a classical game, but now you can't take on b4 because your rook hangs or your back rank hangs. Either way, if you start with bishop d4, then after the trade, black can very safely take on b4. I think this is what Anish is deciding between. This kind of endgame, obviously white is the only one playing for win. You pointed it out. He's got the a2 pawn, but black's got a pretty ideal defensive arrangement. He's blockading the pawn. Amon, do you think Nihal will weigh his winning chances highly in this endgame, or is he looking for something more?
Something more. To keep it blunt, I think this is not enough, especially given that, there's an element of, is this good enough for me? But also, the other thing you have to think about is, what does my opponent want? What's the best case for them? And I think you're looking at it. If you're Anish in this spot right here, I think you snap on d4, take on b4 and say, look, I'm down a pawn, but guess what? That's why Armageddon's so beautiful. As black, you have the draw odds. So while Nihal is playing for 2 results, one of those results is unacceptable.
No, I agree with you. He took a lot of time on bishop d4, so I don't think he's thrilled to get this endgame. Normally in a classical game, you would ham up a pawn against Anish, nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Here, a draw is tantamount to a loss, so he does have something to lose. Okay, I think now the conversation shifts quite drastically to the clock. We get an endgame like that could last 60 moves.
That's right.
In some cases, if Anish gets down to a minute, it won't even matter what the material count is. Nihal will flag him in a rook and 4 versus rook and 4. I've seen a lot of grandmasters kind of forget that. They get down to 30 seconds and say, oh, but I'm going to draw on rook game. There's no increment. It's draw. Why not give draw? But they're just going to get flagged.
Correct. And Nihal, is got to be the most likely to do that as well.
Absolutely. I can confirm that firsthand, Aman.
And, it's nothing against him. That's what you should do.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're kind of supposed to win the game.
You think about the kind of money that's on the line at the CGC, Daniel, I would happily flag you.
I would flag rook. I would make 50 moves in rook versus rook position, and everybody should. That's what the winning spirit is, all about.
Yeah. But I'm surprised that we're not seeing that bishop taken, because what
6
else are
minutes,
you considering?
Man.
E5. Has to be the only other move that's going through Anish Giri's mind right now. Do I want to play E5 coupled with the idea of a quick D4, right? But, you play that, you open the bishop, it just gets too tactical and in all the wrong ways.
Yeah,
so,
there were too many drawbacks to that move, and you would still be down 2 pawns.
That's right.
Okay,
yeah.
The second decision is what he takes on b4 with. You can take with the rook. The common wisdom is you don't want to trade when you're down, but obviously this is an exception because his remaining pieces are very well placed. So we are going to get this endgame.
Yep.
6.5 minutes for Anish. That is an eternity for a blitz game, but Nihal's goal is very clear. He wants to milk this out, extend this game for as long as humanly possible.
That's right. And, basically, what do we do as black? I mean, you can move that bishop back and bring a rook from b4 to a4. That looks like a good start, to just clamp down on the a2 pawn. How is white going to fight against that kind of basic plan, Daniel?
Yeah, that piece arrangement is ideal. Bishop on c4, rook slides to a4, pile up on the pawn. Giri starts by playing this very typical GM move. You see this on G5s. Okay, controlling space.
Yeah. Not G6, but G5.
G5, making some luft, but while you're at it, you're controlling some squares, making it harder for white to do the same thing. And Anish trying to build up the perfect arrangement. Bishop C4 and Rook A4 is a huge threat.
Right.
If Nihal loses the A-pawn and Giri has anything over 3 minutes, I think it's basically a given that he holds it.
Exactly. And the bishop's coming to C4, Rook A4. So how do we even begin to try to hold this?
I think you go Rook C7 and you try to go Bishop H5, and you actually try to exploit the fact that Anish didn't play G6.
And you'd never even think of doing that usually. Like G5 just looks superior to G6. But I love what you're pointing out. Actually going for the throat there, saying G5 is actually overambitious. You oftentimes, when you're defending, you don't want to commit things that you don't need to, and G5 is a bit of an overcommitment.
Yeah, I mean, Bishop F3 to H5. You don't say those words every day. That's a hard move to spot. And I think that's exactly what Nihal's trying to figure out. Does he try to defend his A-pawn, or does he try to attack black's king side pawns and throw his A-pawn to the wolves, literally? Right. If he wants to take the former option, you could slide the bishop back to D1, trying to meet bishop C4 with A4. But that's like walking on hot coals. I mean, you got to be so careful when you do that, because you might end up losing the pawn and then having no activity at all.
Yeah, and that's the worst case, right? If you go down that path and you just can't see to the end of the line that your pawn gets defended or that you can hold it, you're going down a path of uncertainty. Whereas Rook C7, Bishop H5, you can see the end of the path right there. You're hitting F7, and that's really hard to defend. And Nihal, with pinpoint accuracy, finds what I think is a necessary move.
And I love that he spent time there. He didn't panic and say, oh, my clock is dwindling. He knows that if he keeps like a minute and a half on the clock, that's so much without increment. He knows that making the right decision is going to pay off 100-fold. Rook C7 is on the board. This is crisis time for Anish Giri. He's down to 5.5 minutes. You can just feel sort of the air turning in Nihal's favor here. Anish will have to make a couple of very accurate decisions here, and he'll have to make them fast. And Aman, if he plays bishop c4, the kicker is that after bishop h5, you can't move the f-pawn because of bishop f7 check.
True.
You have to play the worst possible move, rook f8. You know what that means? Boom goes the dynamite. The pawn advances to a5. And now black's gotten the worst of both worlds. He's passive, and he's let the a-pawn live.
Push him, baby. That's right. A-pawn up the board. And, I mean, in this position, I was very surprised by bishop d3. I was going to say that the defensive and offensive construction that I liked was rook b4 to a4 and dropping the bishop from b5 to e8, strangely enough. But instead, he's gone bishop d3. And Well, I see rook c3. Immediately, I'm looking at bishop c4, Daniel, to lock that rook out. But then the pawn goes to a3, and it's safe on a dark square.
Yeah, and that was the idea of rook c3. Anish doubles back and takes the opposite approach because he can do so with tempo. He wants to play a3, and that's a safe checkpoint for the pawn. Unfortunately, that's not going to win the game. The pawn promotes on the 8th rank, and it's going to have to cross a bunch of war zones before it gets there. Anish feels that he benefits in the event of a bishop trade. We'll see. I like this pawn on e4. It really, this and the pawn on g5 now seriously clamp down on White's kingside pawns.
Now, the decision to trade into the rook endgame, I mean, Daniel, we've all heard the expression, all rook endgames are drawn.
All rook endgames are drawn.
Is that really true here? And, you know, did he make the right decision? Because I'm looking at bishop takes e4. Pieces are flying off the board, which generally will favor Anish.
I'm also having a hard time figuring out why Nihal can't go rook c5, attack the pawn, and then swing the rook over to e5, exploiting the doubled pawns, because f5 protects one pawn and loses the other. Now, we should also keep in mind that if Nihal wins the e4 pawn, for example, and loses the a2 pawn, I don't know who benefits in the event of like a 5-on-4. I think it's Nihal. I think Nihal will be able to flag him in a type of endgame where, you know, he can make a gazillion moves, and that's exactly what Nihal's thinking. And Giri needs to rush. He needs to hurry.
It's kind of like, I can make 50 moves and then go 4-on-3.
and then 3-on-2.
And then 3-on-2.
And 2-on-1.
And then 2-on-1.
And 1-on-0. And then 0-on-0.
That's 50 times. How's that working out?
But the problem is, for now, this is very easy to defend. I mean, Giri's strategy is king f6, king g6, and 5 minutes and 4 seconds. That's so much that you're going to have to milk down. And this is going to be a 3-on-4 very quickly, like
there
right now.
There goes a pawn.
Yeah, there goes one pawn.
It's going to be a 4-on-3 already. And you know what? This can be one on the board, but not without some help from Anish Giri. He's got 5 minutes, Dania. I mean, to outplay him here or even flag him, both are gargantuan tasks.
And he's a phenomenal endgame player. This doesn't get talked enough. Like, just like some basketball players who are great shooters can also be great defenders. I mean, Anish is a great endgame player. He should be able to hold this on the board. And you can see Nihal. He's just, the first stage is to make a million moves and get Anish down to 4 minutes. Like, you got to take this one step at a time.
D5.
Maybe, but okay. But the problem is, he plays Z5.
But the thing is, this basically, that's like sacrificing 50 moves.
Yeah, 3-on-2 now.
50 moves.
But, Amon, these pawns are weak on the surface, but look at how the king can defend both of them from f6. In a way, this is like an ideal arrangement. The rules for pawn structures in rook endgames are totally different.
No, sometimes you have the split pawns, and actually it means if you want to make a pass pawn, you're going to need to trade more pawns than you'd like. The more pawns that get traded off the board, I mean, the more it helps Anish.
But obviously you shouldn't trade indiscriminately. If you take on f4 here, White gets the connected pawns. I think that's a difficult one to defend. If I'm Anish, I'm keeping the tension and playing rook c1 or rook c5. He's correct to invest his clock here. Rook c1 is played. And you also have to watch a mouse slip, by the way.
He's investing time, but he's got 4.5 minutes. So
plenty of time.
He does have a lot of time, and this endgame Dania has actually, I'd say it's clarified way quicker than me or anyone could have predicted, because we were talking about 50 moves, okay, 1 pawn, 50 moves, 1 pawn, but instead we have
like 20 moves and 3 pawns.
Exactly. We have a 3-on-2, soon to be maybe a 2-on-1, and we're barely 30 moves in.
And we're even on the clock for now. That doesn't matter, though. I mean, Nihal can make a million moves if he wants really quickly. You also have to be careful about f5. There are threats. You can lose this on the board, and Anish does kind of bite the bullet and trade the pawns on f4. Now we have a 2-on-1.
That's right.
Yeah, I thought that would happen in like 2025. It's happened this year.
But the G pawn is not on e4, so it's not like a 2-on-1 where it's on g4. It's surprisingly the G pawn is on g4. But if it was on e4, the only way for a pass pawn would be to trade. Play f5. Now, at least you have g5. That's a pass pawn already created. So better chances than usual for a 2-on-1.
Yeah, and it's actually very easy to blunder the pawn here. I won't make any moves after this, but just to show everybody, after g5, king f5 is a terrible move. It allows rook f7 and then rook f6, and once the pawn is lost, g and f against king is like, Nihal can win this with like 5 seconds. I mean, he has beaten me with like 5 seconds, even without increments. So after g5, you want to play king g6. Whatever you do, the king has to stay firmly anchored to the pawn.
That's right. And notice how the rook is staying on the first rank. As soon as Black plays moves like rook e4, the king will come up to f3, attack the rook, and go from there. Instead, he's hanging around that first rank because whenever the king goes up, he gives a check from behind.
And whenever the king goes down, you can attack the pawns. So it's so hard for Nihal to actually make any progress or pose any threats. The one trick that I've seen is to put the rook on a7 and try to push g5 at the right moment, dislodging the king from the pawn. It's hard to set that up, though, and Anish is defending this like a champ, but Aman, with every ticking second, the likelihood of a mouse slip increases. Don't pre-move anything.
Yeah.
Watch where your opponent puts the rook if you're Anish Giri.
Nihal is going to exhaust every resource from this position.
And every resource from different positions.
Exactly. There's another position somewhere that's exhausted looking at this game. Because your idea is almost possible right now. Like G5 check and rook
He's played
E7.
But then rook E1. That's why. That's the third reason Anish has kept his rook hanging around. He's got 2 squares on the E file, and he's got just enough. You can't cover both of them at the same time, but Nihal, he's going to try. He moves his rook around to H6 maybe.
And don't worry if, Nihal gets lower on time, because at this point, it doesn't really matter if he's got like a minute, 2 minute time advantage. If it's a time scramble at all, Nihal likes his chances.
Yeah, 30 seconds on 30 seconds, he'll probably win rook versus rook. And he is going to try to flag rook versus rook at the end of the day.
Yep.
This is another scenario for Anish not to be worried about. Yeah, he's cut off along the F-file, but you can't play G6.
That's right.
You can have one thing or the other thing, but not both. It doesn't matter.
White's cut off as well.
White's cut off as well. And, man, now I really don't see much of a way to make progress, Aman. In 3 minutes, let's take a moment to appreciate how fast Anish has played and how accurately. He's played this like a bullet champ so far. I mean, this can all change in one blunder.
Yeah, one single move going wrong, especially in an endgame like this. One move could be the difference, and it likely will be the difference between them. So I agree with you. The fact that Anish has kept up on the clock is exactly what he needs.
Oh, he's missed rook F6 and king G4.
Now the king's going up the board.
Oh my God, the eval bar is showing a win. Rook H1, rook H1. You have to cut the king off, but then I think rook
H1, yeah. And then rook H6.
Apparently the winning move is F5. You trade the pawns, and then the king being cut off is actually significant.
And if you trade the rooks in that position, at the end of the line,
you're losing.
There's king F8, and you lose a king and pawn endgame.
Oh my God. Apparently Anish had to play a well-timed E6, E5, stacking the pawn temporarily. That was an impossible move.
But does he have to find F5?
I think he does, because if he plays rook H6 to pave the way for his king, Anish can throw his rook on F1. I think that might hold. F5 is a winning move, and Nihal can sense that winning move is somewhere.
Yeah, he's spending some time. Unbelievable.
This
F5.
is insane. He's won the 3-on-2, and he's not won yet, but he's completely winning. He's getting his king to G7, and that's a Lucina position. You learned that in your mother's womb if you're Nihal Sarin.
Yep. Yeah, actually, because the king is cut off, and we were saying the king's cut off on E7, so what? The white king's cut off
now
as well.
It matters.
Now it's not.
Yeah, Anish is going to come up to me and say, hey, you said it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, now it matters because white's king has a clear pathway to the G7 square, and when he reaches G7, you can start pushing the G pawn, and then the F-file, Aman, that's the last thing. It gets opened, so you can move the rook down in order to be able to push the pawn.
Yeah.
This is now officially winning. I don't see any way for Anish to pull it off.
And
he's down to 2 minutes, you can tell.
The longer that he thinks, the more confident Nihal gets. Because he knows that he's just delivered a haymaker blow. F5, if it gets taken, the king recaptures and hides behind that G-pawn on G6. There are no checks to throw it off. And meanwhile, the black king is a non-participant.
And if rook G1 check trying to draw the king away, it goes the other way. King H5, whoop, it goes through G6 one way or the other, either through F5 or through H5. And finally, Aman, if you play E5 now, well, it's way too late because white then goes rook E6 and picks up the pawn. This is over. 1.5 minutes. I mean, Anish can sense it. We can all feel it. Even if you don't know the rules of chess, look at Anish's face. Look at his time usage. Nihal, he's taking a sip of water. You know what that means.
The confidence sip right there.
He wouldn't be sipping water if he felt any nerves in his system. This is going to take me some time to process. How did he do that?
Yeah, it was his comfort level with being cut off on E7 because it worked before. But then Nihal found a way to make it so that that was not the case. And Anish just didn't notice the difference. It was so subtle.
It was subtle, and it tells us how difficult it actually is to draw these endgames. 3-on-2, 2-on-1. You know, I did mention him on when Anish traded on G4. H and F versus E might be the most difficult 2-on-1 to actually draw.
Definitely.
I think Anish should have tried to keep the tension, make Nihal be the one to take on G5. I think practically that would have been a lot easier to draw, and you can see I don't even know what the word is, devastation. That is a lot of money. Nihal Sarin is into the finals.
Unbelievable turn of events as Anish Giri loses on the board a rook endgame, and we do see that look of elation from Nihal Sarin. A hearty congrats to him, but unfortunately that's the end of the tournament for Grandmaster Anish Giri.
I think the key operative words were on the board. The clock had nothing to do, okay, it had something to do, but not much to do with that win. And there it is, folks. You see it on the scoreboard in front of you, 5-4. Nihal Sarin defeating Anish Giri, playing from Belgrade and winning the Armageddon, soiling Anish's perfect Armageddon run. He defeated Timur Rajabov. He was oh so close, Aman, but ultimately it wasn't meant to be. The Indian youngster, he's a magician, an absolute magician.
Yeah, and he wanted those white pieces. He played to the best of his ability. He got that extra pawn advantage. I mean, he did everything in his power. Ultimately, you can't change the evaluation of the position, but you can play it out, Dania, and that's exactly what he did. He exhausted every resource available, and to his credit, he made it tricky enough that one of the best defenders, one of the best endgame players in the world, still messed up.
And one thing we shouldn't lose sight of is that Anish was very close to just drawing that, or at least, or even winning that outright out of the opening. He had the improvement, knight ge5. He was definitely better, was Anish Giri, but playing a little bit sloppily in the early middle game. Maybe he got a little bit too comfortable, and once he let Nihal get that pawn up endgame. Yep. From that point on, let's not exaggerate. I don't think I am exaggerating. One of the greatest performances of Nihal Sarin's career, both financially, in terms of surviving the pressure, no matter how you look at it, Aman.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. We're on the edge of our seats here. Nihal Sarin moves on. Dania, just incredible action to end the day.
I mean, we could not have asked for a better script. They couldn't have scripted this better in Hollywood, and I really mean it. We had an Armageddon. Yeah. We had a clutch performance by Wesley So, a game that also went down to the wire. I mean, that was just a feast for the eyes and a feast for us and for the 60,000 plus chess fans who were on the edge of their seats watching, and 4 more people were on the edge of their seats.
There they
are Danny in the game. So folks, we will be back in a bit for the brave move of the day. Don't go anywhere, but for now, we're swinging it back to Danny, Fabi, Robert, James for their thoughts back in the gameplay hall. Danny, back to you.
Wow, thank you, Dania. This was quite the ride. You're right, we were on the edge of our seats because the seats were smaller out there. But as you said, Danny here along with Robert, James, and Fabi. Guys, oh my gosh, right? You feel this just sense of elation for the guys moving through. Wesley So, Nihal Sarin. You also feel just a tremendous sense of heartbreak. You could feel just walking by Hikaru and Anish in the hall, how badly they wanted it, guys. Fabi, let's talk first just the reaction of being in the shoes of the guys who aren't moving on to Championship Sunday. What's it like to be in that spot, and how are they feeling right now?
I think it's going to be heartbreaking for both of them, because Hikaru, he had a terrible opening, and if it had just ended there, then he might have thought, okay, it just didn't go my way.
Yeah.
But in that final game, he actually got very good practical chances, and we were thinking, like, it's very likely that you just blunder here.
Yeah.
There's a knight, low time, knight is hopping around. It's so easy to blunder a fork, a skewer, some sort of tactic. But Wesley never let it get bad.
Yeah.
Even though he didn't play in the absolutely optimal way at all points, somehow his nerves just held up. He held that super important final game. And for Anish, I mean, it was a drawn ending.
Yeah.
But with no time, very difficult to defend.
Yeah. It just absolutely heartbreaking to see Anish and Hikaru if you're rooting for them. Let's talk about the real quick, Robert. That while it was a drawn ending, you also got to give Nihal credit for the type of way he approached an Armageddon. There was never really a chance that he wasn't squeezing throughout.
For sure. I mean, Nihal Sarin knows when it comes to a time scramble, he is going to be the better player against anybody. Maybe Hikaru or a couple other people can stand a chance, but Anish Giri, as good as he is in bullet, wasn't going to happen. And it was a 2-on-1. He had an extra pawn. He could make the break when he needed to, even if the position remained equal. He could reset the 50-move counter and keep playing for the time. So I think that Nihal had an excellent strategy. He played the same opening he did in the previous time he had the white pieces in game 8, so it worked to perfection.
Real quick thought from you, Canty. How many times have we seen Hikaru play those types of moments and come away with the dub? It was almost like everyone was just surprised. He thought he was going to win. It's like, oh my God, he didn't win.
And he
didn't come
win,
back.
Bro, and almost like kicked the TV out there. Like just like, you know, when you watch a football, you're like, and you break the TV. It was one of those. But it was also insane, the accuracy from Wesley. So seeing the accuracy was just absolutely ridiculous there. I mean, Hikaru always wins in those type of positions, and he wasn't able to. The little risk that happened in that one game, it shows you how important one game is, because he lost that one game, and right now he's losing in 2s. He did the same thing with Duda. Lost twice, lost one, then lost the second, and then lost one, and then again lost the second. It's tough.
Well, we now have a clear view of what's going to happen on Sunday. Let's take a look at the bracket, everyone, and dial in on our Chess.com first ever global championship. The final match will be Wesley So versus Nihal Sarin. One man playing from Toronto, another surviving from Belgrade. He moves on one more round. What is going to happen in this matchup? Of course, we're going to have a ton to talk about as we see the games get started tomorrow. and ultimately move us on to Championship Monday. But all right, let's back up. We're going to talk about that, guys. We're going to do previews, continue to react to what we saw today. But before we get into that, Nemo caught up with Wesley So not long after his victory over Hikaru Nakamura. And let's take a look at that interview.
Congratulations, Wesley, on advancing to the championship match of the finals. You played an absolutely crazy game today, and we were all sitting on the edge of our seats. What were your thoughts in the time scramble that ensued after move 24, Rook D8?
Yes, intense. First of all, I'd like to, of course, thank the Lord Jesus for this magnificent win. The games today are just, crazy intense. I could have gone either way. Like in the 7th game, the 3rd game today, I think Hikaru was better. And, the games were just crazy. Like, I don't even know what to think right now. But I'm just very happy to win. Obviously, quality of the games were not as high as it should be. But with little time, it was very fun to play. But, sometimes things don't go your way. But today it did go my way. But obviously, I'm very happy. I played Hikaru many matches in my life. I think maybe I beat him 2 out of 10 times. Like, I have a win percentage of 20%. So going to the match, I knew for sure that he was the favorite. Also, he's been playing very well recently. But, I figured it also helped me that I came here just wanting to play my best chess and not to think about the results at all. Obviously, there's a lot of money at stake. But as I said before, tournament, thinking of money will just make you play worse. But it's fun. I obviously have some questions, about, some of the moves that we played and Hikaru's match strategy in the opening. He was basically the entire match putting me into time pressure and trying to beat me in these scrambles. And it probably would have worked most of the time, but shockingly, today it didn't happen.
Right, and I really wanted to ask you, actually, were you feeling nervous during that last game?
Yeah, at the same time, like, I just want to play my game because this happened to me many times before where I needed a draw with white or with black. And the worst thing you want to do is to play openly for a draw. So actually in the beginning of the game, obviously I knew he couldn't play his normal openings. But in the beginning of the game, I was like playing for a win, just trying to be aggressive, trying to play the best moves and take advantage of his mistakes. And it very nearly worked because, I didn't want to think of the result, but at some point during the game, I just couldn't control myself. And in the opening, I was probably winning. Like, he mixed up his opening, and but I couldn't find a clear victory. And obviously, I made some slight inaccuracies in there, like Bishop G5. I have strong doubts about that move. And when we get into the Queen endgame, it was very exciting. And I made some big mistakes, like I missed Bishop takes E5. The point being, after Bishop D5, Bishop F4, Queen F4, he has his move Knight D3, which is crazy. And I very nearly lost it, actually. Like, at some point, my clock kept ticking down. It went from 4 minutes to 2 minutes, and then I had a few seconds left.
Right, so...
When you hear Wesley talk in his interviews, I feel like he spends most of his time talking about the fact that he's an underdog against Hikaru. Maybe he's won 2 out of 10 matches, according to his memory. He recounted all the mistakes he made in the game. And I want to ask you, Fabi, do you feel like Wesley's mindset and just that approach he has where he is constantly viewing himself as the underdog helps him in some of those big moments?
I don't think he really views himself as an underdog.
Okay.
And also, chess players tend to remember their losses more than their wins. I'm not sure if Wesley actually would have a 20% score against Hikaru.
I don't know either. I
don't think Wesley has a 20% score against anyone.
Right.
So he might be like remembering the bad moments, but forgetting that he's won some matches too. I remember in 2020, right after the start of the pandemic, there was these online matches, and Wesley won a big one against Hikaru. So for sure he's taken his share of losses, but also a share of wins. I said maybe he's a small underdog, but this match was very close to 50-50 from the start. It was a very close one. We knew that it would go down to the wire.
Wesley became the first ever Fisher Random World Chess Champion in 2019. Now he might be able to become the first ever global chess champion. You think tomorrow the nerves are getting to him a little bit, Robert?
You know, it's interesting because I do see Wesley So as the most stoic player.
Yeah.
I really feel like amongst all the top players, he keeps himself composed at all times. But in that last game, it was clear that he was nervous. He even said in the interview, he's like, I thought it was just fine, but then I probably was thinking about the result a little bit. And how can you avoid that when you have so much at stake, so much on the line, playing Hikaru Nakamura? You are going to get a bit rattled, but when all is said and done, he's making his way through to the championship matchup, and he has to be thrilled with his performance.
Canty, your thoughts as you see Wesley break down his interview and the moments that he felt were critical, keeping himself poised, even when Hikaru was trying to mount that comeback.
Yeah, that energy came on him. As Fabi said, I think they're kind of very alike, very very much so. But Hikaru actually has a less record with So. So actually is up in classical chess. I actually saw this in the percentage, and that shocked me. I was like, wow, I didn't know Wesley was up. So him saying like, oh, I'm this. I'm like, oh, I'm not that good, But he's up. Like he's basically swindling people in a way. Right. You know how people do at the park, right? I'm like 1,500, and they really 2,000. That's how it is, right? That's how Wesley's playing right now, I think, and acting. But as a way, he's doing great chess, and I think he's going to do good tomorrow too.
Yeah. So. Well, regardless, I guess as we would say, how sweet he is off the board, he is a tiger on the board. He does indeed send Hikaru Nakamura home from the Chess.com Global Championship. But all right, before we go home, we got to send it over to Danya and Aman. They are eagerly awaiting to show us the brave move of the day taken from the Nihal Sarin victory over Anish Giri.
Thanks, Danny. Great discussion as usual. It is time for the brave move of the day, in which we highlight a key move or set of moves that decided the outcome of one of our matches today. And today's brave move of the day literally decided the outcome of a match. It comes from the Armageddon game between Nihal Sarin, who had white and had to win, and Anish Giri, who was defending a worse endgame with the black pieces. Anish defended very successfully. It's a 2-on-1 rook endgame where it seems like white can make no further progress. And Aman, this isn't the brave move of the day yet. We need to contextualize it. The lead up to it was also impressive.
Yeah, and it's really important to focus on this moment right here. The white king on g2, Danya, is cut off by that rook on b3. And this was key. This is the reason that it's not already winning for white. Because if you bring that king far up the board close to the rook and pawns, then this might be a different story. So right now, he has this defensive mechanism in the position, cutting the king off, but it didn't last for long.
It didn't because of this move, rook to h3. That's a great move. It forces black's rook off of the third rank, using the fact that a pawn endgame is winning for white. So Anish, he brought his rook back to b1. No problem, or so it seems. The king inches up the board, and king g6, such an innocuous-looking move, right? You're bringing the king up. You're preventing further progress of white's king. This is the decisive mistake. The draw would have been yielded in several ways, but the best way would have been just to shuffle the rook on the first rank. But so natural is king g6. Why is it wrong? Well, it starts with rook h6 check, sending the king back to f7. King f5, rook f6 is oops, is checkmate. King f7, you still give the check on f6. The king is pushed to e7. Now g6 blunders the rook, but the problem is that the path to the king side is now clear. You go king g4.
That's right.
After rook h1, now it's time for the brave move of the day. It looks like the king is still confined to Mon, but lo and behold,
you actually play a move that is not normal for these positions, and you liquidate further. And that's probably why this move was so shocking to Anish Giri. That pawn to f5, our brave move of the day, it actually trades the remaining pawns on the board, but it leaves white with something that he can create, the Lucina position, and a winning rook endgame with this pawn on g5. Incredible.
That's exactly right. Black had to trade because e5 would have simply dropped the pawn, and after king takes f5, there are two problems. The first is that the king threatens to get to g7, then you'll be able to push your pawn to g7 and get the theoretical position Aman mentioned. The second is that the rook trade miraculously ends up being losing for black on account of king f8, f7. You have the perfect arrangement of kings.
Wow.
King e7, king g7. It's like it all works like a charm for Nihal. Anish spent most of his remaining time and realized that the position is hopeless. He resigned in this position. There's nothing to play for. And Nihal Sarin, on the strength of this brave move of the day, advances to the finals. What an incredible moment.
Amazing.
What an incredible match. And remember, it's time to make your move from Chrome to Brave. Try it now at brave.com/chess. What a day of action. Let us send it back to our hosts in the playing hall. Danny, take it away once again.
Danya, thanks so much. Another great breakdown of the Brave move of the day. So many in those final moments. And as we get set here, we are actually joined by a super special guest from very far away, Nihal Sarin, calling in from Belgrade, Serbia. Nihal, can you hear me? We're here, buddy, if you got us. Nihal, let me know if you got me, man. I'll sing you a song. Okay. Oh, Nihal, you can hear? Okay. The okay. Okay. Well, he's doing great, by the way, everybody. As you can see, he's sitting there as a Chess.com Global Championship finalist. Let's dive into tomorrow's schedule. We'll react here as we maybe get that set up or not, guys. Give our final thoughts. But let's let everyone know what their championship match is. It will be Wesley So versus Nihal Sarin. One man from Toronto, one man from Serbia, where they're playing right now, respectively from the U.S. and India. The winner takes home $200,000 cash money, homie. All right, guys. Robert, I want to throw it to you first. We saw the incredible breakdown of the final moments. We recognize how difficult it would be for Giri to hold that. You know, again, let's just give credit to the youngster for making the choice he did. I guess strategically, he knew he wanted white or he wouldn't have bid that time. He played poised and had a vision throughout the whole game and ultimately got it done in the time script. What can you say about how difficult it might be for So to beat this guy?
Well, Nihal Sarin's the comeback kid. He lost game 1 of this match, then he won game 2. He lost game 1 of today, which was game 5 overall, and then won game 6. And not only that,
he lost to Sevian and came back in that match.
Exactly,
as well.
He was losing that match.
We touched hands.
Well, we did. Hey, that was weird.
That was weird.
Yeah, but nice. Okay, but anyway, I seriously, him losing in that first game, it almost like jolts him into form.
Yeah.
And from games 2 to 4 yesterday, he was better throughout almost all of that. Then today, from games 6 through 8, after losing game 5, it felt like he just had the upper hand. So I don't know what it is about him. Most of the times, for younger players, they experience defeat, then they're rattled, they're shaken, they can't come back from it. But Nihal Sarin, he just plays the position, and he has this style, this like precision to his game that I think his strength belies his years. Like he's just much stronger and much calmer than you would think for a teenager.
Fabi, are there players you've played throughout your career that have that same sort of factor where if they lose, it tends to jolt them into playing their best chess versus going the opposite way and getting emotionally down?
Yeah, there are players who definitely perform better under pressure or in difficult situations. I actually want to push back a bit on what you said, Robert, because I think that young players are really good at that.
Okay.
They easily forget the bad games and losses, at least from my experience.
They're too young to know any better. You know?
Yeah, I think that they just have that internal optimism, like that fire inside you. And Nihal obviously has that. He's played Ding, he's played Anish, now he's playing Wesley. He doesn't seem intimidated by any of these very well-established top players. And he's able to find wins against them, even when he's down in the match.
Canty, so many of these young players from India and otherwise have grown up playing the top players online.
That's right.
I wonder if this format, this feeling is familiar enough that they're not intimidated by Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Magnus Carlsen, these monsters of the generation before them. They're ready to go and do battle.
They are. In fact, first off, it's in the water.
It's in the water.
In the Indian water. Of course, if you see all these young Indian players, they all drinking the water, they all getting good. So we need to go there and do the same, right? But secondly, there is how they're training. I mean, they're all training. Kramnik's there as well. I mean, you have Anand there helping the kids out there, and they're fearless. Even kind of Magnus says a lot about that too, confidence. Where if you have confidence, I remember watching a YouTube video, Magnus was like, there are players that are just as good as me, but their confidence is what makes us different. And like, that's different. That's completely different, psychological thing. Where Nihal and them Indian players actually really have a lot of that, as you can see, fearless.
Yeah. Fearless indeed. We are fearless here at the Chess.com Global Championship. So we're going to try one more time and bring in one of the men of the day, Nihal Sarin. Nihal, can you hear me?
Yes.
We got you, buddy. Hey there, man. Well, I only have one question. When you started this whole thing, did you think you'd be playing on Championship Sunday at the Chess.com Global Championship?
Of course.
Of course not. Okay. Well, maybe a lot of people thought you had more chances than you did. Ultimately, going into this match with Anish Giri, what was your overall strategy? Give us your quick assessment starting from yesterday and today. Were you looking for an Armageddon battle in the end versus Giri?
I did not have any particular strategy against Anish. I was mainly just trying to avoid his preparation. Just trying to get the game every.
Yeah.
And the Armageddon, I did not think about it that time. I wanted to try in the final, but it was not intentional to.
Yeah.
Well, Nihal, what is it?
We're having a few audio issues. I think we're gonna let you go, Nihal. Thank you so much, man. And again, congratulations. We will see you tomorrow. Hopefully, have an interview. But good luck, and we will see you on Sunday or Monday, regardless.
Thank you.
Bye, buddy. Okay. Okay. Well, Robert, what was the question you were going to ask? We'll let that be a thought we'll dive into here.
Well, he was the only player of the remaining four who was not the top seed in their bracket. Right? Wesley So, Anish Giri, Hikaru, Nakamura, all were the top seed. In order to be here, Nihal had to beat Dingley Ren, and before that he beat Vladimir Kramnik, he took down Sam Sevian, and then he beat Anish Giri. He has the most impressive slate of victories.
Yeah.
So I was just going to ask him about the competition thus far, because Wesley So is a monster. Nobody's denying that. He just took down Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah.
But why should he be scared when he's beaten all of those big names that I just mentioned?
I ain't scared. Fabi, do you think being battle-tested plays a huge part when you're ultimately down to the championship in these types of grueling knockouts?
I think some people, once they're coming off a big victory, it just gives them that extra impetus to keep going. But some players tend to relax a bit. They feel like, I've already completed a big goal, and even though that's true, there's still an even bigger goal to be had. So it depends a lot on their personal psychology. Like for me, coming off a big win against Hikaru or against Anish, I would really need to try to forget the match and not celebrate too early. That would be an important thing for me. I would just try to forget all the positive emotions even. It sounds weird to say that, but you don't want to get overly excited and think, I have this all wrapped up, because you still have a long way to go.
Yep. Kenny, what can you buy with 200 grand that you can't get with 100 grand?
Wow. Shoot, that's a good question. Let me see. I have to think about that one. I'll come back to you on that. Wow.
Well, that might be the motivation the players need, I guess. But that's a great point, Fabi, the different mindsets of some players, right? Some people play better when they feel good. Right. Some people need to feel down in order to focus, you know?
Or even not feel down, but just feel like, you're not there yet. You know, you've completed part of the race, but not the whole thing.
I mean, that sounds like advice for Wesley, though. He just beat Hikaru, who's everyone's top pick to win it all.
Yeah.
So now he has to say, this tournament's not over. I still have a really tough opponent in front of me.
Well, and there's no world where most people probably won't look at So as the favorite tomorrow for good reason. So we'll, of course, make our picks when the time comes. But that's a good point. Wesley's got to keep himself focused. So, all right, let's give one more quick preview on tomorrow's matchup. If you're Nihal's coach, Candy, I'm going to ask you to do it again. What's the pep talk for the young
well, first
fella?
off, we got Wesley So versus We Ball Nihal. So we got to see, Nihal, we going to go in here fresh, right? I like how he just, sometimes he sit like this.
Yeah.
And he be like, And he's just very calm, leans in a little bit, calculates. I like the professionalism from the young fella. Yeah. So I'm going to tell him, keep it up, young big fella, and let's work and let's swing, right? Get a good rest and make sure we get some of that Indian water and we good to go.
You say Wesley needs to be calm even though he beat Hikaru. What does Nihal need to do in order to have a good chance against Wesley?
I don't know Nihal as personally as I know Wesley. For Wesley, I think it's really important that he gets into the groove of things. Confidence is really important for him. If he's feeling down, if his confidence goes down, his level can really drop precipitously.
Yep.
Nihal, I haven't played him very much, but he seems like he didn't seem like he was overly excited. He had just beaten Anish, but he's already beaten guys before who are also top players. It seems like he takes it in stride, which is very important for him. I wonder if we'll see like a reset. Tomorrow, they're just going to try to get into the groove of things. They've both gotten to the final, but they don't want to, to start off things too fast.
Yeah.
They just want to take it slow, like we saw also in the Hikaru against Wesley match.
Good point.
Feeling it out a bit and seeing how the other guys also, what their preparation is. I'm very curious to see what Nihal will prepare, because we saw him jumping around opening-wise against Anish, trying to avoid preparation. Wesley is a more opening-wise predictable player than Anish is. Will he take a more principled stand, or will he also try to jump around and feel Wesley out?
As Fabi says, Robert, not as many people know Nihal as know Wesley. How does Nihal avoid the trap of being like, man, I did it. I've already got 100 grand. How does he keep wanting it, knowing that he's never been here before?
Well, Nihal's been a superstar for a long time, right? He was the kid. Then came Pragnananda, Gukesh, Arjun Aragaisi. So in some ways, he's kind of hiding amongst the other teenagers. Nordibek Abdusatarov. His classical rating has not reached the levels of his rapid, his blitz, and particularly his bullet. So I feel like he's used to being slighted, Nihal Sarin. He will have to do what Fabiano just said over there. He's going to have to avoid the theory. He's going to avoid that the types of positions that Wesley likes, because if he gets a stranglehold on the position, you're not going to survive against Wesley So. So I feel like playing this kind of dodgy opening stuff is not also going to work. He needs to find his specific positions, because Wesley doesn't seem like the type of guy who's going to prep a 30-move variation to beat him, but just getting those comfort zones is where Nihal Sarin has to avoid when you're thinking about it from Wesley's perspective.
I just remember
Great stuff.
Last year, super close match in the Speed Chess Championship. It was a semifinal match to qualify for the final, Wesley against Nihal. And it was very, very close. I think it was 13-15 in the end. I don't remember the exact
score. It was a very close match.
Point in the end.
But yeah, it was separated by one game.
Who won the match?
Wesley won.
Wesley won, barely.
But very close. So I suspect we might see another very close match.
All right. Well, good call out there. Look at it.
Nice.
You played in the SEC. I'm supposed to remember those things.
We were watching it. We were watching it last year.
Oh, that's right. We watched it during the World
yeah.
Championship.
Right.
Shout out to the cat T-shirt you were wearing. All right. Well, what a day, everybody. What an event that we have had so far, and what in the world will we have ahead on Championship Sunday and Monday. That's going to be a wrap for us from the Hotel 1 in Toronto for today, though, everybody. Big thanks to Robert, our guest, Fabiano Caruana there, James Canty, everybody, and all of our commentators for another great day of live chess here at the CGC Finals. We have our 2 finalists, and we are ready for our championship chess. Make sure to join us tomorrow on Twitch and YouTube as we begin day 1 of the finals. The chess starts at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. For now, I'm Danny Wrench. This has been a lot of fun, and good night from Toronto.